Hey everybody, good morning and welcome to day 2 of Countdown to Christmas, and glad everybody's here. We've got another big show for y'all today, and so I got to invite my partner in crime today. She's a 3-time Emmy award-winning TV host, radio host, and she's an SMP host. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Give a big SMP, a lot of hosting. Hey, I got Kyle and Andrew in here with me this morning, so good morning to them. Y'all make a big SMP welcome to Jane Klaus.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, Kyle. Hey, Andrew. Hey, Blaine. Hey, SMP Nation. You know what you forgot besides my hosting? Because I love hosting. I host all the time. I'm a maker. I'm a sewist. I love.
Well, that's right. You do all that. You're a brother ambassador. You do HSN. You do all kinds of stuff, Jane.
I love it.
The list is so long.
The list is. I know. It's like a great.
I was just trying to hit the highlights.
That's cool. Thank you.
So we've got. We had Cyber Monday on Monday. Yesterday was the first day of Countdown to Christmas. Today's day 2 of Countdown to Christmas. And Jane, we have got great specials all day. And guess what? You remember my SMP news alert?
Oh, yes, of course. The breaking news mid-show. What happened?
We thought for sure that big Handi Quilter machine would sell yesterday.
Yeah.
And it didn't sell. So you know what I'm going to do today?
What?
I'm knocking it down $500 more.
What?
Look at that. $15,495. You're getting a 12-foot frame. You're getting the Pro Stitcher. Pro Stitcher alone, it sells for $11,999, so $12,000. So basically, you're getting for $3,500. You're getting a 24-inch long arm and a frame.
So if we were to add up the actual cost of all of the things, it would be what's the total?
$1,000. It's $29.95.
$29.95 on top of the 13.
26. I'm sorry, I misspoke. $26,995.
26,900. So a 26,900. So almost a $27,000. It's half price.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I was saying. It's right at half price, and so now I've lowered it $500 more since yesterday. So you know what? I'm just going to keep lowering it till somebody buys it.
That would be a great.
It's going to be like our auction. You know, you just who the highest bidder gets it. So
I love that. And think about this: like if you're just out there and you're thinking, your dream is to have this long arm, and this opportunity has become available, and you're like, I don't know if I can do it. I would put the word out to friends and family and Santa and all the people, and say, this is what I want, and like make that happen, because it's a one-time only thing.
Well, it is. And, you know, we have people buying long arms every single day. And if somebody out there is going to go, wow, you know, I've got room for a 12-foot frame. I want a 24-inch machine, and I want Pro Stitcher Robotics. They're going to go, wow, what a great deal. They're going to jump on it. And so somebody's going to get a great Christmas present in the next day or two.
I think so, too. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it's something you want, like, call in the reinforcements. This is your time to get it. Because it's such a great value. Wow, that's great, Blaine.
So I was thinking yesterday, you know, Jane, we showed some pictures of our neighbors, our ex-neighbors, Michelle's ex-neighbor's house. You know, all the nutcrackers they have. Showed their front yard of Christmas. So what I'm doing right now out to the SMP Nation, I want y'all to share some of your Christmas pictures with me. Now, here's what it can be. It can be a picture of your Christmas tree. It could be a picture of your decorations outside your house. It could be a Christmas sweater that you just made, something Christmassy that you just did. I want y'all to email the photos to CEO@sewingmachinesplus.com. Do that today, and tomorrow morning and Friday morning, I'm going to show some of the pictures that get emailed in and who sent them.
I love that. I love the peek behind the curtain of what everybody is looking at and what makes them inspired and all the decorations. If you're thinking about it, send it. Send your tree, send your house, and your neighbors, whatever. Send it. I would love to see it.
Well, and we also got some news. I may be by myself Friday. Because Jane,
what happened?
because you got something going on and you're not going to be here Friday.
I'm not. I'm gonna not be in town on Friday.
I know.
I know. I'm sorry to leave you solo. You know,
Well,
I'll
I'm
be here
taking
in spirit.
applications for co-host position right now for Friday.
I think that's great. I think didn't you say Kim Wolf was right down the street from you? Or you know
No, we
what?
just found out Kim Wolf moved to Florida.
Oh well, there you go.
So
How'd you find that out?
Well, I think she she put it in the chat yesterday, and Kyle saw it. And he told me, he's like, I didn't know she moved. So
Well, that's why she wanted to talk about that airfare.
I know we used to see Kim all the time. So Kim, I will pay for your airfare if you come out here and buy a top of the line machine from us, and then I'll ship your machine back.
Kim wants you to pay for her she wants to fly first class to the event, but you pay for the economy. So
yeah, you got to sit in the back for me to pay for it.
She'll make up the difference is what she's saying. She'll fly first class, but you have to pay for the part of the ticket that costs the economy portion. I understand what she's doing. She's got it right. So listen, I think about the co-host. I mean, you've got Kyle right there. You got Andrew. You're like new to the party. You can grab somebody right there. Michelle. What about Michelle?
Oh, I try to get Michelle to do it, but you know, she sometimes she's a little camera shy, but she could do it. I know she could. She can do anything she wants to do when she puts her mind to it. And you know what? That's we're missing this year because Michelle usually comes up. She dresses up in her little Santa outfit and everything and all Christmassy. So I don't know. She might make an appearance Friday. I'm gonna try to get her to.
You absolutely should. She loves Christmas. She's been decorated since October 1st, dancing around to Christmas tunes since October 1st. So I think that Michelle would be the queen of Christmas to fill in on Friday. I love that idea.
Me too. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
But you know, Jane, so we're going to hopefully get a bunch of pictures in for that we can share with everybody. And speaking of sharing, I've got to share, you know, some of the things that's going on at SMP. So, you know, January 1st, we're going to be at the Road to January 21st through the 25th, we're going to be at the Road to California Quilt Show in Ontario, California. And we're going to be there in a big way, Jane. We've got not only I think we got 7 booths that we're going to have all in one area. So basically it's the SMP block party, and we got a King Quilter booth. We've got a Janome long arm booth. We have the Happy Embroidery booth. We have the Elena machine booth. We're going to have a Serendipity booth. What am I missing, Kyle? Oh, Aero cabinet.
You said Happy, Janome. Was there a Foffer by
Yeah, we got the FOF. I said FOF. Oh, I know what the one it was. We're going to be doing AccuQuilt booth.
I love AccuQuilt. I love all of them.
Yeah, so we're going to, all those different booths, it's going to be a huge area that we're going to have set up. And we're working on another one right now and see if that might happen. But if they got another booth available, but pretty much they were kind of sold out and didn't have any more space. So we'll see if something comes available. But we're going to have it's all together, and we're going to be at the back of the hall, I think close to the restrooms. So everybody will be going by our booths.
That sounds like everybody will be going by your booths. That sounds like a real party with all of those booths in one space. And you have to get through the thing to get to you. So you're going to be able to see it all. And then you're going to get to the party in the back. Are you guys going to be working at all? Or you're just going to be having fun? Because it sounds just
we're going to be having fun. I'm telling you, we've got a lot of the sewing stars that y'all have seen on our show are going to be there in person. I mean, it's just like a list of who's going to be working the booths and being there. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and can't wait this year for Road to California. And you never know what we're going to come up with, but you know, some of the people you're seeing on the shows here are going to be in the booths working with us. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
And what a great way, if you are in cold, wet winter weather, what a great escape at the end of January. The thing is, to survive winter, you just got to plan a sunny destination. I don't care if it's 60 degrees, it's not 17 degrees. So you just get out of town, you spend a couple of days, and it just makes that winter go a lot faster. So what a really great way to escape the cold, especially at that time of the year. I'm saying this out loud because I'm thinking about myself.
Well, I totally understand. I mean, and there's a lot of people in that time of the year are snowed under, bad weather. This is a great opportunity to get out in some really nice weather and go to a really nice quilt show. They do a great job at Road to California. And so we're super excited to be there. We kind of took a little break during COVID and all that, and,
Yeah.
and a few years after that, but we went last year, the first time since COVID. And this year we're going in a big way, so we're super excited about it, and it's going to be a great thing. And one other thing that we're doing too, we have a classroom set up
cool.
At Road to California, and it's all 6 days. Basically, we're teaching classes Monday through Saturday, and Monday through Friday is going to be nothing but long arm classes. And then on Saturday, Aubrey Hartman is teaching a class in the same classroom on the same King Quilter machines on the Butler Robotics.
So do people sign up for the classroom?
Yes. They can go to the Road to California Quilt Show website, and it has all the classes that are available. They can look for that class. Most of them are already sold out, but there's still a few of them that have openings. So they can scroll through all the different classes and see which ones have availability. But they sell out so quick. And one thing about our classroom, we're only able to accommodate 10 people at a time because we only have 10 machines in there. So it's sold out pretty quick. I mean, I think a couple of the classes sold out the very first day they put it on there.
I love it. I love it so much. And so they go to the Road to California website to learn more. I mean, I want to go to Ontario, Ontario, California. I'll go to either one.
Well, it's a great trip for anybody that's never been out there, and that area is really super nice. I enjoy being there, and if you fly into it, especially the airport is right across the street from the convention center.
Oh, wow.
And there's hotels all around the convention center and all kinds of places to eat. So all you got to do is get to the airport, and you can Uber to your hotel, and then you can mostly you can walk to the convention center. So that's kind of what we do. We walk from our hotel to the convention center, and makes it a lot easier. And there's a lot of eating places that's within walking distance.
It's so good. You community, doing what you love, seeing and being inspired. I mean, just having a blast, being educated. And there's so many things, like all of those reasons is a reason to go to the Road to California.
Oh, yeah. And then in February, Jane, we're having an event here at the San Marcos retail store in California. And we have a giant classroom at our San Marcos store. And we are basically having, it's called Stitch and Switch event.
That's
and
cool.
This is the top of the line event we were talking about. It's just, Ring Wilcoxon's coming out. She's going to teach 6 in the hoop projects. And basically it's going to be team sewing, 2 people per machine. And what they're going to do is rotate around after every project to a different brand of machine and basically do the project. So basically at the end of the event, you had made 6 projects on 6 different top of the line machines. And, we're going to have the brother, the Baby Lock, the Bernina, Janome, Pfaff, and Viking machines there, the top of the line machines of each one of those brands. So it's like going to CarMax and test driving all the fancy cars.
I love it. You're the dealer. It's just like buying a car. And also, just so everyone knows, and we talked about this yesterday, Blaine, you can explain a little bit further. All of these machines are not machines that we could sell here or online. These are ones you got to get in and see them in person.
Yes, you have to go to a brick and mortar store to buy the top of the line machines of these brands. So what we're doing is that anybody is out of state wants to come to the event. If they come to the event and end up purchasing one of those machines from us, I'll pay for their airfare and then we'll ship their machine to their house for free.
And Blaine's going to make you sit in the back.
Yeah, you have to be economy.
If you buy a machine, that is, not just if you show up. So, and the other thing too, there's 2 weekend dates and the first one is sold out. So we're looking at the second one if you're going to go.
Yeah, so it's February the 12th and 13th is the first one that's sold out. But the 14th and 15th of February, we still have seats available and they're going fast. There's not many seats left, but it'll be great. We're going to feed you lunch both days you're there. We're going to give you plenty of chocolate, all kinds of drinks, and it's going to be a fun time. Giveaways. And here's a great thing too. We're bringing in some of the national educators from each one of those brands. are going to work their station of machines.
Cool.
So you're going to get an expert instruction from people from that brand company. And so it's going to be fantastic.
How
And
great is that?
when I say top of the line educators too, it's like, some people like Sara Vetser from Brothers are going to be there. Melinda Stephenson from Baby Lock's going to be there. So it's a great lineup.
You sold them on the chocolate. I will say this. How cool is this? And I know that because I'm right along with everybody when we're watching and learning from these national educators on shows like SMP Live every Thursday or on specialty shows like this, Countdown to Christmas. You're sitting there and I see your notes go by and you're like, ask this question. And we try to get to all the questions, but to have this person right here, you're working on their machine and you ask the question right to the person to get the answer, and you'll get more than the answer that you hope for because it's live and in person. Like, to me, that is invaluable. I'll pay for the plane ticket just to get the inside scoop from these educators. Yeah.
And what's nice about it, Jane, we're going to have if you can imagine pods. So each pod has 3 machines with 6 people, and your educator is assigned to that pod. So not only will you get help from the educator, but the other sewers that may know something you don't, you're going to be able to share ideas. And it's just a great concept.
I think it's fantastic. Actually, it's such a great concept that since you only have a couple of spots left for the second weekend, once that sells out, because we just sold it big time, you're going to have to do another weekend.
Well, we've already started. We're going to start doing a waiting list for people. I think they've already started a waiting list, people that couldn't come for the 13th and 14th, or the 14th and 15th, that wanted to come the 12th and 13th. It's sold out. They started taking waiting lists on that. If somebody cancels out, they'll be able to fill that spot. So
I love it.
Both of them are going to sell out, not a problem. So, but that's what's going on in February, and then that leads us into March. And guess what? It is Quilt Fest time.
Wow, we're already in March of 2025 in the first 15 minutes of the show, Blaine. This is crazy.
I know, it's like we're constantly working on something here, and it's always shows and events and a lot of things going on. But this year, or I guess I should say next year, 2025 Quilt Fest, we're going to try to make it the biggest and baddest one we've ever had. And so we're going to be starting to work extremely hard on that. I mean, we've already kind of started working on it, but we're as soon as January gets here, we really open the floodgates and start working hard on it and try to get those great education sessions lined up. And so anybody who is interested in entering a quilt in our contest needs to go ahead and start working on a quilt now.
Yeah.
So they'll have it ready, because you'll have a chance to win a lot of prizes and things. We'll have professional judges that are going to judge the contest. And then we're also just doing a giveaway, random giveaway for people that are watching the show. And basically we pick a finalist every single day. And then each one of those are going to go home with a minimum of winning a sewing machine. But one of those will get a $25,000 quilting studio. That
prize is like so beyond expectation. Every year you over deliver. You talk about it now, but then when the time comes and we see what's in that huge dream studio of sewing machines and products, it's just like mic drop, because it gets better and better every year. Can you just remind us the dates of Quilt Fest so everybody can mark those in their calendars, since we're already planning?
I think Quilt Fest is going to be March 10th through the 14th.
Okay. 10 through 14, friends. We'll all be here.
Yeah. Well, Jane, we got about 2 minutes before you kick it off with our first presenter.
Yes,
let's go ahead and give something away first thing this morning. And what I want to do is give away 2 of the Blueberry extra large sew mats and 2 of the P-Touch label makers. So what we're going to do is we're just going to spin the wheel 4 times in a row, get 4 names, and then we'll tell them how they can claim their prize. So,
I love it.
Andrew, are you ready to rock this morning, buddy?
I am. Give me 2 seconds.
All right, we got to give Andrew just a couple seconds to get this thing ready to go. So, Andrew, spin that wheel.
Let's go, Andrew.
And all y'all have to do to win prizes is just chat. All you have to do is put questions and comments in the chat. And there we go. Victoria Simon is our winner watching today from YouTube. All right, Andrew, spin that wheel again.
Yeah, he had his coffee this morning. You could tell by the way the spin.
Oh, he's spinning it good.
Yeah. And it's early. We'll just
Here
wait
we
till
go.
this
Second
afternoon.
winner, Beth Small, watching today from YouTube.
Yay, Beth.
Andrew, spin that wheel.
Spin
Again, our third winner. So these are for the P-touches. Those were for the sew mats.
Yep.
Now these are for the 2 P-touches right here. Leah Thompson.
Look at over delivering first thing in the morning.
All right, she just won a P-touch. All right.
Last
Andrew,
touch.
one more spin for our second P-touch. The first 2 were the extra large blueberry sew mats, and these are for the P-touches. Jerry Lutter. So congratulations, Jerry, watching from YouTube. All right, so all 4 of you winners, this is how you're going to claim your prize. Jane, tell them how.
Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. You're going to scroll to the bottom. You'll see right there. It says, hey, did you win a prize? And you go, yeah, that's me. Yay. And you're going to fill out all the information. Tell us what you won, because we did 2 of the blueberry mats and 2 of the P-touches. Hopefully you remember, but I know we do too. Tell us what we're sending them to, and Blaine and the crew will get them right out. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us bright and early this morning.
All right. Well, hey, I'm going to jump out of here. Jane, let you take it away, and let's get going on quilt. Or this is countdown to Christmas day 2.
He had Quilt Fest on the mind, friends. Okay, yes,
it
is countdown to Christmas day 2, and I'm super excited to introduce our first guest of the day. She is a brother ambassador and national educator. She also creates content for various social media outlets, and she wants to create an online brand awareness and presence. Sara Vetser also specializes in incorporating sustainable sewing and quilting and recyclable material into her own brand, which is SAV NYC. There she is. Hi, pretty Sara. She is also, we're going to talk about this. Let's welcome Sara to the show, and then I'm going to ask her about her virtual workshop on SMP. Sara is mine and yours. Say hi to Sara Vetser.
Hi.
Hi, Sara. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm so good. You're looking good. Looking good. So listen, I totally botched up your intro. Like, yes, you create tons of social media content. We see you everywhere, and we find you on all the social medias at NYC. I'm sorry, SAV_NYC.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, because we're all building brand awareness is what we're doing. Hey, listen, before I let you go, I want to dive in. You're doing a virtual workshop for Sewing Machines Plus in January, all about Artspira.
Yes, I'm really excited. It's going to be 4 hours of all of my favorite tips and tricks on how to use the Artspira app. We are going to do a really deep dive into everything you can accomplish on that app. It's so much fun. They're adding new features every day. So I'm sure by the time we get to January, I'll have even more to teach you guys.
I know. Then now you can curve the letters.
Yes.
Every single time I open it up, there's something new to play around with. So it's totally worth joining up and signing up for Sara's virtual workshop. So you can just go to smplive.tv and look at the events, and you'll see Sara right there. But today, Sara, we are talking about the Brother NQ 1700. Look at that baby. I can't wait. I know you love this machine, so I'm going to let you take it away. I'll see you in about 26 minutes.
Okay. Exactly 26 minutes.
Just because I want to be able to sell the end of it, tell people how to get it. But I give you 27 if you want.
Of course. No, 26 is perfect.
I'll see you in a bit, Sara. Thanks.
All right. Hey, everyone. So today I am going to teach you all about Brother's NQ 1700E. That's this little girl right here. One of my favorite machines. And I am a Brother educator, so I'm spoiled. I have all the best machines. This one is definitely one of Brother's best machines. It is an embroidery only model. So if you have a sewing machine that you love and you're thinking about getting into embroidery, this is a great machine to add on. So you have one for embroidery, one for sewing. If you have an awesome combo machine and you're pretty advanced as far as sewing and embroidery goes, this is also a great machine to add on so that you can do more embroidery all at once. I don't know about you guys, but I will have 3 machines going at once, getting all of my stitch outs done. Of course, I'm a small business owner, so I have a lot of products to make. But even if you're just doing something for fun, It is always fun to just be super productive and have 3 different machines going. So to add an embroidery only model to your craft room or your sewing room really will just take it up another level for you. And the machine is really, really easy to learn if you are a beginner and you're just starting out with embroidery, which is so exciting. But if you are very familiar with embroidery, you'll also love this machine because it has a lot of those high-end features that you're probably used to in an embroidery machine you already have. So fantastic machine all around. Let's talk about, so you can see it's pretty compact. It only weighs 20 pounds, very easy to move. I store it on a shelf when I'm not using it. And if you want to use it as a travel machine, it's great for that as well. And it only measures about 28 inches, so compact. If you're thinking, I don't have room in my sewing room, you might have room. 28 inches, it's not that much space, right? And you could store it away when you don't need it. Just saying, you can figure it out. Okay, so included hoops. Out of the box, you get 2 hoops. You get your 5x7 hoop, which is a great standard size, good for a wide variety of projects, lots of different stitch outs. And then you get the incredible 6x10 frame, okay? This is almost, what I love to say is that this is almost as big as the machine itself. So I have always been impressed that this machine can stitch 6x10 maximum embroidery area for such a compact little machine, right? And so 6x10 will do a whole jacket back, right? I did this whole jacket back with the 6x10 frame. This is one of the included designs, the zebras. And it stitches at 850 stitches per minute. So this stitched out in about an hour. So imagine taking a jacket that's maybe a little tired, it doesn't excite you anymore, adding this big, beautiful embroidery to the back and making it something special again. That's what I love. I'm super passionate about that kind of thing because that keeps our clothing interesting. It keeps it out of donation bins, out of the landfill, right? So this is an excellent sustainability tool, right? Upcycling. So that 6x10 frame, you could go this way too. You see how much of that jacket back gets covered. It's really, really cool. Thank you. So you can also buy an optional 4x4 frame if that's the size that you like to use. It will be compatible with this machine. And another optional hoop that I always love to show, because also this frame, the 6x10 and this 5x7 magnetic that I'm going to talk about, I use these on my XP, on my Luminaire. These are compatible with other machines as well. This 6x10 frame I love so much that even if I'm not stitching something out on my 1700E, I will use it in my other machines. And this one, absolutely, I use in my other machines. I use it probably the most out of all of my frames for my flatbed machines. This is the 5x7 flat magnetic frame. And we say flat because you see how it kind of just disappears when I turn it on its side. It is extremely flat. It has 6 magnets around the sides. They are very easy to remove and pop back on. And we love our magnetic frames because they don't leave any hoop burn on your projects and they are super strong, right? So if I just hold this, see how my project is not moving at all in that frame? Those 6 magnets hold really beautifully. And then the flat part comes in handy because it slides right under my presser foot. You can see I'm not raising my presser foot. I don't have to like hold the presser foot up while I insert the hoop. It just slides right under the presser foot without any fuss. And I love that. Anything that makes my life easier, right? So this is the 5x7 flat magnetic frame, optional accessory with this machine. Even if you're not thinking of getting this machine, great optional accessory for other brother embroidery machines. It's compatible with a lot of them. And I use it all the time, all the time. So out of the box, you get the 5x7 frame, the 6x10 frame, you're ready to go. There are 258 built-in embroidery designs on this machine. So again, you plug it in, you don't need a computer, you don't need to buy extra designs. You can create so many beautiful things just with the 258 built-in embroidery designs on the machine. There are also 13 built-in fonts. So if you like to do monogramming or personalization, you have 13 fonts that are built in. Don't have to buy extra stuff. It's all right there for you. So let's take a look at some of those. I'm going to switch my camera over here. So here's our machine screen. This is a color touchscreen, of course. And this is the home screen. When you turn on the machine, this is what's going to show. And these are all of our embroidery design categories. So the first category here, select it. There are subcategories to choose from. We have some seasonal designs. We have some buttonholes, buttonhole decorations. The crown category is where the newer designs live that are on this machine. So we do have our zebra design in the crown category there. We also have some fun llamas. Beautiful cat. Now notice as I'm touching these designs, it's previewing it for me in the embroidery area. It is also indicating at the top here which frames I can use for this design. And this machine has a really great feature called Embroidery Frame Identification View. If I go into my settings, I think I missed it at the beginning. Hold on. There we go. Embroidery Frame Identification View. If I turn that on, I'm going to tell the machine that I'm using my 5x7 frame, right? I love my magnetic 5x7 frame. So I'm indicating I'm using the 5x7 frame. I turned Embroidery Identification View on. And now the machine is going to gray out any of the designs that will not fit in the 5x7 frame. So I was talking about how this is a great machine for beginners. This is one of the huge reasons why. It will help you to know what frame you can use. And it just makes your life a whole lot easier. So anything that's still illuminated, I can use with my 5x7 frame. Anything that's grayed out, I know it's too big and I don't even have to look at that. As I'm browsing, it is also showing me the dimensions of each design. And if I press the preview key up at the top here, it's going to blow that design up even bigger. So I can take a closer look and I can select which frame I'm using and it will preview it kind of proportionally inside the frame. So I love all these little tools that make your life easier and are going to prevent you from kind of messing up your embroidery designs along the way. This machine is really going to help you. All right, so once we select a design, we are brought to our editing screen. And you can see the editing tools are laid out. It's plain English. You have your move tool. You have sizing. You can size up or down proportionally. It will go up or down by about 20%. You can rotate. You can rotate by 90 degrees, 10 degrees, and as little as 1 degree. And you can also change the thread colors. You can mirror, you can press add, and it brings you back to the home screen. Let's say I want to add my name underneath this. I can go into my font category. Here are the 13 different fonts that we have available to us. I can select one. It's going to show me the alphabet here. So I can type out my name. As soon as you start typing, you can choose between 3 standard text sizes, large, medium, and small. All I have to do is tap that key and it will switch over to medium. I'm using the arrows on the front of my machine here to move through to see more letters. I can enter multiple lines of text at once, And there are also tabs for numbers and symbols and special characters. So I have my name all done. I'm going to press set, and it drops it down into the embroidery area for me. Now I'm going to use my move tool, or I could just drag with my finger and drop it right underneath my cat there. And now I want those letters to match with one of the colors in my design. So I'm going to go into the color palette and see it's set to black. If I use the plus and minus thread key, the machine is going to move through all the different color blocks that are in my stitch out, and it previews each color block in the little preview window right there. So I can see the cat is reddish brown as well as deep gold, and it's showing me, and I have this set to the Brother embroidery thread palette, but there are other thread palettes for different thread brands built into the machine. So whichever one you use, you can set the machine to that specific thread brand, which is really cool. All right, so light brown is in here. So I think I'm going to change my text to be light brown. So I'm going to jump back to my text, and I'm going to use the arrows here to try and find my light brown. There it is. All right, so that is changed to light brown. I can press OK. And now we can move on to our second editing screen, which is really more like a placement screen. So now it's going to allow you to place your design in your embroidery area. And I have a demo set up to show you how I can, or how you can use all these placement tools to get really perfect placement on your embroidery projects. So first, I'm actually going to delete the cat. We're just going to use the text for this demo. So I'm going to go to End Edit. And now I have a nice little view here that splits. So this is my embroidery area of my machine, and I'm also showing you the machine screen right here. So I'm going to load in my frame. And I'll just show you before we start. I drew a little pocket inside of the frame, and I marked the center of the pocket. So for this demo, let's pretend that we want our text to go right above the pocket, and we want it to be centered above the pocket as well. So that is what I have in my frame. Loads in, it locks down with that little lever, really easy. Now on my screen, I am going to move the text until it's somewhat positioned near the top of that pocket. And you'll see the presser foot and the frame is moving as I move that text. So I'm just going to get it approximate. And I've done this a million times, so I'm really good at it. But I promise you, you can do it as well. So I'm going to lower the presser foot because that's going to allow me to see more clearly where the needle is. And I'm going to go into my trace tool here. This is going to give me 9 different placement points. So I'm going to choose the bottom center placement point, and that is going to, again, the machine moved so that now the presser foot is positioned where the bottom center of my text is going to land in my embroidery area. Now you can see it's below the top of the pocket. So I'm going to press OK. It's going to hold that position. And now I can use my move arrows to move it up until it's sitting right above my pocket. I can also drop the needle to see exactly if it's hitting my mark exactly or if it's a little bit off. It is a little bit off. Sorry if I'm blocking the camera. So I'm just going to scooch it over until it's right on that line that I made. Now to check, to make sure and double check that it's going straight across the top of the pocket and it's not looking crooked, I can go back into the trace tool and I'm going to select the bottom right corner and the bottom left corner, you can see the machine moves and traces the placement of the text, and it looks nice and straight across the pocket. So I love that placement tool. Super easy to use. Again, not such a steep learning curve for a beginner. You can really understand how that placement is working. Now, another one of the high-end features that I like is the advanced needle threading system. So I'm going to thread up my machine really quick at the top here. Oops. The threading directions are printed directly on the machine. So once you get the hang of threading it, you don't really have to even remember the path, even though it's pretty easy. So you will eventually remember the threading path, but it is printed right on the machine. So the final step here is to trim your thread on the side. There's a little trimmer. And then you have this lever here. I'm going to press down on the lever. You're going to see the presser foot lower, and the machine is going to thread my needle for me, okay? So I just press down, and it's threaded. And that is such a luxury, to not have to thread your needle. So I absolutely love that feature, and I think everyone else loves it too. I mean, if you don't have to thread your needle, why would you, right? So that's the advanced needle threading system. You just pull down that lever, it threads the needle for you, and you're ready to go. Also, the machine has the auto presser foot down function. So once I go to my final embroidery screen, the start button is going to turn green, even though my presser foot is not lowered. So I can start embroidering, and it is going to lower the presser foot for me and begin. Again, another silly little thing, but it's just one extra step that it eliminates for you, so you can do more. You can do more. You can do more projects. You can do more embroidery. Saves you time, right? So I'm going to let that stitch out, and while it's doing that, I wanted to also tell you guys that this machine is wirelessly enabled. So that means a couple of different things. One, it is, if you connect it to your home wireless network, it is going to let you know that there is an update to download for the machine. So that's really great because it's important to keep our machines updated, but we don't always think to check if there's an update available. So if your machine is connected to your wireless home network, it is going to alert you that there's an update available. You can go to the Brother Solutions site, download the update, and keep your machine running smoothly. You can also transfer your embroidery designs wirelessly. So if you have a PC, you can download Brother's Design Database Transfer. It's going to access the embroidery designs that are in your computer, whether you created them yourself or you bought them on a third-party site, and it is going to transfer them wirelessly to your machine. So there are still USB ports on the side of the machine if you prefer to transfer your designs that way. And if you are really into the wireless transfer, which I definitely am, it's so easy, you can transfer all of your designs with a click of a button, even multiple designs at once. I'll send a whole group of them over to my machine. It goes like that, and it appears in my wireless transfer pocket. This machine is not a Disney model, but that does not mean that you cannot stitch out Disney. So as most of you probably know, Brother has the license for Disney designs. So even though you don't have Disney designs preloaded on this model, you can purchase them on Brother's iBroidery. They have Star Wars, Marvel, all the Disney stuff, and you can purchase them on the Artsphere app as well and transfer them to your machine to stitch out. So I have a nice little Pooh Bear here I like to show. So purchasing Disney designs, you can still stitch them out on this machine. And our embroidery is done. So there's that 850 stitches per minute at work. And I got my name perfectly placed across my pocket. Now, we didn't totally get into the text editing, but there's a lot of text editing tools in there. You can curve your text. You can do multicolor text. I like to show this little romper here. I use kind of a lot of the editing tools. So I did use multicolor. I split up the letters in hello and I staggered them. And then I used the array tool to curve the sunshine. So put all those text editing tools to work. And I could never forget the fan favorite No Problema tea towel. This is one of the built-in llama designs, and I added some text on the bottom. Also, I can't forget to tell you, see, there's so many features of this machine that sometimes I forget to share some of them. One of the other high-end features this machine has is called color sorting. So I used color sorting in this sample because I matched the text color here with one of the colors that's in the llama design. It's pretty small, but you can see this kind of, I think it's called cornflower blue in some of the little llama parts. I used that same color down here. So instead of adding another color change, I used the color sort feature and it groups those like colors together and it eliminates extra color changes. Oh, such a good feature. My favorite feature, probably. So like I said, great machine for people who are advanced in embroidery and want to add a travel machine or an extra one so they could get more stitch outs done at once. Great machine for beginners because it really helps you every step of the way. Identify the frame, identify your embroidery design file size, all your color changes, stitches out so fast, and you can get started with this beautiful 6x10 frame. You might think I'm just getting started. I only want to start with a 4x4, and that's fine, but I promise you, you will outgrow the 4x4 frame size so quickly. So it is just really, really nice, if you can, to start with the 6x10 frame. And I know Blaine is going to have some great deals on this machine. And don't forget about the optional 5x7 magnetic frame. Again, if you're thinking, I'm just starting out, I don't need a fancy magnetic frame, maybe you don't need it, but you want it, okay? It is a beautiful frame. We love our magnetic frames. I think most of us who embroider wish that all of our frames were magnetic. Very, very easy to remove these magnets. They're nice and strong. They hold your project beautifully, and they work on like all different kinds of things like denim, really fluffy high pile stuff like baby blankets or toys. Incredible frame. So Jane, I will pass it back to you so you can tell everyone how they can get one of these. Good time.
26 minutes to exact. She is perfect. Look at that. Lights out. So excited. And then that color sort. Mwah, the chef's kiss, is that not?
Absolutely. Love that feature.
You love the llamas. I love the cats, but we love this machine, Sara. I want to tell everybody how to get it, but I want to tell everybody also, do not forget, Sara Vetser is presenting that virtual workshop for SMP Live, all about Artspira on January 8th. It's a 4-hour live event. Go to the SMP website for details. Sara, I'm loving the NQ 1700 and your presentation. You make it look so easy and so much fun.
It is. It's both. It's all of those things.
All of those things are wrapped up in a big bow. It could be underneath your holiday decorations and your tree and anything else you want to be giving gifts for. I think it's perfect. Sara, it's always so much fun to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Okay, everybody. Thanks, Sara. Wow. Sara Vetser and the Brother NQ 1700 embroidery machine. Let me tell you all about it. It's great for beginners. It is great for the advanced embroiderers. You can add that to your workspace and you can get all of your stitch outs done out of the box. You're getting those 2 hoops, the 5x7, and also the 6x10 to tackle all of those big projects, just like Sara mentioned. You can embellish, you can personalize. You've got 258 embroidery designs built into the machine. And oh my goodness, look at that Christmas pricing right there. $18.99, $19.99. That's amazing. Plus, you're getting the free BES blue embroidery and lettering software. That's a $410 value added to this price when you buy the machine. But you're going to call for more information, 800-401-8151. And that's not it, because Sara talked about the color sorting. Sara talked about the built-in design. She talked about the embroidery fonts. You've got that touchscreen LCD panel right up there on the screen. Can we put that right up for just 1 second? And that bright area to work on. I just want everyone to get another look at the Brother NQ 1700 embroidery machine. 800-401-8151. Kicking the day off with such a great product and a great deal. Thank you, Blaine.
Well, thanks, Jane and Sara. Great job as always. And you know what, Jane, Sara and I've talked about this machine. We feel like this machine is probably the most underrated machine in Brothers lineup, because it does so many things, and the price point's incredible.
The price point is incredible for what it does.
Yeah, it really is.
And I love, so she said, go big or go home. You're going to get tired of that 4x4 hoop or the 5x7. The 6x10, when I got my very first embroidery machine, it was a tiny hoop. And I was like, why? I like big, so yes, get the big hoops. I like big hoops. And also what's built in already and the ease of use with that LCD screen and color. It is an underrated machine. And she did a great job showing it.
Well, what's great about this machine, if everybody knows Brother, they make a 3700, which is a sewing and embroidery. This is just the embroidery side of that machine for a lot less money. So if somebody just wants embroidery, this is your baby right here. And
again, add that to if you're already advanced and you have your combo machines, and you want to just add embroidery only, get your stitch outs done while you're sewing on something else. And she made that point. That was another thing I toyed with in my very beginning of my embroidery journey. Do I want 2? Do I want a combo? Do I want one dedicated to embroidery? I love dedicated to embroidery.
All right, Jane. Well, hey, we're going to continue on.
Okay.
I'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Okay.
But we've got, we're going to talk all about the Moxie XL from Handi Quilter. And that is a 18-inch Moxie. And I'll tell you what, this is a fantastic machine. And we even have a more fantastic educator coming in. We have Christina Whitney coming in. Now, Christina was selected to be a member of the Handi Quilter Quilt Your Desire Inspiration Squad back in 2017 and has been featured in magazines, show programs, and she's even on the Handi Quilter truck on the side of it. They come out to San Diego and we put on big events with them, and we leave the truck sitting in the parking lot, and there it is, Christina's face up on the side of that truck. It's pretty awesome. She's also a member of many local quilt guilds and enjoys learning and improving her skills, and we are so happy she's here to share some of that learning with the rest of you and us. So y'all make a big SMP welcome to Christina Whitney.
Muted.
I think you're muted, Christina.
Not on StreamYard.
I think it's on your end.
Yeah, not on. Nothing yet.
Nothing. Okay, Christina, don't make me start telling jokes. Uh-oh, she's going to dance. She is part of the duo, the Foxy Moxie Dancers. So she is, one of the, we're missing Kim Sandberg right now, but Christina probably pulled a solo act out. All right, yeah, I think Christina, tell them it's muted on their side and it's not on StreamYard.
Not StreamYard, but check your settings, your audio inputs.
Their audio inputs on the settings or your mic packs or something. All right, so they're coming back to me. They disconnected. They're reconnecting. Let's bring Jane right back in. And so Jane, I know we always have a few little technical bugs here and there, but we overcome it. I know you're faking it.
Oh, you know me, Blaine.
I know. All right. So real quickly, while we're waiting on them, I've got to give a SMP news alert update.
Breaking news, breaking news.
Okay. So we talked about the discontinued Handi Quilter long arm 24-inch Forte yesterday. Remember?
Yep.
It was $15,995.
Yeah. And then
it comes with a 12-foot frame, comes with Pro Stitcher, brand new in box. We lowered the price down to $15,495, $500 lower. And somebody in the chat did say they called yesterday and they told them they couldn't finance it. We weren't going to finance it because we're selling it so cheap because financing is so expensive for us. But what I've decided to do, whoever out there who needs to finance it, we're going to finance it up to 48 months financing.
What? Blaine?
Okay. 48 months financing if you need to finance it. So that makes your payments, less than $350 a month to get this thing. 48 months, $15,495, and this is basically a $28,000 setup. So, all right, Jane, I think we got Christina's got audio. So let's go all the way over to Utah through the virtual world, and we'll see you back here in just a second, Jane. Yay. Hey, Christina.
Can you hear me now?
We have you loud and clear. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Love your sweater, by the way.
Thank you. I felt a little left out the couple past days, and I'm going to be working on a Christmas tree project today, so I thought I'd wear my Christmas tree today.
Oh, it looks great. Love the backdrop you have. So we're going to let you take it away because I know we a little delayed there, and we'll see you back here in about 20 minutes.
Perfect. Thanks, Blaine. Okay, I am here with our Moxie XL, so I'm going to pull it over a little bit so you guys can see this. It is an 18-inch throat space long arm quilting machine. 18 inches is a lot of space. I can go from all the way back here, bringing it all the way forward. So I'm able to stitch in about approximately 12 inches of space. See how much space I can cover there? Fantastic. Okay, let's talk about a couple of the other features that come with this machine. It has lighting that's built in. It's LED lighting, which is great. And one of the best parts is that it can be adjusted. So right now I've got all the lights turned off. I'm going to go ahead and turn them up, and you can kind of see there how it starts lighting up that space. So for filming purposes, and so I don't blind you guys when I stitch, I'm going to go ahead and turn that lighting off. But that is a fantastic feature on this Moxie XL. You might have noticed that I was pushing some buttons on this little screen, and that is our touch screen where all of our controls are. So that is a very nice feature. You don't have to toggle through using handlebar buttons like you do on some of the other machines. So Moxie XL, large throat space, color display, and you also have the ability to change to different feet. So yesterday we showed you the micro foot. Today I've got a different foot on that I'll show you guys in a minute when I start doing some of the stitching. But there's a variety of different feet that you can use depending on what kind of stitching you're going to be doing. So that is great. It also has a little magnetic spot right here where my scissors can just stick right on there. Fantastic. And so you're not losing your scissors all over the place like I tend to do. Let's see, the stitches per inch. You have the option to choose between 4 stitches per inch all the way up to, 18 stitches per inch. And so you can do little tiny stitches or you can do big stitches, just depending on what kind of project you're working on and what the look is that you're going for. Okay, so that's the machine. You might be saying, well, what comes with the machine? So the machine comes with pretty much everything that you're going to need to start stitching. It comes with the frame, and right now we've got this one set up on the 8-foot loft frame. You can also get a 2-foot extension to make it a 10-foot frame, and that can quilt up to 108 inches wide. So you can get a lot of quilt done in a small amount of space. If you are concerned about space, though, it can also come on our little foot frame, which is a hooping system, and that can do any size quilt that you want. So that is another great option that you can get with this Moxie. It also comes with a standalone bobbin winder because these machines go through a lot of thread. We do use the M-class bobbins, which are a larger bobbin, so that you're not having to change that as frequently. So the bobbin winder comes with the machine, so you can make your own bobbins. You can also purchase pre-wound bobbins from different thread companies. You will also receive, it just keeps on getting better, it's like Christmas. You get a little fun box. It's our accessory kit, and it comes with all sorts of fun things in it. So let me go ahead, I'm gonna open this up. We can see what's inside. And we've shown you this week already, so I'm just gonna do a quick brief overview. But you get a packet of different threads. And I'm gonna dump these out so that we can see them a little bit better. La la la, maybe. Okay. Got it stuck in there. Okay, so it comes with a variety of different threads that you can try on your machine. It also has some pre-wound bobbins there. And these machines are fabulous because they can use any type of high quality quilting thread. So we've got some here that are cotton, some that are polyester. We've got trilobal, which is similar to your embroidery threads with that shine. And we also have, let's see, this is a Fantastico. It's a variegated. So lots of fun threads there that you can play with when you get your machine. So I'm gonna move those out of the way there. And we'll swap back to that other camera. There we go. Okay. Now here's a really fun thing. You get a yard of fabric with this, and it's got this grid print on it. And you also will get a paper that comes with it that has some different design ideas. Because I don't know about you, but when I try something new, sometimes I'm a little bit intimidated. So having some instructions and some boundaries is usually pretty helpful for me. So that is what this is for. You will also get a piece of paper stuck in the box. There we go. Okay. Getting started guides, but then the fancy stickers that you can decorate your machine with. Okay, so that's just a few of the things that are in the kit. You'll also get all your tools that you need: oilers, needles, pins for pinning onto the leaders, extra bobbins, all the stuff that you're going to need to get quilting, except for the backing and the batting. That you will have to provide. Okay, let's set that out of the way. Oh, it's hard doing this with one person. I don't have my buddy to hand stuff off to. We're going to have fun with it, though. Okay, another thing with the Moxie XL and all the Handi Quilter machines, they do come with a warranty. And that is, the time frame depends on if it's mechanical or if it's the casting, things like that. Okay, so when you purchase your machine, you can check with Blaine, and he can give you all of that information. Another thing that all of our machines come with that some people don't realize is that you get education. Okay, so when you get your machine set up, you get training from your retailer. Your retailer is going to be the #1 person that you go to. So Blaine, you could be calling that shop, and they will be able to help you out with your questions. If, however, you can't get a hold of them or you need some more information, you can always call Handi Quilter, and you can also go onto the website and send in a support ticket, and we'll get that information to you, what you're needing. Okay, in addition to that, Blaine mentioned in the introduction that they do events at their shop, and the truck comes. And I do have to say, I am a little bit sad, but I'm no longer on the truck. They got a new truck and put a new wrap on, so my face is no longer going across the country. So instead, I want to go across the country and teach and have some fun with that. But anyway, those trucks go, and you can do events at SMP, and you can also go to different quilt shows. A lot of times the national shows will have machine rooms set up where you can take classes. And Kim and I also do our watch and learn show. So every Tuesday we have a new video that comes out. So lots and lots of education there. We don't want you to buy the machine and then just feel like, oh, they've got my money, they're done helping me. We're here to support you and keep you going with these machines. Okay, so that's what comes with the machine. We can also do some add-ons. So I'm going to play with some of the add-ons today and do some stitching. So first thing I'm going to play with is a ruler base. So I'm going to put that on my machine over here. It's probably going to go off screen here. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to set this over the top. And again, this ruler base is an additional purchase. Pop it into place. And now I have extra space there. So as I'm doing ruler work, it's not going to have my ruler do this, whee, because that could happen. Okay, along with the ruler work, you might notice that I have a foot on here. It's called our Sure Foot, and it is a higher profile than our regular foot that comes with the machine. Let me see if I can show you the difference between the two. Okay, the foot in my hand is the one that comes with the machine, and the Sure Foot is the one that you use for rulers. And you can tell it's taller there so that the ruler doesn't have any issues going over the top of the foot. Okay, next thing you need to have to do some ruler work with these machines is an actual ruler. Today I'm going to be playing with our Wiggle Wave. That's a fun ruler. And I just now realized that I put some handy grip on this ruler. It's like little sandpaper almost that sticks on there to help hold my ruler in place. And I put it on the wrong side of my ruler. So I will fix that after the live. But I'm going to come over to this section right here. And you may notice that I've already marked a grid. I just used a stencil and a water-soluble pen. And I am going to do a design. So we've been gradually working on this tree. And hopefully we'll get it done before Christmas. So let me bring up my bobbin thread. I like to do a couple little tie-offs in place there. Okay, now I want to hold my ruler in place, and I'm going to stitch along the edge of the ruler. So cool. Let's see if we can add on to this design. So I'm going to come over here, just get my ruler in position, and continue stitching around. Okay, shifting my ruler again. And I'm just going to travel along the edge of my tree until I get to where I need to go. How's that looking? Thanks, Lily. Kind of quiet in here. Oh, that one I didn't move up quite far enough, but okay. We're just going to come over here. I'm just going to add a little piece there. And then come down and get this last section. This handy grip is really helping me out to keep the ruler where I need it to be. Okay, I'm going to do one little section down here, and I think we'll have that part of the tree done. Okay, I'm going to just do a couple little tie-off stitches, bring up my bobbin thread so that I don't have to climb underneath and cut that bobbin afterwards. Okay, up. So that's just one design that you can do with the ruler. And again, it's got that water-soluble marking on it. So after I'm done, I can just spritz it with the water and those markings will go away and you will not even ever see those again. So that is something that you can add on to the Moxie XL. Ruler work is great. Free motion is great. You can also do panographs or quilting from the back of the machine. That is an additional purchase. But the ultimate purchase, as we like to say, is the Pro Stitcher Lite. So we've got a Pro Stitcher, which is our computerized robotic system, and you can add that to any of the Handi Quilter machines, except for the stationary machines. Those do not do computerized. But you can definitely add the Pro Stitcher Lite to the Moxie XL, and you will have fantastic results. Okay, so yesterday we did have a request for some holly leaves. So I am going to stitch out some holly leaves, but I want to show you, I'm going to change feet again so you can see how easy it is to change the feet. And I'm going to use that same foot that I did use yesterday. It's called the micro foot. Okay, I'm going to try to keep my hand out of the way so you can see what I'm doing, but no guarantees. Okay, so I'm going to lift that up, drop the foot down, take the new foot, slide it under, and then I'm going to use the Allen wrench to tighten this down. Okay, so that's how easy it is to change feet. And while I've got my feet out, I'm just going to show you real quick some of the other feet. We've got our Glide Foot 3 that all of the machines can use. And if you ever do get the Pro Stitcher Lite, you will definitely want to have this foot. This is a great foot for any kind of all-over designs. It's especially helpful if you have a quilt top that might have some little popping seams because it won't get caught in that. So this is a fantastic foot. We also have square feet. That's a set of 2. And those are fun if you're doing some stitching on the machine, like jelly roll races or binding. Those are great. We have our echo feet. And we might play with these tomorrow. We'll see how we're feeling. So it's kind of hard to hold those so you can see them perfectly. There we go. Okay, so 3 different sizes. And yesterday we mentioned the couching feet. There's a set of 3. I only have 1 here right now, but they're different sizes. This is the foot that I used to put the yarn down. So this foot, the yarn goes through that foot and then it just stitches. Right as I'm stitching along with my regular thread, it's stitching the yarn onto the fabric. So that's a lot of fun to play with. Okay, you saw the Surefoot earlier when we did the ruler work, and then this other one is our micro foot. And I'm going to play with that one for just a little bit. So let me get these others out of our way. And I'm going to pull up a stool to sit on. And we're going to come down to this block right here. And we're going to do some free motion Christmas holly, because we are in the Christmas spirit. Woohoo! Okay, I have to think through my stitch path for a second. A lot of times when I'm doing something like this, I actually take my finger and I draw the design with my finger so that I know where I'm going. And we're just going to have fun. I am going to change the speed of my machine up just a little bit. And here we go. So I'm going to just do a couple little holly berries. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Add a little vein. And I'm going to travel up just a little bit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And vein. Maybe add some little berries. Travel up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Add a little berry. And you can see this is very tiny. As I get to the bigger spaces, we'll be able to enlarge them and stretch them out a little bit. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Little berries. Traveling up. I'm going to go ahead and do one here. 1, 2, 3. Add a little berry or 2. I mentioned earlier that the blue markings will go away. So if I go off my line, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, My favorite part about this is that in nature, things are not perfectly symmetrical, right? So I'm not going to worry if my leaves are not perfect. I'm actually going to try to make them not perfect. Gives it that organic feel. Traveling up, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's travel, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And yes, I like to talk to myself as I'm stitching. Helps me remember my path. And I could even travel back down if I want to make the spine a little bit thicker. Okay, let's pull up that bobbin thread. Move that out of the way. Maybe. Sorry. Okay, so we did some little Christmas designs right there. How fun is that?
They love them.
They love them? Okay, do we have any suggestions of something else that they would like to see in one of the other sections?
Candy canes, snowflakes, stars,
Ooh.
swirls.
Stars, swirls, snowflakes. Okay, let me think through this. I'm going to bring a marking tool over here so I can try to think of my path. Okay, I think we got it. I'm going to do this section over here. We're going to do some snowflakes. And I'm going to do the easy version because this is a live video. Okay, I'm going to start just by coming down, and then I'm just going to do some straight lines to create a snowflake right here. Traveling down, and then travel over. I'm going to start another one. Travel up. And you can space these as frequently or infrequently as you like. Let's travel down. And you can make them as big as you like. Over. I kind of get in my quilting bubble and I could just keep on going, but I'm sure that Blaine and Jane would like me to talk about some more fun stuff. So I'll finish this row and then, whoops, got a little crazy with that one. Okay, how's that looking? Does it look like snowflakes?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll finish that up in a little bit. I'm gonna, we have a question. Okay, what is the question? Okay, the question is, I'm so proud of myself. I remember to repeat the question. I never remember to do that. Can Moxie XL have only Pro Stitcher Lite or can it have Pro Stitcher Premium? The answer to that is it will only run with Pro Stitcher Lite. The difference between the two, Pro Stitcher Lite is just a little bit simplified version of the Pro Stitcher Premium. It comes with about 300 designs compared to the other one that's about, I believe, about 1,000 designs right now. It comes with the ability to use Pro Stitcher Designer, whereas Pro Stitcher Premium actually comes with that software that's about a $600 value. The price difference, though, between the two, the Pro Stitcher Lite is significantly less money than the Pro Stitcher Premium. So that's the main difference. When we teach Pro Stitcher classes, we don't differentiate between the two different machines for classes, but in the class we'll be like, okay, so we're doing this one section, there's this one tool that we're going to be using. That tool is not available in Pro Stitcher Lite, so this is how you would work around that. But very, very few actual differences in how the program works. So hopefully that answers your question. Did we have any other quick questions?
Is it better to get the Amara or the Moxie?
Is it better to get the Amara or the Moxie? Well, there's a lot of variables with that. It depends on how much space you want to use, what you're going to be using the machine for, and probably the biggest thing is going to be the cost. If you have the ability to get the Amara, my feedback that I get from our customers is I've never had a single person come back and say, oh, I wish I'd gotten a smaller machine. It's usually the other way around. So they would have rather gotten the larger machine. So pros and cons to all of them. You have to kind of pick and determine what is going to be needed for your life. If you are planning to quilt for hire, I would definitely recommend getting the largest machine you can. Okay?
People say thank you so much for the demo.
Oh,
It was a great demo.
excellent. You guys are so welcome for the demo. I do want to mention also the cleaning and maintenance is very minimal for these. Each time you change your bobbin, you clean out the bobbin case, put a drop of oil in, and that's all that you have to really do besides keeping it away from the dust. So, okay. I don't know if we're going back to Jane or if we're going to Blaine, and I love that your guys' names rhyme.
Hey, you got me.
Did you add lights to your outfit, or were those on
Did you
earlier?
see it? Can y'all see them? Can you see my lights flashing?
Oh, yep, I can see the flashing now. Oh,
They're-
now you're one-upping me. I'm going to have to wear flashing lights tomorrow.
Yeah, I had to.
I don't have any of
I saw your sweater. I was like, I got to do something. I got to up my game. So I got some flashing lights now to go with my outfit. I've got the
Perfect.
tuxedo going on,
Exciting.
all the Christmas stuff. So yeah, I've got a lot going on mine.
I'll try
right,
to
well,
do better
Christina,
tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much. Great job as usual. And we'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Blaine.
All righty. So everybody, let's tell you a little bit about that Moxie XL from Handi Quilter. Now, this is an 18-inch throat space on this. And I tell you what, this machine is just loaded up. But look at the price, everybody. $59.95. That is just for Countdown to Christmas. This is a call-in special. Moxie XL 18-inch long arm. You're going to get your choice of frames on that too. I think we have either an 8 or 10-foot frame that you can get with it. Again, great price on this. And, you know, I think Christina said it great. You know, you're never going to be complain about going to a bigger machine. You're never going to say, I wish I'd have got a smaller one. But again, fantastic price on this. And you getting, 10-year warranty on this. It is loaded up. You're going to get full support from Sewing Machines Plus on this. We know quilting machines better than any dealer out there, and we're going to be able to help you get this set up and run perfect, and we're going to give you support. This thing is loaded up too with features, and you're getting that actually it comes with the loft frame, doesn't it, Kyle?
I believe so.
Yeah, the loft frame. So it's an 8-foot loft frame that it comes with. So anyway, if you got any questions about this, you can, if you're on the website, you can just type in Moxie XL in the search bar, go to that product page and look at it. We got live chat agents, so it'll pop up. You can talk to them if you have any questions, and they can even help sell it to you on the website. If you want to give us a call and you have questions, it's 800-401-8151 is the number. All of our salespeople can really answer all your questions for you and help you out. We do have financing available for this machine, and we're going to ship it free right to your doorstep. So you can't beat that. And again, look at the price on that. $59.95 is a great price for an 18-inch long arm. All right, so let's bring Jane back in.
That's a great price right there.
It is.
I feel like
And
I need blinking lights.
I got a news alert update.
Okay, breaking news.
Breaking news. Are you ready?
Yeah, it better be breaking, Blaine.
The Forte's gone.
It's gone. The financing worked. Amazing.
I knew it would go, and so
Wow.
I'm not going to say the person who bought its name in case she doesn't want anybody to know, but I just want to tell her thank you for jumping on that, and she got a smoking deal on it, and I know she's extremely happy right now.
Yeah, today was the day for her. That's fantastic. Now, when that deal was going down, did they call you like, Blaine, we did it? Or were you on the phone with her?
I didn't. They didn't call me, but they called the call center and they took care of them over there. And we're going to get that thing. Hopefully, they'll get it shipped out today to her. So hopefully,
Awesome.
they're going to get it out fast. I know we got lots of orders. If it doesn't go out today, hopefully it'll go out tomorrow, but they're going to get it to her. She'll have it in time, so she'll be quilting before Christmas.
Good job, SMP Nation. Good for you.
All right, Jane, we're going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in a little bit.
Sounds great. Thank you, Blaine. Okay, everybody, let's keep it going. Oh, you know what? Our friend has been with us the last 3 days. She started on Cyber Monday. She was here on Countdown to Christmas Day 1, and she is back for Countdown to Christmas Day 2. It is Jennifer Gigas with RNK and a Floriani bundle. Now, Jennifer presented this bundle to us, and I am over the moon about it. She is an expert in sewing and embroidery. She has been sewing for over 25 years. She's a total pro. And you know what? She's primarily self-taught, like a lot of us in sewing and embroidery, and she enjoys sharing what she knows with you. And there are few types of sewing that Jennifer doesn't love. So put your hands together. A big SMP Nation welcome for Jennifer Gigas. Hi, Jennifer.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm real good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So inquiring minds want to know if Blaine drove through San Diego traffic dressed that way today, or whether he...
We're going to have to ask you. Inquiring minds want to know, did Blaine drive through traffic in his big old truck in that outfit? We will find out at the end of this segment, Jennifer. Good question. I love it so much.
For those of you that have been watching the last couple of days, we threw stabilizer on the floor. I came in this morning and the quilt had started to come down. So there are no guarantees as to whether or not it stays up behind me through today's presentation.
And if it just starts peeling and you hear it, just let it fall. Yeah, I mean, it's
let it go.
Yeah,
we're not even worry about it. Yeah,
it's okay. We'll staple it up later. Okay, I love this bundle, so I'm gonna let you get to it. I'll see you in 25 minutes or so.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much. So good morning, afternoon, whatever time of day it is for those of you that are with us virtually. I'm super excited to be here. Give me an opportunity to talk about products that I love, and I could stay with you all day long. So what we have assembled here is a grouping of what I call my 12 favorite holiday items. Now, I use the term 12 loosely. You'll see that some of the items, the individual items, actually include more than one item. So for example, we're going to start off with our fall and winter trending thread colors. It is 10 beautiful spools of Floriani embroidery thread. And for those of us that embroider, hopefully you are familiar with the Floriani thread brand. Floriani is the name that means beautiful embroidery. It is a high tensile strength thread, which means fewer breaks throughout. It is color fast. It can be laundered repeatedly. So if you are embroidering for young ones in your life or projects that will be used in the kitchen, that kind of thing, then you can embroider with confidence. And this thread is also fantastic for free motion quilting. So for any of you who are taking advantage of any of the machine specials that are going on during the countdown to Christmas, this is great thread to use. I use it in my long arm. I use it in my domestic machine. I use it in my multi-needle embroidery machine. It is absolutely amazing and very, very beautiful. So that 10 spool thread set is part of the bundle. But not only do you get these 10 spools, we also are including an additional 25 spool sampler set. So those are random colors. They are all beautiful, and they are all still that high tensile strength, very, very shiny, beautiful Floriani thread that you have come to love or will come to know and love. So in addition to the threads, as you are stitching your holiday projects up, you're going to need to have some stabilizer on hand, and we can never have enough stabilizer on hand and in our stash. So this is the Floriani No-Show Fusible Mesh. So fusible mesh, we're going to open it today. We haven't done that yet. Maybe we're going to open it today. It's a good thing we have some tools and scissors here. For those that have not worked with a mesh style product before, it reminds me a little bit of like a paper toweling. I love this because for me, it's my go-to stabilizer. It works beautifully on light to medium weight wovens. It also works beautifully on knit fabrics. Because it is a fusible stabilizer, you're going to adhere this to the back of your fabric. If it's a knit fabric, that's going to prevent the knit from stretching while you're embroidering. And it's also going to hold all of your layers together so that it's one less piece to be dealing with or worrying about as you're hooping your projects. For those of you that quilt, I also like this stabilizer if I'm doing an applique project and I want it to look like a needle turned or finished applique. So imagine we want to applique circles on something. I would sew my circle through my fabric and my stabilizer, put a little clip down through the back of the stabilizer, turn it right side out, and it's going to bring those raw edges right around and give me a beautiful finished edge to then applique in place using a blanket stitch at my sewing machine, or even a little top stitch maybe. So that takes care of our stabilizer. Now, good things come in small packages. Think of those jewelry boxes, for example. And so in the jewelry size box, we have the Floriani Fun Fabulous 20th Anniversary Commemorative Design Collection. Whew, that was a lot of words. The USB stick in the package contains 20 design collections spanning the last 20-ish years that Floriani has been available in the States. And so this USB stick contains multi-file formats, and for those that don't have any embroidery software at all, there is a Storter embroidery software program that's available as well. And so this is a $1,300, over $1,300 value. Lots of designs in there to get you started with your holiday stitching or your year-round stitching. If you are a new machine embroiderer, this is a great bundle to get you started. It has a little software, it has some thread, it has some stabilizer, and not only will you receive in your small jewelry size box the 20th Anniversary Design Collective, but also in that bundle is one of my favorite beginning software programs, and this is the Floriani Rainbow Customizing Software. With this software, you're able to open up designs, convert them to different formats for the machine that you happen to be using. Resize the design, recolor the design. We are often asked, how can I convert my thread colors from brand X to Floriani thread colors? In your Rainbow software, you can open the design up and do that automatically. You can also, and this is something I always go to, is you can print out templates of your design. So you can audition your design on your project before you stitch it out so that you know it's going to end up in a flattering location, perhaps on your sweater, your sweatshirt, your jacket, whatever it is that you're stitching. So what else does the Rainbow software do? Sort of its claim to fame is taking a design that has 1, 2, 3, it doesn't really matter, but let's say it's a single color design, and we want to add some additional colors. We want it to have more of an ombre type effect. So this can be done in one step, one operation. There are some built-in color profiles to work with. You can adjust how much of each color you want to see. So many different ways to take a design and to recolor it without having to do it either one color at a time, or as in the case of this design that is a one color design, it's going to automatically add color stops in there for you. So here we can play with just color variations. So rather than adding additional color stops, because our design started with multiple colors, maybe we want to see how it looks in just a totally different color family. Okay, so different colorway by using your color play tool in your Rainbow software. You can take existing lettering and create that ombre effect, maybe just in the lettering itself, and leave the main portion of the design as it was. You can also go in and play with, I love text and playing with text and fonts. So here we have one of the, there are 7, I believe 12 new font, scripty style fonts in the Rainbow software so that you can personalize and customize all of your holiday projects. Here, that ombre effect has been added. So we've got those beautiful purples, navies on into greens with this rendition of the design. or you can go very bright. And all of this is done without having to go one color or one section of the design at a time. Now, I gravitated personally towards machine embroidery because I love personalizing, adding lettering, adding text to a project. And so here you can see one of the large alphabets that is included in the Rainbow software. Here are the rest of the letters from this particular alphabet. And there are 7 of these large scale, beautiful, elegant lettering styles that are included in your Rainbow software. Because these are native to the software itself, you can adjust the size. You can make them a little smaller, you can make them larger so that you get exactly the look that you are after. I love that mix and match for something like the pillow that we have here, where the fancy pants lettering is used for, the first letter in the text, and then one of the beautiful scripty alphabets is used for the smaller lettering in the text. There's also, this is another one of the fancy pants fonts that's included in the Rainbow software. Now, for those of you that are a little bit more experienced embroiderers, if you look in this area, this is a great place to add mylar or heat set vinyls to give it just an additional little sparkle for the holiday. So my favorite color is sparkle or glitter. So I think that would be a great one to use with any of these beautiful threads, and then add a little mylar touch. This alphabet, I'm seeing this in ready to wear all over the place, where we're using that Letterman style applique. So think of this done, maybe it says ho 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 or holly jolly, or you might want to put a grandchild's name here in the using the fuzzy feel font. And then this could be something that is appliqued on a project for a holiday gift. The shadow alphabet is another beautiful applique style lettering that's included in your Rainbow software. And then the cosmic style is what we see here on the pillow, on the Let It Snow pillow. And I totally don't mean that. It could never snow and I would be happy. But we'll think about how beautiful it could be if we're looking at it from afar. So that's done with the cosmic font that's included in your Rainbow embroidery software. Now, as we're stitching up some of these designs, or as we are in our studios, we're sewing, we're quilting, we're embroidering, it's always nice to have, there's a couple of those tools that you just want to have at your disposal, at your fingertips. You pull them out all the time. So my embroidery perfection tape, this is a spool of pink reusable adhesive. And so this is great for holding things in the hoop if you are maybe hooping your stabilizer, not your fabric, and you want to tape that fabric in place, or taping your applique fabrics in place if you're doing stitch in place or trim in place applique. I also really like this if I am doing rows and rows of channel quilting. I'll use my pink tape to mark my first row of stitching and let my walking foot ride right along that tape. Then I can just pull the tape off later, and I don't have to worry about removing marking from my project. I've also been known to write on my tape. And so if I were doing something like this quilt behind me, and I've laid out my blocks and I'm ready to take them to the machine, I'll put row 1, and I'll probably put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that when I get to the machine to stitch, I don't accidentally get my blocks out of order. So it works really well for multiple purposes. It's pink, it's pretty, it sticks, it's removable. Now, as I am working from machine to machine, it's also helpful to have some good cutting tools in place. And this is the Floriani toolkit. And inside the kit, we're going to take these out and place them on the white. I think it'll be a little easier for you to see. We have a set of snips. Everyone needs snips, right? These are those little scissors you're just going to keep beside the machine so you can trim those random jump stitches or long stitches that might be left when you pull that thread up to the top when you get ready to start free motion quilting or stitching. You want something handy to snip away that extra little bit of thread. a pair of very fine tipped tweezers. These are great for those of us that work with overlock machines. They are also very handy for reaching up underneath if you have a little thread tangle or snarl. That may not happen to any of you at home. I find that it happens, a little bit more frequency than I would like. They're great for if you work with sequins or beads or heat set rhinestones. These are great for picking them up and positioning them. So great little piece to have in there. My mini applique scissors, and they have a bent handle so that I can slide it down into the hoop if I'm using them for machine embroidery. That nice fine tip is going to make it very easy to get into maybe tighter areas on more detailed applique pieces. My curved trimming scissors, and so again, these are going to go nicely down into the hoop for trimming away when we're embroidering. And then the fine tipped snipping trimming scissors. I love these not just at the machine, but I do a lot of hand embroidery or handwork in the evenings. And so these are a nice pair to keep beside if you are an English paper piecer, for example, or if you're doing wool style embroidery, these are great to keep handy by to trim all of those little threads and bits out. So these are part of your bundle as well. Now, I think I forgot to mention it yesterday. So if you're here today, you're getting the bonus information. Everything that I'm showing you today also comes in a little, a handy tote bag so that you can put everything in here. And if this is for a gift, you can add a bow and be done. Or I think Jane suggested yesterday, that if you're going to a lot of gift exchanges, this is your gift exchange bundle. And if it were me, when she tells you what the price point is at the very end, I would be inclined to get two, one for me and one for giving. Right? And you still are going to be far ahead of the game. So we have we have our scissor kit or our tool kit, and then we also are including, this is relatively new to the Quilter Select family, the 28 millimeter rotary cutter. I love this guy for smaller, if I'm going around curves in particular, or if I just need to do a quick cut. I tend to keep my stabilizer on my cutting table and I just roll it out, grab the rotary cutter and go. It's a little bit more efficient than picking up a pair of scissors and having to cut through the stabilizer. So I do love having my rotary cutter handy for that. Now, if you've not used a Quilter Select style rotary cutter before, one of the first things that you're going to notice is that it has a little bit of weight to it. And just like those items that come, those treasures that come in the small packages, I feel like a tool that has a little bit of weight to it, it feels to me like a quality tool, but it also has a job. The reason for that little bit of heft to the rotary cutter is so that, number one, it keeps my arm positioned ergonomically, right? Because that weight goes, oh, let's keep our hand here. But it also helps to move that blade through the fabric, because again, it has that bit of weight. Now, if you are a right-handed cutter, you're going to pick it up and use the cutter this way. If you're left-handed, you're just going to pick it up and use the blade this way, or use the cutter this way. All of the tools, the rulers, mats, rotary cutters in the Quilter Select family are made for ambidextrous use. So we have not forgotten about our left-handed crafters. So we also know that at 2 o'clock in the morning when we're stitching and we need a fresh blade, it's handy to have that as well. So that's part of your Christmas bundle. Okay, so we've got our cutting tools in place. And we need, of course, a place to cut so that we don't rotary cut down through our sewing surface. So this is, these are my 12, they were my 12 picks for my favorite of the Floriani and Quilter Select products. And every once in a while you come across one and you're like, you are really my ultimate favorite, but don't tell the others. This might be my ultimate favorite at the moment. And so one side is a rotary cutting mat in a beautiful teal blue shade, or aqua blue shade. It is numbered in both directions. So regardless of which side of the mat you happen to be working from, you're able to very quickly and easily cut. Now, the other side of the mat is wool. And I love this for multiple reasons. One of them is I've not come across a rotating cutting mat that I really, really love. Either they're a little stiff as you're trying to turn them, or they're too loose. But that wool will spin very easily on a traditional mat. So I use this as my rotating mat. I also use it. It's a 14-inch square, so it's a great one for squaring up most sizes of quilt blocks. It's a great one for travel to and from a class or a workshop. If I'm cutting, I do a lot of sampler projects, so I'm doing a lot of cutting and then moving things to my sewing machine. So I like that this is a nice handy size for that. So the wool, in addition to making a nice surface for turning the mat, is also great for pressing. So if I'm looking to get a nice flat seam, if I have a quilt block that has, these don't have too many points in them, that has a lot of bulk in an area, using the wool really helps to get a good flat press. It's also great for pressing your embroidery. When you are completed an embroidery project, it's a good idea to place it in something like a wool surface and give it a nice press from the back side to give you a nice flat finish. Now, speaking of embroidery, there are two types of embroiderers. There are those who do test embroidery stitch outs, making sure that the thread colors, that the stabilizer, the fabric, the design, that everything works together the way they wish it would. Okay, that we have testers, and then we have those who wish they tested. And so if you are in the I test my designs camp, then you may have a number of beautiful embroidered stitch outs that you are wishing that you had a use for. And so sometimes we make them into little zipper totes. Sometimes we stitch them together and make them into an embroidered quilt or table topper or something like that. So it's helpful to have rulers like the square it rulers. Now these come in two sizes, and the square it rulers are open in the middle. Think of it as almost like a ruler donut. And they measure, they're centering rulers from the inside. So they measure from the center out, and then traditional left to right measurements around the ruler. So you can place these and position them right over your embroidery and know that it's going to be perfectly centered, and then trim around either from the inside or from the outside. So again, these come in two different sizes. One measures an interior measurement of 6.5 inches square. The exterior is 8.5. Its companion is 5.5 on the inside and 7.5 on the outside. If you've not used Quilter Select rulers before, one of the key differences between a Quilter Select ruler and others that are out there is that the ruler has a non-slip coating across the entire surface. So when you place that ruler down on your fabric, it is not going anywhere. And particularly when we're doing something like trimming around an embroidered design, or we're fussy cutting our fabric, and maybe we only have so much of that fabric to go around, we don't want that ruler to go anywhere. So it is going to stay securely in place. The other advantage of using something like this when you're trimming around your applique or fussy cutting your fabrics, if you have embroidered or you have appliqued, or maybe it's a fabric that has some beadwork in it, you want to be able to position that ruler and eliminate the bulk on the inside so that the ruler is not teetering over that fabric. The other thing to notice is that the ruler is notched up into the corners. So as you're cutting with your rotary cutter, you're going to come right up just past the corner, just past the corner. So you get nice, crisp, clean cuts all the way around. So again, those come in the two sizes. All right, I believe, Miss Jane, that we have hit everything in this bundle. And I meant yesterday to mention it because you told the group at home, our viewers at home, what a great price point you had. But do they realize that this is a $2,000 bundle at retail? And so I say that not to scare you at home.
No, because the price is so good.
What the holiday special is, you are going to know this is a gift from Santa Claus for sure.
It truly is. It really is a gift from Santa Claus. I mean, that $2,000 value, I would say, isn't the 20th anniversary design collection of $1,400 value?
Yes, it is
as well,
and
right?
Yep. And the Rainbow software is I'm trying to remember, $129 value on its own. And
Yeah.
I feel like this
So much.
particular board is around $100. So yeah, there's quite a bit of value that's built into the package.
When we look at the price point, and I'm going to tell them that in a second, I do have to say, Jennifer, glitter and sparkle is also my favorite color, right? I say a day without glitter is a day wasted, friends, and we all know that.
It's a true story.
Okay, everybody. Jennifer Gigas, thank you so much for that bundle. Thank you for showing us all the things. So many things. I love it. And by the way, Becky Spencer says, those are nice items. How do you choose? Well, guess what? You don't have to choose. It's a bundle.
They're all in your bag.
All comes in a bag. Buy one for me, buy one for you.
That's right.
All right, Jennifer, thank you so much. Let me tell everybody how to get their hands on it. Okay, that is the RNK Floriani bundle. Jennifer Gigas did a great job of telling us all the things that are in it. Now, I do have to say, I saw a lot of questions going by. You know what? If you have a question, Jennifer didn't get to it, just ask in the chat at SMP Live, or the chat box is right there on the website. They'll answer all of your questions. Look at this price. Christmas pricing, $299.99. She just said that's a $2,000 value. You're going to call for more information. Don't forget, this is your 12 days of holiday bundle. You get the 10 fall winter Floriani thread colors, plus the additional 25 spools. You get the embroidery pink tape. You get the stabilizer, that fusible mesh. You get the rulers. Oh my goodness. You get the 20th anniversary design collective, the rainbow software, the Quilter Select rotary cutter, the cut and press board, which we love, the tool kit, and all of that comes in a reusable bag. You see it all there on the screen. I'm so excited. I will have to tell you this. The price is so good. You can't wait. If you're thinking about it today, there are only 10 left. That is breaking news. I know a lot of you bought them yesterday. I see that. I see it in the chat. But because there's only 10 left today, and I'm telling you, buy one for you, buy one to separate and give them out to all of your friends as different gifts, you might as well do this today, because they're going to fly off the shelves or out the door, I should say, because of that great pricing. Again, that is the RNK 12 days of holiday bundle. $299.99. Call for more information. That is a fantastic bundle. You don't want to miss out, because there are only 10 left. And you know what? There's one thing that we need to continue on with, and that is the question that Jennifer had for Blaine at the top of the show there. Blaine, are you driving around San Diego wearing that outfit with the hat and the blinking lights? I feel like you might be.
Well, you know, I went to Walmart early this morning. And I had 3 people come up and try to hand me money.
Because they thought you were collecting?
I guess.
Oh
they felt sorry for me. They wanted me to buy a different outfit, I guess.
Oh, no. You know what? I feel like you could be the mayor of San Diego, so you could do anything you want driving around, like, oh, it's Blaine, let him go.
Oh, that's funny. All right, funny. Jane, great job.
Thanks.
And great job for Jennifer. And
yeah.
Man, I tell you what, those things are flying off the shelves right now. Those bundle, that is a bargain. I'm telling you what, the price point is unbelievable for that. So
when I found out there was only 10 left, you got to get it, because they're gone. They'll be gone today.
Yep. All right. We'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Okay. All righty. So, hey, we're going to continue on, everybody, and we are going to bring Baby Lock in the house, and we're going to talk all about the Baby Lock Triumph, which is their top of the line surger. This thing is unbelievable. And we have our good friend, Melinda Stephenson, coming on. Now, Melinda, oh my gosh, you talking about talent now. Throughout her time at Baby Lock, Melinda, made an important discovery. She learned that people who sew tend to be smart, creative, and determined. And these people make a better place for the world. And, she tells me, she's been obsessed with sewing and design ever since her mom basically stopped sewing for her and forced her to start sewing. And she's been on our show many, many times through the years, and she is so talented, from embroidery to quilting to serging and sewing. And we always love Melinda coming on. So y'all make a huge SMP welcome for Melinda Stephenson.
Thank you so much, Blaine. I am so happy to be here, and I totally love your outfit. That is the happiest Christmas outfit I've ever seen.
Well,
Love
you
it.
know what? I think everybody, they thought I was collecting or something out in front of Walmart this morning. They were handing me money. Hey, got to ask you, have you started on your Christmas pajama project?
Well, that's going to happen tomorrow. Okay. So tomorrow I'm going to show you guys how to make those Christmas pajamas on the serger. It's really fun and it's really fast. So yes, I will start that tomorrow.
Awesome. So speaking of that, everybody, so you'll know, tomorrow's education session for a whole hour is Melinda, and she's going to talk about making those Christmas pajamas. So we got to give them the backstory. This is a Christmas tradition for you. You started making for your family, and through the years, the family has just keeps growing, and y'all usually get a picture made of everybody in their pajamas on the staircase. And
right.
It's crazy. Over the years, the pictures I've seen, it just keeps expanding.
That's right. We do. We expand every single year. We've expanded by 2 this year. So it just happens
So,
every year.
your work's going to be getting more difficult the longer this goes on.
It is, but thank goodness I have a baby lock serger. All right, because
There you go.
the baby lock triumph serger makes it happen so fast. So I'm going to show you guys all the fun things that you can do or a few of the fun things that you can do on this baby lock triumph.
There you go, Melinda. Well, hey, we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Blaine. Okay,
Alrighty.
I'm going to move my camera over to my serger so that we can start out on some of the cool things that this baby lock triumph does. Okay, so here we go. All right. So the baby lock triumph, let me change my microphone. Give me just a second here so that y'all can hear. Okay, there we go. Okay. Woo. All right. So one of the cool things about this baby lock triumph serger is that it's not just a serger, it's a cover hem machine also. And what I'm going to start out showing you is how to get the cover hem started. And I'm going to show you, I can't show you all the things you can do, but I want to show you a few of my favorite things that you can do on this cover hem. And after I show you how to do this, I'm going to go over to my cutting table and I'm going to show you what this looks like whenever I finish it. All right. So right now I have my machine set up for cover hem, and this is my belt loop binder. Now, it's called a belt loop binder, but in fact, what I actually use it for is making purse straps. And you're going to see how easy this happens, okay? So here we go. I'm just going to kind of slide it through. I have my little belt loop binder on here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch all the way down, okay? So here we go. Let me get this under just a little bit more. It's scary because this... There we go. Okay, it's under my needles. I can see that. So we're ready to serge. So I'm just going to kind of hold it. Let me back my camera up so that you can see I'm kind of holding this up a little, just a little bit. Okay, and we're going to pull it off the back of the machine so that you can kind of see what that's going to look like. Okay, let's pull it off. Let's give it a little cut. Little trim and see what that looks like. Okie dokie. Okay, see, that's what the front looks like. That's what the back looks like. And I have a purse strap. Okay, it's just that easy. All right, guys. The other thing that you can do with those purse straps is you can make them very narrow. Okay, so that's our 1.5 inch or 3/4 inch purse strap. And then we also have a little 3/4 inch purse strap. So the next thing I'm going to show you is what most people use the cover hem side of the serger for, and that is for cover hems. All right. So what that means is that if you happen to have on a t-shirt and you look at the hem of your t-shirt, you're going to see something that looks like what I'm getting ready to show you. Now, this is using a woven fabric, and it's super easy to create a hem. And so the reason it's called a cover hem is because what's going to happen is that this hem on the back is going to cover this raw edge, so that all you have to do is the cover hem. You don't have to do any kind of zigzag or anything like that on it, because this machine is going to take care of that. All right. So let me show you what that looks like. All right. I'm going to center my hem right here. And I'm just going to stitch straight down. Okay, and I'm kind of keeping it centered. Okay, here we go. Now, if I did it right, then what's going to happen is my hem is going to be covered by these stitches. So here we go. Let's look and see how it looks after I clipped it. All right, the front looks pretty good. And there's the back. I've covered all of my raw edges on this side of my fabric. So that's the cover hem for the woven fabric. Okay, so that's like if you're hemming your pants or you're hemming a skirt, super fast, super easy to get that done. And it does a really nice job of covering all of that raw edge. Okay, so now let's try another one. This time let's do knit, because I want to show you how easy it is to hem knit and what happens. Now, I don't know if any of you, I did this whenever I first started sewing. My daughter loved to wear knit dresses, but I had a really hard time with the hemming, because every time I hemmed it on my sewing machine, what would happen is that those stitches would break whenever she twirled or whenever she was playing on the playground and she stretched her dress. But look at what happens when I stitch using the cover hem machine. Okay, so let me give it another little clip over here. All right, and then you can see what that looks like. Looks nice, right? Front and back. But look what happens. I can stretch that just as far as possible. All right. So those are just some of the basic stitches that you can do on the cover hem side of your machine. Now, there are tons of decorative stitches, but I'm not going to show you those decorative stitches on the machine, but what I am going to show you is some of those decorative stitches on some projects. But before I do that, people always ask me, isn't it hard to change over from the cover hem to your serger? And what I'm going to tell you is that it just isn't that hard, because I'm getting ready to show you what that looks like. Okay, so all I'm going to do, I just cut my threads. I pulled my threads out. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to pull off this little table. This is called a sewing table. All right, so I'm going to pull that off. I'm going to replace it with my serging table. I'm going to make a couple of adjustments. I'm going to unlock my knife. I'm going to raise my upper looper, all right, so that those are going to work for me. The next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to change my needles, and that's super easy, all right. I'm going to pull this foot off because I like to take my foot off in order to change my needles. I just think it's a little bit easier. All right, so I'm going to take that one off, and then I'm going to take this one off because this is the cover hem side. And then I'm going to very quickly, very easily, I'm going to slide this into the serger side. Okay, and then I'm going to screw that needle in. Super quick, super easy. And then I'm going to grab my other needle, and I'm going to pop it into that needle holder. Okay, I've got it backwards, of course, because I'm trying to show you how to do it. All right, there we go. We're going to pop it into that needle holder. Let's screw it in. Not too tight. Okay, and then I'm going to come up here and I'm going to move my thread where it belongs. So you can see right here, it tells me where I need to put it. So I've got overlock needle 2. So I'll put my thread overlock needle 2, upper looper. I can put it in my upper looper. And then over here it says overlock needle 1. Okay. And then right here is my lower looper. All right. So all I have to do is just thread that through the antenna thread guide up here. And I'm going to do that. And then I'll show you how easy it is to thread the front of the machine. Okay. So I'm going to start it, and it doesn't matter on the Baby Lock serger. You can literally thread this in any order. So I'm just going to start out by threading my lower looper first. And this is so much fun, y'all. I love doing this. All right, so I'm going to put it in threading, roll my hand wheel toward me. I'm going to pull this down about to my thigh, so I've got a nice long piece of thread. And then I'm going to clip my thread. I'm going to put about a 1/2 inch into my little lower looper thread. I'm going to clip the thread, and look, it came out right there. All right. Same thing with my upper looper. I'm going to take my upper looper thread through the antenna thread guide, and then I'm going to pop it down into this threading port. You can hear that tension. I'm going to slide it under here. And again, I'm going to pull this down to my thigh. I'm going to give it a clip. I'm going to put about a 1/2 inch in my upper looper threading port. And there it is. It just shot right out over there. All right. Now, needles are just as easy. All right. So I'm going to take my overlock needle 1, thread that one first. And I'm going to go through my overlock needle 1 threading port. And then I'm going to come down across in front of the machine, just like this threads just like a sewing machine, except for it has like the little vacuum cleaner that pulls my threads in, which is really, really nice. Let me show you what that looks like. So I'm going to go in front of and behind, super quick, super easy. Then I'm going to lower this little threader. And then that vacuum cleaner is literally going to suck my thread right up. So let me get that focused a little bit better so you can see it. All right, let me back up a little bit. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to get close to now I don't know about you, but sometimes I can't see close up all that well. And so it's really nice that I just have to get this close to the hole and then pop it up, and look at that. It threaded that needle for me. Isn't that awesome? All right. Kind of made a big mess here, though. I did. All right, we got to go in front of it behind this. Then we're going to pull that down. I'm going to do that again because I got in a little bit of a mess there. All right, let's try that again. There it was. Okay, y'all. This is what happens whenever you try to do something on camera. There we go. Okay, now we're in. All right, let's try the next one. This is my O2 needle thread. I'm going to take my O2 needle thread. I'm going to slide it through my threading port. Okay. Let's get my O2 needle thread, slide it through my threading port. And then I'm going to show you magic. Okay, here we go. Up and over, down and through. Oh my goodness, I accidentally unthreaded that needle. Down and through, push to thread, give it a clip. Up we go, one more. Back and around, give it a clip, push the thread, done. Okay. All right, that's pretty much all there is to it. So now I'm going to put my presser foot on, and then I'm going to test my stitches and see how they look. Okie dokie. All right, so here's my little tester. Little test fabric. It's always a good idea when you rethread your machine. I don't care what kind of machine you have. It's always a good idea to test it. So let's give it a test. Make sure my settings are correct. They are. Do a little clip. Yeah, that's exactly what I want it to look like. Okay, that's a perfect threading. All right. Okay, excellent. Okay, so now let me show you some of the cool tricks that you can do with your Triumph serger over here on the serger side. The first thing, because a lot of you I know love to quilt. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can get a perfect 1/4 inch piecing on your serger. So here we go. So I'm going to take 2 pieces of fabric. Okay. And I'm going to put them together just like I was piecing a quilt, okay? So I'm going to get these perfectly even. And then I'm going to take it up here. Now, all I'm going to do is change a couple of settings. I'm just going to move this right here, my stitch width, over to M. Okay, and really, honestly, that is the only setting that I have to change. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to stay right on the inside of my knife. And as I stitch, it's going to give me a perfect 1/4 inch seam. So here we go. Let me get it. I have to keep these sides, these edges even, just as if I were piecing. Now, I love, love, love to make quilts on my serger because it goes so fast. And the serger is really fantastic for making a quilt that's going to get used over and over and over again. And when I make quilts for my grandchildren, I use the serger because, you know, I mean, they have accidents, right? And so those quilts have to be washed over and over again, and they don't fray. Okay, so there's my perfect 1/4 inch seam. Let me get my ruler up here so that you can see it. Okay, there's my 1/4 inch mark. Let's get that up there so you can see it. Okay, there's my perfect 1/4 inch seam. Okay, I love that. All right, so there's, that's just kind of like a fun thing to know is how to piece, all right? Now, another thing that I do very frequently on this machine is I make cording or piping, okay? So we have to have this cute little piping foot that enables you to make your piping, and it also enables you to put a zipper in really easily. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise my presser foot. Super easy to change those feet. I'm just going to slide that foot in, lower my presser foot, and now my foot's in. So in order to make piping on this machine, I'm just going to take about 1.5 inches of fabric, and then I'm going to fold it. I'm going to pop my cording in, and it's going to kind of look like a hot dog whenever I do this, okay? You can see, I'm just going to fold it over, and then I'm just going to slide that cording right into that channel under my presser foot. So you see where that channel is. So all I have to do is just slide that cording in there. And then I'm going to let that guide. And then all I have to do really, the only thing I have to do is make sure that my edges right here are even. Okay, so let me get this so that you can see the even edges. And you can see that that's staying right inside that channel. Now, another thing I love about this machine, I can go as fast or slow as I want to. This is my speed control. I kind of usually keep it up about medium, all right? Unless I'm doing something really slow, or unless I'm teaching somebody how to stitch on this machine. And then, and I use that, I have a sewing club at Florida State University in my city campus, and we use the serger. Okay, so there's my gorgeous piping, okay? But let's see what that piping looks like whenever we put it on some fabric. Let's sandwich this piping so that we can really see what it looks like. Let's sandwich it in between a couple of pieces of fabric and see if this looks good. Okay, so here we go. And y'all, this is just how fast you can do all of these wonderful decorative techniques. And it just does, it takes no time at all. And you have this gorgeous finished product whenever you finish it. So let's look and see what it looks like when we actually put the piping in something. And I know you'll want to do this on Christmas pillows. You can get a Christmas pillow finished very quickly. Okay, so here we go. We're almost to the end. All right, well, let's see what that looks like. There we go. How about that? Isn't that nice? Just like a little. Now this works. This would work great as a purse front. It would work great as a. I'm going to actually use it as a phone bag. Okay, I'm just going to fold it in half and I'm going to turn it into a phone bag. Isn't that quick and easy? Now, I'll show you another thing that most of the people that I talk to, whenever they're talking about what they make on their sergers, most people just go around quilt edges. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. I'm just going to stitch this together, and you can see how pretty this machine just stitches straight serger stitches. Here we go. All right, there we go. We're just going to stitch a little straight little serger stitch. Okay, that's just a 4-thread serger stitch. All right, it goes all the way around your quilt really quickly so your quilt doesn't fray. All right, but what we can do is we can turn this right side together and we can just finish it right up and make a quick bag. Okay, but we're not gonna have time to do that. Now, one more thing that I want to show you that you can do on this machine, among the 5,000 other things that you can do, I love how quickly you can ruffle on this machine. So let's take a second. Let's do a quick ruffle, and then I'm going to scoot over to the project table. Okay, so there you go, a little ruffle. Okay, and you can tighten that ruffle using these threads right there. All right, so let me change my camera and let's go over here to the table so that you can see some of the cool, oh, I didn't want to do that. So that you can see some of the cool things that you can create with this machine. Okay, let's go right over there. And I'll take my microphone over there so that, and I'll be quick on this because we're about to run out of time. Okay, so you can see right here, this is an example of a bag that I created, okay? And you can see that I use these techniques I was talking about. This is the piping, this is the ruffling, this is the 1/4-inch piecing, but look at this. This you can only do on a baby lock serger, and that is our wave stitch. Isn't that beautiful? All right, and here's another example, zipper insertion, super easy, super fast, again, piping. And I combined it with some quilting that I did on my Sara, so that was kind of fun. Again, just piping, and this makes a cute little notebook cover, piping and piecing, okay? And then now this is used using the cover hem side of the machine, piecing again, some of the cover hem. And then look, I made my purse strap using my belt loop binder. Okay, isn't that pretty? And then look, this is if you can do ruching, right? I did all of this on the Triumph serger. Here's an example of all the different stitches you can do on this machine, okay? And that's just, all those stitches are done on the Triumph serger using different threads, all right? So that's fun. Did you know that you can stitch on leather with this machine? I made this entire purse on the Triumph serger, inserted the zipper, made these little loops using the belt loop binder, all of that on Triumph. Again, these are some more examples of the stitches that you can do on the machine. All those stitches were done with decorative thread on the cover hem side. And then this is one of my favorite things. This is my Christmas quilt, okay? All of these stitches were done on the Triumph serger. And one of my favorite things is I used my Triumph serger to put my binding on. And all I did in order to make that work is I used a thread, a specialty thread in my lower looper. I used the Wonderful Iron Infused, and I stitched on my binding, and then I just ironed it. Look at that. Okay, just ironed on. And it stays for a really long time. Okay, and I think I've completely run out of time. So I'm going to go back to you, Blaine, so that you can talk to us a little bit about where we can get this machine and how much it's going to cost us.
Well, Melinda, you're exactly right. I tell you what, this machine especially, we have got an unbelievable package put together for Countdown to Christmas. And what's crazy about this, anybody out there, Melinda, that's wanting this, they better jump on it because it expires. Part of the package expires on the 5th, which is tomorrow. And then the rest of the package stuff that's coming with it expires on the 8th. So there's a lot going on right now on this machine. and it's going to go away very quickly. So we got to make sure everybody gets on it today. But thank you so much, Melinda, for a great demonstration. And we'll see you tomorrow for the educational session. I'm looking forward to seeing all that. And hey, if you would, won't you send last year's picture of pajamas, and we'll show it on the show tomorrow.
Thank you, Blaine. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, Melinda. All right, everybody. This was the Baby Lock Triumph. This is the top-of-the-line serger, and I think it's a overlock, right? Overlock serger, overlock combo. Is that right, Kyle? Anyway, the price. Price is $44.99 on this machine, which is an incredible price. Now here, follow me with this, because this thing comes with a lot of stuff with it. First of all, we're going to give you a $499 gift card with the purchase, and we're going to give you a free $260 value machine trolley. And then you also are getting, which has a $135 value, you're going to get that Triumph inspirational guide with it. So you're getting all that stuff with it. Now here's the kicker. You have to buy this before the 5th, and after the 5th, the trolley goes away, okay? And you'll still get the gift card and the inspirational guide with it. After December 8th, the price goes back up to the normal price of $44.99. Now, you'll still get the gift card and inspirational guide. I mean, $49.99. You'll still get the gift card and inspirational guide, but you're going to pay $500 more for it after the December 8th. So right now, until tomorrow, is the best deal we've ever had on the Triumph. And this is the top of the line. So I'm telling y'all what, this is an incredible. So yeah, it's cover stitch, overlock, and serger. So it's the combo. This is the Big Daddy machine, the best one out there. It has that large harp space that y'all see right there, and throat space. I think it's the largest on the market. So you can get a lot. You can put your quilt on this and roll that quilt up and do serging. So this is a fantastic bargain right now. We do have some financing available on this, and we're going to ship it free nationwide right to your doorstep. So get on the phones right now, 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, just type in Triumph in the search bar on our website. It'll take you to that product page. You can read all the information for yourself, and you can speak to one of the live chat agents on the website. All right, so let's bring Jane back in.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane.
Hey. So Teresa Rizzo wrote, do I really need a second serger? And my answer is yes.
Yeah, here's the difference. It's not just a serger, though, Jane. That's the important thing about this. You know, you're getting basically 3 machines in a combo package, because it does the, you know, all the the overlock, all the different things it's doing, and serging. It's air threading. It is the best of the best. And again, it's got that large throat space and harp space on it. And, you know, everybody who has one, and y'all out there right now that have a Triumph, put it in the chat how much you love it, because I know y'all absolutely love this thing, because it is unbelievable. And if anybody's ever sewn on sergers, you sew on this one, you can actually tell the difference. It's really that good. It's such a good serger. So, and right now, Jane, that pricing we have on it is just incredible package right now till the 5th.
Awesome. I'm over here taking notes like always, Blaine.
All right, Jane. Well, I'm going to jump out of here, and I'll see you back in 30 minutes.
Sounds great. Okay, everybody, let's keep the party rolling along. Countdown to Christmas, day 2. All right. Coming up, our friends from Grace, we have Anthony Widerburg and Melinda Romero. Now, Melinda is SMP's personal account executive at Grace, and she provides world-class customer service, as we know. She loves going to trade shows and connecting with customers, educating the audience, and hearing about all the wonderful projects that you're working on, and also making your dreams come true with the purchase of a machine or a frame or a combo of the two. In her time off, she volunteers with a local animal rescue and has a little soft spot for helping kittens find their forever homes. I always say that because I love my little kittens. And Anthony started with the Grace Company as a customer service rep and quickly took on some wholesale accounts. He's got a strong retail background And in his time off, Anthony loves traveling, concerts, and watching movies and live theater. Me too. Say hello to Anthony and Melinda. Hi, guys.
Morning, Jane. How are you today?
I am so fabulous. How are you?
You know, we're not doing too bad. Not doing too bad.
Okay.
I was telling Anthony in the background of the last video, I kind of low-key want that Triumph machine.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Like everyone's taking, like, yeah, why not? You know, you're getting so much more. But I want to talk about TrueCut.
Yes, yes.
So do we.
You know, I am a newer quilter. I keep saying that 3.5 years in, but trust me, I'm still a beginner, still new. Anthony is new as well.
Yeah.
You bit a big bullet just a couple of months ago. What size quilt was that? Did it end up being like a king size quilt?
It was 100 inches by 100 inches quilt. It was my first ever one.
Yay, Anthony.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Awesome. Yes, so I loved watching your progress on that quilt, the frustrations, the wins, everything. But as any quilter, well, I'm going to speak for myself. I hate the beginning phase of cutting my fabric, you know, getting all the measurements, the ironing.
Okay.
That is the most tedious part.
It is.
You gotta
know.
get over that hump. Like once you get it going, then you get over the hump and then you get into it. And your TrueCut is going to help us with all of that. Get over
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm going to let you
So-
guys take it away. You do the show. I'll be back in like 26 minutes.
Awesome.
Sounds
We'll see you
good.
soon, Jane.
Okay, have fun.
All right. So again, you know, for me, cutting it, well, picking the fabric is easy. Picking the pattern, you know, easy too.
Yeah.
But it's the cutting of all the fabric. How long did it take you to cut all the fabric for that huge quilt that you did? Be honest.
It took a lot longer than I thought. I totally thought like with everything, it's gonna be such a breeze, super easy. I did like 2-inch strips, put those all together, and I didn't do any of our square sizes, so I had to really be precise with my measurements. Probably took about 8 hours,
Wow.
9 hours to do the full thing.
Wow, that's amazing, amazing. Now, I know, I remember, you know, helping my grandmother and my auntie and my mother quilt. The frame my grandmother had literally took up like the entire living room.
Wow.
Once it was up, like it was up for a while. Nobody was going in the living room. But I remember even at somewhat of a younger age, my help, my contributions with the project was, you know, oftentimes helping cutting fabric. Even though I was young, you know, it was dangerous. You know, using a rotary cutter can be very scary. Thankfully, I still have all my fingers and you know, no,
That's a win.
no
here.
accidents. But I think we all know somebody out there who, you know, has really done a number on their hands with the rotary cutters.
We have. I've been at the trade shows. People like to tell us all the stories of every time they've cut themselves pretty good down to the bone. They got the pictures to prove their battle scars. And that's one thing I do love about our system. On all of our cutters, it says a nice little message here. It says easy, safe, and accurate.
Yes.
And I need something that is easy. I like something that is safe, and I want to be accurate every cut.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So in our TrueCut arsenal, we have kind of the foundation, getting us going. We have a non-slip pad. Not sure that we have any actually underneath our cutting mats today.
We do not.
Doesn't look like it, but the non-slip pad, you know, really helps your cutting mat to stay in place on your cutting table. From the non-slip pad, we go to our cutting mat. I love our cutting mats.
Yes.
Tell me, Anthony, what's a couple of reasons why you love our cutting mats too?
I love our cutting mats because they are self-healing. So you start cutting on them and they are gonna keep up with all that cutting you do, make sure they stay self-healing. And they're double-sided. So once you really tear up the one side, which is gonna take a long time to do, flip it on over, you got a full other cutting mat ready to go for you.
Yes, yes. So I love, kind of the color and the contrast, you know, kind of that matte grayish color with the red. You can truly see all the different lines, all the different measurements. You know, super easy, and it doesn't matter what color fabric you happen to be cutting. You know, they're not going to, the colors aren't going to bleed into each other, so to speak. So I love that about our cutting mats, and you nailed it. You know, they're self-healing, they're double-sided, they're what are they, a five ply thickness, you know, so they're durable. They're going to last a long time. Now, I will say, let's say if we're constantly cutting right on this line, we're always cutting on that line, make it a habit of flipping your mat over to the other side. Allow that line a chance to heal itself.
Yes.
So whether it's our mat or any other mat that's out there, even you know, anything claiming to be self-healing, it's not going to heal if you're continuously cutting on that same line. So just something to be mindful of. Now then, kind of building on that foundation, we have our True Grips. So I love True Grips.
Oh, yeah.
I heard of True Grips before I even started with Grace Company.
Oh, really?
I did. I've used these not just for quilting projects, but just random weird things that, you know, I'll stick them on the back of something that I don't want sliding, you know, as I'm setting it down. They're fantastic.
I love them. I heard of them when I came in here, and when I first heard of them, I was like, do I really need that? And then I used a ruler, and I was like, I do need that actually. I'm not great at keeping it all still without slipping and sliding it, so having something that just keeps it secure where I set it down is a game changer.
Yes, yes. And hopefully you guys saw that. I didn't think this particular ruler had the True Grips already, but I went to push the ruler and it like pushed the whole mat and everything. So we'll get that lined back up just a little bit. But True Grips, they apply just on the back side of your ruler, you know, down the length of your ruler, across the width. I would never say there's too many True Grips on a ruler. And all they're doing is helping that ruler to not slip and slide across your mat. So, and that's very helpful and part of the easy, safe, accurate. If your ruler's sliding all over, that's giving you room, you know, to jump right over, get your fingers, get your ruler. There's nothing worse, you know, than getting a cut and dripping blood on your fabric.
Oh no!
Right?
Yeah.
So save your fingers, save your fabric, save your projects. You know, it's truly something worthwhile to invest in.
Oh yeah.
All right, so that's the foundation of the TrueCut system. What else? What other goodies do we have?
I want to go back into the ruler. One of my favorite things, if I can pick it up here, is all of our rulers will have a lip on the edge. So it's kind of hard to show, but they have this little like lifted up edge, and it's actually very useful because our cutters have a little guide in them. You can stick them in and you're not coming out of there. They are locked in to give you that accurate cut. So it's been a game changer to have those lips on there, because I'm someone who tends to put their ruler down and I start veering and it goes away. So the True Grips and that lifted edge to keep my cutter in place, True Grips to keep my ruler in place, I've never loved anything more in my life. I get straight cuts every time.
Right, exactly. So whereas I used to absolutely hate cutting fabric, now it's a little bit more enjoyable.
Yeah.
I can cut it faster, safer, easier, and more accurate, all with the TrueCut system. So I love how you mentioned the rulers having that raised edge on the sides of the rulers, and I'm trying to see if we can kind of see that lip right on this side. So just as you said, All we have to do is kind of marry that guide on our cutter, and we're only going to go one direction. Safe, easy, accurate. I love it. I love the different, the different shapes and sizes of our rulers. There's pretty much a ruler for any project that's out there. So whether you need a rectangular ruler, we have the 6.5 by 24.5 inch, a 3 by 18, and a 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler. We have our square rulers. So we have our 6.5 inch square, 9.5 inch square, and then our 12.5 inch square. Additionally, we have our triangle rulers. So we have a 60 degree. I think actually this is the 90 degree, 60 degree, and then our kite ruler. So there's really a ruler out there for any project.
Oh yeah.
I think. So I love the versatility of the rulers, allowing me, I think, to be adventurous, try new patterns that maybe I wouldn't try before. The whole system really gives me that confidence in cutting that I was lacking, for so many years before. So.
Right. I've seen a couple questions come up about the rotary cutters, and these are my favorite things here. I actually owe my job to this little rotary cutter. I don't know if you've heard this story, but I'm not a sewer, I wasn't a quilter, wasn't my thing. And my friend who worked here at the time was like, you should apply to Grace, you'll love it, you should work here. I was like, no, I'm not doing it. And then we wanted to work on a project together, and they brought over this little cutter, and she was like, you're gonna love this thing. And I fell in love with it, and I ended up working here a month later. So I like to say this really drew me into the job.
Awesome. So one thing I love specifically about our cutters, let me go ahead and see a straight cutter. So we're all familiar with a straight-handed cutter. It's kind of what we've been using since the beginning of time. Maybe not quite the beginning of time, but straight-handed cutters is what's been available, on the market or in the market for a lot of years. So we have a blade shield. So it's manual, you have to open it, you have to close it. Opening it, that's what exposes the blade. So again, we can line up our cutter with our ruler, and that blade is exposed. Now, I have held cutters so many different ways. I've held with my thumb kind of pitched going forward. I've held with my index finger kind of pinched going forward. Sometimes I'll straighten it out. Sometimes I'll grip it at the end of the handle. But if we're looking in comparison, kind of what do you notice about how I'm holding the cutters, Anthony? What's kind of your first impression?
My first impression is how far forward your finger is and how different your wrists look when holding those cutters.
Yes. So when we are holding a cutter, in front of our hand, really that's giving us less control over the blade and greater probability of jumping across the ruler, nicking our ruler, getting our fingers because we're using our hand to hold the ruler. When we convert to the comfort cutter, if we're holding it correctly with your index finger over the hump and your thumb resting on the side, and you can still hold it, your different ways, but to get the best experience, and I know it's super hard at first, just try to get in the habit of that index finger forward, thumb on the side. What this does is it puts the cutter, the blade, directly under your palm. You have more control. So as you're moving forward, you're not going to weeble wobble down your line. You're more likely, again, to continue with those safe, easy, accurate cuts. So again, true game changer for me.
For me too.
Having, always experienced just a straight-handed rotary cutter, coming to Grace Company and using the Comfort Cutter, total game changer. I still don't want to say, I enjoy cutting my fabric for my projects. It's still a tedious task, but it is more enjoyable. It's safer, easier, and more accurate. Now, I did see a question pop up in the comments. What about left-handed people?
Well, you guys are in luck because
Yes.
you can switch the same cutter you already own from right-handed to left-handed.
Yes. So starting with the straight handle rotary cutter, I'm right-handed, so I'm going to hold the cutter so the blade is facing left. If I were left-handed, all I would do is simply rotate that over, so now the blade is facing the right direction. Super simple, super easy, not too much to do about it. With the Comfort cutters, on the back side of the blade, we have a quick release. So we'll open that quick release, drop the blade. I don't know if you can see that pin very well. There we go. So you can see there's a pin that holds kind of the blade and the guide piece. We'll simply push out that quick release. We'll pop out that blade guide, and we're just going to rotate the handle, rotate that blade guide, insert it back into the slot and pull it down so it locks. And then the quick release, we're going to install that on the opposite side. So, of course, it's going to give me problems.
It's always in front of people.
I know, right?
I can do this in
All
4
right.
seconds at home. But.
So, everything's back in place. We can go ahead, insert our blade back, or the pin back in the hole, press it. I hope you were able to hear that click, but once you hear that click, that blade is snug and it's secure right on that handle. And what do you know? Now we have a left-handed My Comfort cutter. So truly phenomenal. One cutter, whether you're right-handed or left-handed, it just enhances, all the possibilities, all the capabilities, and making sure you're cutting safely, accurately, and easier than you did previously.
Oh.
So I love it. All right, so what other goodies do we have?
So one thing I love about our lineup here is I cut a lot of fabric, and my blades tend to get dull quickly, so I don't want to keep buying new ones. So we have 2 excellent tools here to sharpen your blades, which is a game changer because I don't want to pay money for that. I don't want to buy more blades. I just want to easily sharpen these up, get right back into the cutting of it.
Exactly, exactly. So we have our electric cutter and we have our linear sharpener. And I'll tell you, my linear sharpener lives on my cutting table all the time. I love the electric sharpener because it, going through however many years we've been sewing and quilting and using rotary cutters. How many of us have those little containers, whether they're old Christmas cookie tins or little glass jars that we've put all our old blades in? I had a few of those. I think I've repurposed, resharpened all of my blades by now, but I had a lot of blades, accumulated over time. So for those blades, I love using the electric sharpener because the blade is already off the cutter. All you have to do is put the blade inside the clamshell, and with the electric sharpener, we can sharpen a 28, 45, or 60 millimeter blade. Kind of the caveat is the blade has to have that little 3-wing cutout in the center to work on our cutters, but also in the electric sharpener. Close the lid, hold that clamshell down, press the power button, run it for about 15-20 seconds. Open the clamshell up. There's a little pair of tweezers that come with the electric sharpener, but you can press this little teal edge. It will pop the blade up. Use your tweezers, flip the blade over, close it, run it for about 10 to 15 seconds. Running the sharpener on both sides hones that outside edge of the blade. Now, either sharpener won't ever take out nicks in the blade, but again, you're just resurfacing, rehoning that very outer edge, bringing new life into those old blades. The linear sharpener, you want to make sure to put the original pin that came on the cutter in the package. Put that original pin on, open the blade shield, and then run your cutter through maybe about 10-15 times. Pick up the sharpener, rotate it, run it through 5 to 10 times. And again, you're sharpening, you're honing that very outer edge of the blade. So again, great way to restore your blades. Blades are expensive.
They are.
So the less blades I have to buy, the better it is. All right, so there's a question. Does the manual sharpener work for all brands? Yes. So again, you don't have to worry if the blade has that 3-wing cutout. The blade is going to stay on the cutter itself. You're not taking it off. You're just running that blade through the linear sharpener. So super easy, super simple, great way to help you save money and not have to, buy a whole bunch of more blades. All right, so I know we're getting close on time, but we have a couple more things to talk about. My favorite is the circle cutter. Now, go ahead and tell us about the circle cutter, Anthony.
Okay, I also love the circle cutter very much. I think it's so cool that you can use this to just get perfect circles, half moon, fun little shapes. Super easy to use. On this underneath side, there's going to be a little pin in the middle that holds down. I'm going to come in here, find myself in there.
There we go.
There's a little pin down in here that will poke into your fabric and hold it in place wherever you put the center of your circle. So you'll push that down, it'll hold nice and tight in there, and you can choose a 2-inch or 12-inch circle, anywhere in between to make sure that you have the right size. Oh gosh, backwards on the camera. And then this little blue push down here has the blade in it. So when you push that down, you push the pin down and start rotating it, it's gonna cut out your circle.
Yes, yes. So I adore the circle cutter, not just for quilting projects, but other fun, home decor projects, costumes.
Yes.
I love it, Halloween time, making pumpkins, Christmas time, making ornaments or berries. The list goes on. So again, the sentiment of TrueCut, really makes cutting, the tedious project I dislike quite a bit, but I still do it because, I love quilting. But again, it really gives you an easier, safer, accurate cut every time. Now, a great thing, especially with our cutters, you don't exclusively have to have our rulers to use the cutters, but it does enhance, what our cutters will do for you. So absolutely love it, love it, love it. So we had 30 minutes. I feel like we've kind of gone over everything. Anthony, can you think of anything we may have missed?
Oh, that's a good question. So you did go over that you don't need both the rulers and the cutters to use our full system, which is super great. You can use your regular cutters with our rulers, and that little pin that will come originally attached will let you use your cutters with other rulers. So get a cutter, even if you already have a ruler collection, because I know I do.
You know, or better yet, we have our quilters combo. It gives you the 45 millimeter comfort cutter, the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, and a package of True Grips. Really, that's, you know, the best starter package to get you into you or a friend or a family member. You know, it's a perfect gift idea, you know, for your quilter, your sewer, your hobbyist that's out there, because it gives you everything to get started. So I absolutely love it. Right now, I know S&P has a fantastic sale on TrueCut. So let's go ahead and bring Jane back in. I know she'll take a few minutes, go over the pricing, you know, whether you're looking at just a cutter, just a ruler, just the mat, you know, you can create your own bundles. The sky's the limit with TrueCut.
Sky's the limit. Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much, Melinda and Anthony. You saw it right there, friends. All of those products from TrueCut and our friends at Grace. Thank you guys for a great presentation. We'll see you later. Melinda, you'll be back tomorrow. I know that.
I will be back, yes. Can't wait.
All right, bye, Anthony. Okay.
See ya. See ya.
Talk about TrueCut and Grace. Let's throw that up there. By the way, you saw all those amazing products from TrueCut. You got all of the accessories there. You see the cutters, you see the rulers, you see the bundles. You can mix and match. You can make your own. You see it right there on the screen. And oh, guess what? All of the items that Melinda and Anthony showed you right now are 20% off the pricing that you see online. And by the way, if there was something from TrueCut that they didn't show, it's still 20% off. So call for more information, go online to place your order, smplive.tv, or call 800-401-8151. Here's the deal, 20% off all TrueCut items right now during Countdown to Christmas. That was a great job on the presentation. I want every single one of those and more, Blaine. I know I just sent you my wish list.
Well, hey, Jane, that is a great price on that. And, you know, we've had a lot of different TrueCut, you know, demos before. We've had them with the bundles. We've had them differently. But this time it's just, hey, instead of making special bundles, it's just 20% off everything. They can go pick out what they want for TrueCut.
Yeah, I think it's great too, because as we're thinking about Christmas and you're thinking about that special someone in your life that loves to create and sew and quilt and embroider, this is just, all of these products are great. They will love them. So being able to having the ability to go in and create your own is really a gift, you know, and it's 20% off. So put it on the list.
Yep. All right, Jane, we're going to continue on. We're going to give you about an hour break. And so we'll see you back here about an hour.
Bye, everybody.
And, all right, we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, next up, we have Janome coming in the house. And we're going to talk all about one of the great machines. And it's the S7. Is that? Anniversary Edition S7. That's right. So the S7 Anniversary Edition. This is a great machine. And we've got a special educator coming in as well. She was here yesterday, but we have Kristina Dolinar coming in. Now, Christina has been sewing since grade school when she begged her mother to teach her how to sew. And instead of sharing that machine with her, her mom says, you know what? You're going to have to purchase your own. So she used her money that she earned, you know, that she earned after with an after-school job in the 8th grade, and bought her own. And that started her career making garments. And she has just never looked back. And she is a Janome National Educator. And we have the pleasure of having her here today. So y'all give her a big SMP welcome, Kristina Dolinar.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Kristina, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Well, I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for coming back. We're glad you're here again. And we're going to talk about this S7 Anniversary Edition. And, you know, this machine has been a really big seller of ours for a long time. But the Anniversary Edition just kind of puts a little cherry on top of the cake, doesn't it? So we're going to let you take it away. I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Yes, I'm very excited to share with you some of the new features of the Janome Skyline S7 Anniversary Edition. Janome has been making Skylines for 10 years now. So this is our 10th anniversary, and we've thrown in a few little extras. And of course, there are so many great features on the Skyline S7 Anniversary Edition. I'd like to share them with you. First off, of course, your Skyline S7 comes with a written instruction manual. We love this, of course, because you can, flip through when you need an answer to something or a friendly reminder on how do I do that. You can see the great collection of accessories over here that come with your S7. There's a knee lift. There's a straight stitch throat plate, a great collection of accessory feet, including our AccuFeed foot. And we'll talk a little bit about that. It's a walking foot or a dual feed foot, but slightly different. It comes with free motion feet, and it, of course, has a cover, a foot control. Instead of using the foot control today, though, I will be using the start-stop button that's on the face of your S7 as to make it stitch. I'm going to grab a few feet from over here. Going to grab this foot here. This is a foot for our decorative stitches. It's designed to allow that buildup of the threads underneath with the decorative stitch to feed under there smoothly without getting caught up. And I'm also going to grab a piecing foot and a few other little accessories that we've thrown in with the anniversary edition. We have some special blue bobbins. We have some wonder clips for you to use. And this is a fun little pin cushion. And when you first look at that, what do I do with this pin cushion? I'll show you where this goes. So if we take a look at the front of our Skyline S7 and we lift up the lid, the first thing you will notice are all of the decorative stitches that are on your S7. There is a stylus and a holder right here that allows you to easily use and touch the touch screen. But that storage space for the stylus keeps me from having to chase it all around my sewing room. But this little pin cushion is going to fit right in here. That hole where we've just inserted that pin cushion is where we would set our secondary spool pin for a second spool of thread or for a different thread that might need a slightly different feeding off of the spool. Another great feature, or a great accessory, I should call it, with the Skyline S7 in the anniversary edition. We all know that this accessory tray comes off so that you have the free arm available. But what we've included with the S7, an extension table. And this fits right around here and gives us that larger work surface so it supports our fabric as we're working. And this is perfect to, again, support our fabric. And if you're doing ruler work, great accessory to have for that nice flat work surface, making jelly roll rugs, any of those larger projects, this is going to support your project as you're working. When you first turn your S7 on, it does go to straight stitch down the center of the foot. I'm just going to take a piece of fabric, fold it in half, because again, traditionally we do sew on 2 layers of fabric. And once again, I could be using the foot control, but we're going to show you how easy it is to use the start-stop button. You have a slide bar here, which will allow you to adjust the speed. All the way to the left is very, very slow, like a turtle. And all the way to the right is super fast. And of course, you can set it anywhere in between. There are any number of ways that you can raise and lower your presser foot, but you can also just start stitching. Stopped about halfway down, and you can see the needles ended down in the fabric and the foot is down. But you might be a quilter and you're chain piecing, or you're making a garment and you want to feed a sleeve into an armhole and you want that presser foot up ever so slightly. You could reach around the back and raise the foot. You could use your knee lift, but on the screen of your S7, right under the word utility is a picture of a presser foot with a needle going through it and the throat plate underneath that. When you activate that, when you turn it on, it's turned yellow. And now when we stitch and stop, that foot comes up ever so slightly. So now you have both hands to feed another piece of fabric in, or to pivot or ease your sleeve in. And when you're done and you want to admire your work, the scissor button, the thread cutter pulls the threads to the backside, cuts them, and raises your presser foot. So a beautiful, beautiful straight stitch on your S7. You can see all of those decorative stitches that come on your S7 and how you find those different menus of stitches is this icon. It kind of looks like a scroll on its side. And now you see those various collections of stitches. There's one that says applique, one that says heirloom, one that says quilt. Let's just select applique first, okay? And we'll just do this first blanket stitch and do a little bit of stitching. Okay. And we'll just use the default settings here. For those of you that applique, of course, you can understand how easily that pivot mode will allow you to do your applique. Again, we'll touch the scissor button. And you'll take a look at your applique stitch. And you might say to yourself, oh, I like that. But you might want the spaces of that applique a little further apart. So we do not want to adjust the width, but the length. And so you certainly can adjust your length, and you can see it reflected on the screen as you adjust it. Yeah. So let's look at this. And there you can see the difference between the original settings and the settings that you changed it to. And you might say, I love this setting. But the challenge is, at least for me, in the past, was like, now how do I remember those settings? And many of us, you might relate to this. You might have little sticky notes around your sewing room with your changes that you've made to stitches. You actually can save your favorite settings. So if this is the way you always want your blanket stitch to look, you can save that through your settings. Isn't that a great feature? Let's look at a few of our other decorative stitches. And again, as you see the different categories, we're going to go to this collection called Play. And Play is a fun collection, has some nice words in it. And there is Play. And let's select the word handmade. You can see exactly how it's coming out of your presser foot. It's actually telling us to use the F foot. So we're going to change our foot. There's a little button in the back. When you push it in, your foot will drop off. Little storage area up here. And then we'll take our F foot. Again, this has that tunnel on the bottom. So the buildup of your threads for your decorative stitches will feed under your foot easily without building up and distorting your stitch. So we're using a little bit of stabilizer. And why are we doing that? If you've ever done a decorative stitch, I'm sure you'll understand that when you do a decorative stitch, there's so much stitching going on. Sometimes your fabric will tunnel. It'll kind of shrink up and distort your stitch. You go, no, that isn't what I want it to look like. I want it to look beautiful. And the stabilizer will do that for you. It gives that added support. There are a lot of different stabilizers depending on the different fabric that you're using or the technique you're doing. So it's a great accessory to have in your sewing room, some stabilizer that you can use for your decorative stitches. So we're going to start stitching. Again, we have that word handmade selected. And I'm going to stitch a little bit and then stop and talk for a second. Okay. So we're going to stop for a second. Now, when you're doing this lettering or any of your decorative stitches, you might want to end the stitching at the end of the stitch. So for example, in this case, you would like the word handmade to stop at the end of the word. Now, personally, it's impossible for me to gauge when to stop and exactly where it's going to stop. But that's what this icon that looks like a target button is going to do for you. When you touch that target button, it will actually start flashing. The light will start flashing. And you have now told your S7 to complete that stitch and do no more. So it'll stop at the very end of that stitch. Oh, we'll touch that and touch the start stop button. Oh. You saw how it started to slow down. And obviously I was very close to the end of the word handmade. We're going to touch the scissor button. And there's that word handmade. And again, it stopped completely at the end of the stitch. You saw that at the end, I touched the scissor button. But one of the many settings that you can do on your S7 to personalize your machine the way you prefer to sew, you can actually have it actually cut after you use that locking icon, the icon that looks like a target button. So very convenient and easy for you. So great collection of stitches. And I know many times we go, oh, what am I going to do with all of those stitches? And so let me share with you this fun little pillow. It's a pillow form. I apologize, I do not have the stuffing in it. But this is just the use of a jelly roll, you know, those 2.5-inch strips. It's folded a little bit so that you see this little flap underneath here. And on the wrong side of each of the jelly roll strips was fused on some no-show fusible mesh, a stabilizer that we use many times for embroidery, but you can use it for your decorative stitches. And you can just see this fun collection of decorative stitches, all from the S7 that was used on this pillow. Don't you love that? Your S7 comes with the AccuFeed foot. And it's a funny looking foot, but it's what we call is a dual feed foot. And many of you are familiar with those dual feed feet. They traditionally have a prong that goes over the needle screw. And as that needle goes up and down, this top set of feed dogs will go up and down. On your S7, this hook actually snaps into the back of the machine. And so now a motor will run these top feed dogs. So it will truly feed all your layers together. Another great advantage to using the AccuFeed foot is, since it does not have that prong, you can actually work with your decorative stitches. Remember those walking feet that have that prong? If your needle swings left and right, that prong falls off of the needle screw, then it's not going to stitch correctly. But on your S7, you absolutely can use decorative stitches. And here is just a little project. This wave stitch, the serpentine stitch on here, stitched with the AccuFeed foot. And it looks beautiful on the top and the bottom. No shifting of the stitching or any of the fabric or anything, but it gives you that beautiful walking foot effect, but with superior performance because of how it is snapped into the back of your machine. One other great feature on your S7 is this icon that looks like a t-shirt. This t-shirt icon is what we call our sewing applications. Sewing applications is where Janome has selected the perfect stitch, stitch length, presser foot pressure, thread tension for a wide variety of common sewing and quilting techniques. All you have to do is put the presser foot that is pictured onto your S7. Let's touch the t-shirt icon for a second. There are 2 pages, and on this first page are techniques like putting a zipper in. And if you've never put a zipper in, this actually walks you right through it. There is over edge, like a seam finishing. There's seaming, there's gathering. Again, you just put the foot on that is pictured. We'll arrow over to page 2. Here's sewing a button on, some applique techniques, patchwork piecing. But where I want to go to is this one that says quilting, VZZ, and RW. So when we select that, quilting, there is just traditional straight stitch quilting like with your walking foot. There is free quilting, which is your free motion quilting. And as you select that, it'll tell you to drop your feed dogs, of course. And it's made all the internal settings. All you have to do is put that picture on, that presser foot on that is pictured. If we go back 1, here is an icon that says hand look quilting stitch. And if you've ever done hand looking by hand, hand stitching by hand, it's that little 1/4 of an inch stitch that you see every 1/4 of an inch. And quilters, which I'm in awe of them, that do this little rocking motion where they go down, up, and just see a 1/4 of an inch of the stitching every so often. And it looks just like this. Don't you love that? So this actually has invisible thread in the needle. The blue is in the bobbin. And your S7 takes care of all the settings. It adjusts the tension so that it will pull that bobbin thread up. And does that not look like you hand stitched it? It is a beautiful stitch on your S7. But another great stitch that I want to share with you is the one that says variable zigzag. Now, in the past, many of us used a knee lift for raising and lowering our presser foot. You can still do that on your S7, but we talked about how you can use that icon on the screen. Variable zigzag on your S7 will allow you to do that. Do a zigzag stitch and vary it. This shows that free motion foot. So in essence, I'd be doing free motion and using the knee lift at the same time. I'm not always that coordinated with that. But if we arrow over to page 2, here is actually the F foot, one of our sewing feet that will now do the work for us. So just going to stitch a little in the edge here in this white section. When you start stitching in any of the quilting modes, the first thing your Janome will do is a single stitch to pull up the bobbin thread. Quilters love to do that. And you, of course, would just hold on to that top thread, step on your foot control, or in this case, do the start-stop button, it does that single stitch, so you could pull up the bobbin thread. And now when we start stitching, it's doing a straight stitch until we engage the knee lift. And you can see the needle zigzagging, and on the screen also how it's going from a straight to a zigzag stitch. And so you might say, well, that's great, but where would I use this? Let me show a few examples to you. And there's that variable zigzag right there. You're varying the zigzag. So let's show a few samples. First off, here's a little applique of a hedgehog. And to give the hedgehog some texture on its back, variable zigzag was used. So doesn't it give it like a little fuzzy textury effect on this great applique? This was a pieced maple leaf. And instead of just doing some traditional free motion around it, variable zigzag was used all the way around the outside of this maple leaf. And it's giving it texture, because leaves are not always perfectly smooth on the edges, and variable zigzag is giving you that effect. And then we also have this pillow, just a fun accent for your home. This was just some denim in my house, and more specifically, and again, they're the clothes that I said, oh, someday I'll fit into them again, but I won't. So I'm using them for fabric. But this was some denim. These were just squares cut 1 inch by 2 inch. They were fused down. And then using variable zigzag. And of course, we fed it through the machine, through the Janome, your S7, like this, as it's stitching. And you can see where there are straight areas of stitching, and then the variable zigzag. And you can see the wide variety of what that zigzag looks like as you engage and disengage the knee lift. So your knee lift, traditionally, we think of it using for raising and lowering our presser foot, but on your S7, it's going to allow you to do some great texture and great embellishment on any kind of project. So Blaine, I could talk forever. I'm sure you could. You're guessing that, but I think we've shown a lot of the great features of the Janome S7, and your guests will enjoy the Janome S7. And we're going to throw this back to you.
Well, Christina, great job, and this has been a fan favorite for a long time. Sewers really love this. And then Janome coming out, they're celebrating the 10th year of this machine with an anniversary edition. And, it's a special edition. And they've kind of made it a little prettier, and they've kind of gave you a little accessory kit that's coming with it. So a really nice, offering from Janome today. And thank you so much for coming on and showing it. So we're going to tell everybody how they can get theirs. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, Christina. All right, this is the S7 from Janome. This is the anniversary edition. This is the 10-year anniversary edition. And you see the price right there on the screen of $26.99. And here's what we're going to do too. We're going to throw in a free $260, it's the anniversary edition accessory kit. Now, here's what's the great thing about it. It's while supplies last. So make sure if you are interested in this machine, don't wait around, because once those kits are gone, they're gone. And the kit includes a ruler work foot, a variable zigzag open toe foot. It has the hook cover plate. It has that professional grade foot. It has the professional grade needle plate. It has the darning foot and the 1/4 inch seam foot without the guide. So you get that as an addition to the normal machine and all the normal accessories for this. And again, 350 stitches, 10 fonts, 11 one-step buttonholes, top loading 9mm full rotary hook, stitch composer, stitch creation program, automatic thread tensions. So just the list keeps going on and on and on this. If y'all want to know a little bit more about this machine, you can either go on smplive.tv. We have the thumbnail there for this machine, or you can just go to sewmachinesplus.com. In the search bar at the top of the page, just type in the Janome Skyline S7 and it'll come up. Both of them, the regular model and the anniversary edition, and you can see which, both of them, but you can just click on the one you want to look at. Again, if you are interested in this, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website looking at it, live chat pops up. You can talk to one of the live chat agents there, and they can help you out as well. All right, we're going to continue on. Next in the house, guys, we're going to talk all about our very own brand of machine. It's called a King Quilter 2 Elite. And we've got our special friend over in San Antonio, Texas, Becky Thompson. And now Becky, she's the innovative owner of the popular YouTube channel and blog, I should say, called Power Tools with Thread. Becky has a huge following. She's a seasoned quilter and machine embroiderer who loves exploring new techniques in the stitching industry. Her channel and blog are dedicated to inspiring fellow quilters and embroiderers to embrace new software and machine technology in their projects. She is one of our stars that are on our SMP Takeover Tuesday show every Tuesday. She's one of 4 of them. And she will also be January 21st through the 25th. She'll be at the Road to California Quilt Show in the King Quilter booth helping us out. So if y'all want to meet her in person, that would be a great time to come. Y'all give a huge SMP Nation welcome to Becky Thompson. Hey, Becky.
Hey, Blaine, you are looking sharp. Looking sharp, my friend.
You like this outfit?
You don't disappoint. Better
Well,
than
hey,
yesterday's.
Stay tuned tomorrow. I got another crazy one tomorrow. Tomorrow's Ugly Sweater Day. I'm going to tell everybody.
Oh,
okay?
no.
Everybody, Ugly Sweater Day tomorrow. So I need all the SMP Nation to pull your ugly sweaters out, Christmas sweaters, out of the closet. Let's put them on all together tomorrow. And also, I want to tell Becky, anybody out there, remind everybody, if you have a Christmas picture you want to share with us, it doesn't matter if it's your dog dressed up like a reindeer, it's a picture of your Christmas tree, your outdoor decorations, whatever it is, you in a Christmas sweater, send us a picture to CEO@sewingmachinesplus.com. Send your email to us, and we're going to show them in the morning, and Friday morning we're going to show some of the pictures we received.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I got one from my son with the dog, so I'll send it too.
There we go. Send it. All right, Becky, we're going to let you get going. You got a lot to cover, and we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right, that sounds great. So, hey, everybody. Hi, it's Becky from Power Tools with Thread. Thank you so much for joining me here. I have a YouTube channel. I do not work for SMP. I am a home quilter like you, or a home stitch. I like to, sew at home. So I have a YouTube channel. We've got a little over 77,000 subscribers on the channel, and I would love to have you join me. I do a Monday through Friday virtual stitching retreat, and it's live at 7 a.m. Central. And any given day, there's 700 to 900 people in there. It's nuts. Virtual kitchen and all. Lot of fun, and it's a great place to hang out and just have on going in the background. If you're tidying around your room or doing some stitching or whatever. And then there's always the replay too, if you can't make a live. So yesterday I showed how to pick up where you left off on a quilt. Monday, on Cyber Monday, I talked a lot about the features of the King Quilter 2 Elite. That's beautiful little machine right here. I love it. It has an 18-inch throat. And y'all, look at the lights on this thing. I didn't really talk about the lights. These are the lights that come up under the handlebar. Isn't that nice? So bright and pretty. So, and then again, this is an 18-inch throat, and I have there are lights you can put underneath in the harp in here to light that up as well, which I absolutely love. These old eyes like a lot of light, right? So today, what I'm going to do is take you through the process of how to get started when you're stitching. Now, I am using the Pro Stitcher. On this particular machine, you can work from the back. If you weren't here yesterday, I don't know if you can see them, that black thing sticking up right there. Those are handles, soft padded handles. And there is also a screen back there. So you can work from the back of the machine if you want to put down a paper pantograph. And there's a laser over on this side, so you can just stand there and look at the laser, get it right on the line for the pantograph, and get to going. That's great. You can also work from the front to just do this and free motion. This thing glides like butter on this frame. I absolutely love it. The virtual kitchen is open. Sailing Serendipity says. All right, what do we got for the afternoon? All right. You guys better not be doing any day drinking just yet, okay? Hold on till I'm done. We'll have a cocktail when I'm finished. So today I've got to get this thing stitched up, and I just wanted to kind of take you through my process of how I do this. This is really easy. Now I'm running Pro Stitcher Premium on here, and you can also run Pro Stitcher Lite, or the Butler goes on this as well. So, and I've used the Butler before. That's wonderful software. So any of the automation software that you get, you know, that's one of those things where you have to ask yourself, are you a doodler? I'm not a doodler. So, you know, you would think, well, what does that have to do with quilting? Well, if I can't doodle and draw, then I can't do this on my own. I really struggled with that, but I wanted beautiful quilts. So I said, well, automation it is. And I am so happy that I got this. Let me show you what kind of beautiful work you can do. This Christmas tree that's behind the machine right now. Uh-oh, somebody's firing up the margarita machine. Look out, y'all. There's going to be a party at Power Tools with Thread after this. I'm going to zoom in as close as I can and see if I can't show you the quilting inside of this and show you how pretty it is. Can you see the stippling in there? That stipple is a pattern that is inside of Pro Stitcher, and it turned out just beautiful. I love it. And then I'm going to come over here, and here is the woolly wall hanging by Corey Yoder. We saw that yesterday. And this is a pattern that I got at an external website, Urban Elements, to stitch here. I thought those looked like little woolly balls on the sheet. Just gorgeous stitches, okay? Absolutely beautiful. So you're going to be able to do a lot with this machine. There are hundreds of designs that come pre-programmed in the machine, whether it's the Pro Stitcher Premium or the Lite. So I have got a former UFO, which is now a bed runner or a table runner or something like that. I talked about this morning on my channel, and I showed this morning, it was for a full hour, I showed how to create the backing for a quilt and then how I loaded it using sew tights. So today's channel was all of today's show, and it's on replay already, was all about getting that done. So right now I need to base this down. And this particular runner right now, it is 70 by 31, kind of an odd size, but it is a part of a quilt that I didn't finish a couple of years ago. And I'm not going to finish it. I know I'm not going to finish it, but I want to stitch it and have it be something I can use. So I am going to, I've already gone through in the Pro Stitcher with the channel locks on, and I have stitched a straight line all the way down the side of the top of the quilt. Okay, so I'm going to come over here now, and I want to base this quilt to the backing and the batting. So let me get in here and let's take a look. Right now, you've got different stitch modes. This comes with the machine, whether you get the Pro Stitcher or not. So you're going to have this big, beautiful King Quilter screen. It tells you how many stitches per inch. The speed you only really need to worry about when you are in manual. You really don't have to play with that any other way. I have needle up and needle down. I prefer to stop with needle up. Okay. Yeah. Oh, so Kay says she's not a doodler. She loves automation. That just makes it, it's such an easy decision when you do that, when you think of it that way. We have precision mode. That is for using rulers. Okay. We've got the manual mode, which I don't use, but the faster you move the head of the machine, the faster the stitches go. The slower you move the machine manually, the larger stitches you'll have. So I have the baste, and it'll baste at 1 inch, 2 inches, 4 inches, or all the way down to 1/2 inch where I'll get a basting stitch. So I like to leave I'm going to do it at 1 inch right now. And then we have the idle cruise mode, and that is used for edge to edge quilting on the quilt top itself. So I'm in baste. I'm going to do it at 1 inch, and let's get started here. So want to move this along. You guys need to put a timer on and tell me when I'm up, okay? Because I'll talk until we all drop. But I've got margaritas I need to get to. All righty, let's see here. So I'm going to just come back here and pull up my thread. And on the handlebars on this, you have needle up, down, and then you can decrease the speed here. And you have a stop and go for automated stitching and an increase the speed. Now on this particular machine, let me down and up. On this particular machine, I actually purchased a wired mouse. There are 2 USB ports right behind this screen. And I purchased a wired mouse with a trigger. It's designed for people with dexterity issues. And on Pro Stitcher, I can just hold onto the handlebar with the trigger in my finger and go ding, ding, ding around applique. And for those of you that have Pro Stitcher, you know what I'm talking about. And it's amazing. I can't wait to show you that on the next video that I make for SMP. So, all right, let's see. I'm going to get you down here, and we're going to watch me baste this. So I've got my clamps on, and I'm just going to go, and we're off. And I'm going to stay right within a 1/4 inch of the edge. Now you notice that my pins are kind of far away from the edge, and that's okay. That leaves me enough space. Oh, I got a string there to stitch with this glide foot and not catch the pins, which is so nice. All right, so I'm going to back and forth here, and now I'm going to come straight down. I do need to move that pin. We are not going to stitch over that. Just beautiful. Pretty, pretty, pretty. All right. That looks great. That was easy. So easy. It is a great machine. I will tell you too, all Handi Quilter accessories fit this machine. So the foot, this foot, the glide foot, it is a Handi Quilter accessory. I got to put on my little sew tights. Let me put this in here. Okay. I've got the Handi Quilter handy hammock hanging below to hold big batches of batting. Okay. Then I'll tell you too, a lot of people are concerned about support. If you get a long arm from, you know, Sewing Machines Plus in California, and you live in another state, how do you get support for that? Well, Blaine is very aware that that's a big deal for us. And I live in Texas. So the way they do that, all right, I'm up and down just to do a lock. The way they do that is to Zoom call with you. If you call and say, I've got a problem and I bought this, then they will Zoom call with you and work with you in a Zoom so you can figure out what's going on with the machine. And if they can't get it right then they will contract a technician to come to you, okay? And if that doesn't fix it, then they will pay to ship the machine back to Sewing Machines Plus and repair it. Rare, right? So that's really nice when you are out of state. I know a lot of quilters are like, oh, I don't know, you know, or maybe you live in a desert where the quilt machine desert, where you don't have a dealer nearby, right? Maybe there's not even one within 3 to 5 hours. You can order from Sewing Machines Plus and they will definitely take care of you. To me, that was a big deal. All right, so let's get started and get this thing quilted because it's all basted down. All righty, let's see. So y'all are already starting without me now. Here we go. You guys are going to get rowdy in the chat. I know how y'all are. We have a good time. So right up here, the first thing I want to do is I need to tell Pro Stitcher how big this is because it doesn't know. And honestly, you really only need to know the length of your project. I'm going to back it up to, let me back you up a little bit here and point you down. So I'm going to back it up so that the needle is 1/4 inch above and 1/4 inch to the outside. Maybe it's 3/8, it's fine, of the edge of the quilt. And up here on the screen, oh yeah, Jana, SMP takes fantastic care of their customers. I'm going to go to the area tab and I'm just going to touch 2 corner and you hear the ding. There's that Pro Stitcher ding, right? So let's see. And now I'm going to move it all the way over here to the other side of the project. And I'm going to come as far down as I can. And believe it or not, I'm actually being stopped by the back of the machine versus the front, which is fine. And I'm just going to back up 1/2 inch. I am about 1/2 inch to the outside of the project. Okay. And I'm going to touch 2 corner again. All right. So the machine thinks, let's get in here and take a look. Okay. So the machine thinks that the width is 58.89, which is about right, and the height is 13. Well, I'm going to change the height of the quilt, and I'm going to change it to 35. I said it was 31, but I'm going to make it 35 just to make sure I get enough design to go down and cover the bottom edge of the quilt. Okay, and hit enter. So now it thinks it's 58.89 by 35, and that's fine. Now I need to get a design. And so I love that Pro Stitcher acts a lot like Microsoft Office. Okay, so I'm going to come up to File and Design and Open. There are hundreds of designs that come in Pro Stitcher, and you've got dozens of designers. And Bright, Christy Dillon, there are just so many here, okay? And for those of you that are part of my Power Tools with Thread team, here is Harriet Carpanini, okay? That's Quilting with Harriet. She hangs out with us. Her designs are in here. But one of the things I like about this is it has PS Designs, which is Pro Stitcher Designs. So you can either go by designer like I just did, or you can go into PS Designs and continuous line. And that's what I want. And that's going to bring up all of the continuous line designs that are in Pro Stitcher. Okay. So it's amazing how many you get. And I'm a pretty simple girl. So there's a feather one in here that I thought I wanted to do. Let me see. I'm looking for something that's not a real thread hog too. I really like this blossom cluster edge to edge. That's super cute. I like that one, or I liked, there was a feather right here, the Feather Delight. So you guys give me an idea. Do I want the blossom cluster or the Feather Delight? Which one? I can't decide. So, again, I'm not looking for something that's a big. So let's take a look at the quilt. This is where I get hung up, you guys. What kind of design, right? So it's a sampler quilt. What's going to look good? The blossom cluster. Blossom wins. All right. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are awesome. See, I let you guys do all the hard work. So let's scroll back to blossom. There it is. Okay. And I'm going to click open. There it is. Nice. Alrighty. So now that I've got the design chosen, I need to, let's see. I'm going to come over to repeat, and there's a button right here that says fill. Can you guys see for the glare? Let me move that and get you where you can see. Hold on a second. So it's really simple. So I told it how big it was, and now I'm going to tell it repeat, and I'm just going to go to fill. And look at that. How pretty is that? Now, I still need to fill in around the edges, okay? So I'm going to change up my repeats. So we're on horizontal repeat right now. So I'm going to just tap one more, and we're going to go from 6 to 7. Let's go to vertical repeats. So now I'm outside of the edges. That's good. And you know what? This kind of needs I don't know if it needs a wrap or not. We'll have to see. So let me go to vertical repeats. Now let's do another one. We'll go to 5. Okay, that looks pretty good. And now I'm going to go to the gap. And let me touch the minus on the gap. Remember, we're on the vertical. Gap. And I'm going to get this smaller together. Let's get it together. I don't want them to touch. That's going to be cute on this little runner, isn't it? Let's go zoom it, and let's make sure we're not stepping all over each other here. There we go. So let's make it a little bit bigger. I think that's fine. That'll look cute. What if I don't want to do a wrap. I don't know what it's going to look like, and I don't want to mess with it live. Y'all, I'm fine with this. I think that'll look okay. All right, that is pretty. And I was kind of wondering if I couldn't get these guys up in, that I will play with. Can I get those way up inside? Let's see. Oh, look at that. That's kind of cute. Isn't that better? I think that's better. I like it. Big flowers and little flowers. You say I'm talented. Y'all, I'm winging it. But this is good. You don't have to be a professional. Okay. So let's go back. I'm going to touch the home button down here at the bottom of the screen. That's what it looks like all squished together. Let's go back to our vertical repeats and let's hit another one. All right. So now we are outside all the way around. We've got a start over here, a little cross, and an X to stop right there. That's cute. I think that'll be good. All right. So now I want to go to modify, and I'm going to crop. And I want to crop the outside. Okay. There's some starts and stops around the top. I'm going to smooth out the edges. Oh, that's perfect. So it's going to start over here, and it's going to go all the way down there, and you can see the green dots. You guys, this is fantastic. I love it. All right, so I think we're ready to go. How easy is that? I love it. I am a fantastic quilter. You know, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right. I think those flowers are pretty, and that they're going to look great on this sampler quilt. So, all righty. That was fun. And you guys, you cannot mess this up. If you get to where you're lost, all you have to do is just undo. You can go back. You can do whatever you want. So I'm just scratching the surface on what this automation can do. And I think you're going to love it if you get it. All right, so let's get going here. Where are we at? I got a couple more minutes. So the needle is up. All right. So all I'm going to do is touch the Pro Stitcher tab, and the quilt tab is already highlighted, and I've got a green run. So I'm just going to touch run. It says, make sure your needle's up, and here's the little settings and all that, whatever. That's fine. I'm going to touch proceed, and it moves by itself. Yay. Making me look good, right? I'm going to do, bring my bobbin thread up and hit resume. There we go. It's going to do some locks. Oh, let me stop it. Before we get going, I want to put it on idle. There we go. So what the idle is going to do, the idle cruise, what it's going to do, idle means it takes a little break. Okay, so as it goes and hits a point, it'll take a break and take a couple of stitches, and then it'll keep going in a nice smooth. And that idle break cruise mode gives the machine a second to take a stitch and then keep going, and you get absolutely gorgeous points with that. So now that I've switched, okay. And now you're mad at me? I told it to go and it's mad at me. Okay, I'm gonna hit pause. I'm gonna hit cancel. It got mad at me. I'm gonna go to Pro Stitcher and run and proceed. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Stop. I didn't baseline. Let me do that. I'm gonna baseline. There. Now it should remember and allow me to do the drag and drop to advance a line. See, you don't have to be perfect at this. This thing knows, and I'm going to save it. I'm going to go to edit or file and save my workspace. And I'm going to call this pattern is from Pat Sloan. So I'm going to call it Pat's Runner. Whoop, let me clear that. I could hear Harriet in my head going, baseline, baseline. All right, Pat's Runner. That's what I'm going to call it. Perfect. Okay, so we're ready to go now. Let's try this again. Pro Stitcher, run, proceed, there. And resume. Oh, Becky. See, it's taking a little stitch. Off it goes. Okay. So, I, would love to hear if you guys, or see if you guys have any questions. I'm happy to answer those. I did see, what's the benefit between the Pro Stitcher or the Butler? So I would recommend going out on YouTube, and I have a couple of videos on how to use the Butler. But go out on YouTube and take a look at the different videos that you see out there. There is a lot more education for the Pro Stitcher out on YouTube than there is the Butler. Butler's kind of hard to find. But look at those and see which one makes the most sense to you. Okay, that's going to be a big thing right there. Okay. Yeah, real life. That's absolutely right, Camille. That's how it goes. Hi, Billy Lou. Glad you made it. So we're stitching some pretty, oh, that's lovely. Pretty flowers. Okay, so I want to reach underneath. I've got perfect tension. I'm sorry to put my back to you. But you want to reach up under there and see and make sure you don't feel any bumpies. I've got absolutely perfect tension. It's like every time. This machine, fantastic. I am stitching with isocord thread top and bottom. Long arms like a pretty good strong thread. You want to see it? All right. All right. Sailing. I see you. Top and bottom, Carla. Yep. Let's take a look and watch. Look at that. And you can see it. It's doing a little bit of a jump there at the top. Let me back up just a little bit. There you go. You won't see your finger when they touch the bottom. No, I feel. I do it by feel. This is just beautiful, you guys. Just beautiful. This quilt is where I really honed my skills on making points and whatnot. I love it. I think quilting it is going to make it so much nicer. So this is awesome. This makes me a fantastic quilter. So Elaine says she always learns from what happens on live. Yes. That's another thing on my channel. I will show you boo-boos because you never know what's going to happen. We do quilting, machine embroidery, scan and cut, all kinds of stuff, and long arming on my channel. Isn't that beautiful? Now this machine comes with other things that a lot of other long arms don't. Like I said, you get the glide foot, which is nice. You also get a ruler foot and a ruler base. That comes with the basic purchase of the machine. So, Blaine, I'm pretty much done. I've got this going, and I don't know if you want to take a couple of minutes and tell people about it.
Hey, I sure do, Becky. Hey, and you make that look so easy.
I'm so good.
Well, you know what? It takes both. I tell you, it is a great piece of equipment. We're going to tell everybody how they can get it. Thank you so much, Becky, for coming on. And
you bet. Thank you.
Looking forward
Merry
to seeing
Stitchmas.
Yes, look forward to seeing you in January.
Me too. All right, you guys. See you in the morning. Y'all thumbs up the channel, okay? Go say something.
All righty.
Bye.
See ya. All right, everybody. This was the King Quilter 2 Elite. Now, let me tell you before we get to just talking all about this. So when we talk about the King Quilter, I just want to kind of talk a little bit about, we have a 16-inch King Quilter. So if you're limited on space and you only want to do an 5 or 8 foot frame, we have a 16-inch King Quilter, and we have an incredible price on it right now at $3,900, $3,999 actually, $3,999 for the 16-inch King Quilter with a 5 or 8 foot frame. Then we go to what we say is the King Quilter, and it is the King Quilter 2 Standard Edition, and it starts at $42.99. And you're probably saying, well, what's the difference between the Elite and the Standard? Well, there's $2,000 difference in the price, but I'm going to tell you what you get for that price. Both of them, you're going to get your choice of the 10 or 12 foot frame. However, the Elite model, what's the biggest differences on them? The front screen, you're getting the big front screen display on it versus the Standard has a smaller screen. You're also on the Elite, you're getting the fully adjustable handlebars with the LED light cluster on them. Excuse me. Then on the Elite series, you're getting the stitch from the rear handlebars. So you get a screen in the rear of the machine plus handlebars to do pantographs. So that's the biggest differences between them. They're basically the same speed, 1,800 stitches per minute. They're both 18-inch long arms. And then we also have one that's an 18-inch, just like this King Quilter, but it is the sit-down version with the Quilt Vision table. And we have Belle Bruner going to be on here Thursday and Friday is going to demonstrate that and show you, and we'll get into more of that on Friday. But right now, the 3 long arms we have are the 16-inch, the 18-inch Standard, and the 18-inch Elite. All of them are on sale right now. And this Elite model, $62.99 plus the free bonus feet that come with it. Get on that phone right now and give them a call, 800-401-8151. Becky said it greatly that we are going to stand behind this 100%. We're going to make sure you're up and stitching no matter what we have to do, whether we have to contract a mechanic to come into your house from wherever you live, or get the machine out here, or we'll get on the Zoom and do Zoom calls with you. But we're going to make sure you're happy and running up to speed. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Or naturally, if you're on the website looking at these, you can just type King Quilter in the search bar, and all those products will come up, and you can pick which one you want. And then we have live chat agents that can answer your questions as well. All righty, let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. And I know that I'm getting ready to go on an hour and a half break.
90 minutes, all for Blaine.
And so you know what? I think I'm going to get my little cup and go back to Walmart and see if I can earn some more money.
You might as well, buddy. That's what you got going on right now. You're looking good.
Yeah, I don't know why people just keep handing me money. I guess they're thinking I don't know.
The only other thing you need is to be wearing these slippers, by the way.
Oh, are those some homemade slippers there, Jane?
These are slippers. Well, this is what I'm wearing to go with my outfit. That's what I wear. They're not homemade. I will say that. I sell them on my website, actually. But you need those to go get some cash. Put them on with your outfit.
You know, I actually saw some at Walmart or somewhere. I don't remember where I was at. Some Santa Claus house shoes, big ones, red and white.
Big old ones.
Yeah, they're big old fluffy Santa Claus house shoes. So
I love it.
That'd be a good gift.
I love my slippers. I'll take some Santa Claus house shoes any day. I'll take cat slippers, the ones with the big ears like this, bunny slippers, doesn't matter. But like as the seasons change, I change what's on the front of my slipper.
Well, you know what time it is right now, Jane?
It's time for some education, Blaine. So you get back over there and earn some money. And I'm going to introduce education with our friend Emily Thompson.
I tell you what, she's fantastic. We're so happy to have her. So let you take it away.
Thanks, Blaine. See you in a bit. Okay, everybody. It is time for your education session of the day. We are talking about making last-minute Christmas gifts, and I love it so much. And our teacher, our educator today, we love her too. It is Emily Thompson from Life So Savory. Emily created that sewing blog, Life So Savory, in 2008 when all of us were like, what's a blog? Well, it has become a huge resource of sewing patterns and inspiration and ideas and crafting ideas and recipes and embroidery. And she has been featured on PBS, So Daily TV. She is a brother ambassador. She's been on many other shows like Blueprint and Craftsy. Plus, she's worked with so many other top brands. You know her, you love her. She's full of inspiration. Say hi to my friend Emily Thompson. Hey, Emily.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm so good. It's great to see you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. It feels like the rush of Christmas has hit.
I know.
But I love Christmas sewing, embroidery, and crafting. So it's a super fun time of year.
I'm like, why didn't I start this in July like I was supposed to? Because I don't want to do it in July because it feels good doing it in the rush of it all right now, right?
Yeah. Well, and every year I think, okay, October, I'm going to like do all my Christmas stuff so I can get it out there. Yeah. And then I want to do it in like mid-November to mid-December.
I feel like it's like the time, it's like cold and it's this and it's, you can hear it on the radio. The other thing too is in October, I'm working on Halloween and then I'm working on Thanksgiving. Totally. I need to start everything way earlier so I can enjoy all of this Christmas crafting, for a long time. I want to make sure you get your full hour. So I'm excited to find out what you're making for our last minute Christmas gifts.
Yeah. Well, I have several fun things planned today. Okay. And one of my favorite things to give as gifts is actually ornaments. So today we're going to be making several different ornaments using embroidery machines, fabric, and lots of fun stuff. So that's what I've got planned for you.
You're the coolest of the cool, Emily. Okay, take it away. I'll see you in like 55 minutes.
Sounds great. Okay. Hey, everybody. I am so glad to be with you today. I'm Emily from Life So Savory. And if you see anything today that you want more information about, there is a 99.9% chance, actually 100%, that you can find more information about this project on my website, lifesosavory.com. So if you are interested in getting more details, supply lists, full tutorials, not this fast sort of live version that I'm going to be presenting today, you can head over there and search by the name of the project that I'm going to be giving you today. And I can guarantee that you can find all the information that you are looking for to complete this project. And like I said, when I think about giving and last minute things, one of the ideas that I come back to year after year is making an ornament. I make lots of them and I give them as gifts. Sometimes they're the gift tag on another gift. Sometimes that's just the gift. Or if you're invited over to someone's house during Christmas, it's such a nice and easy host gift or hostess gift that you can just give a little ornament. Our tree is filled with homemade ornaments. We also try to collect a ornament from travels and then photo ornaments. My husband makes a photo ornament every year of the kids or our family. And that's what our tree is actually full of. I can see it, it's behind the camera, but homemade ornaments are the best. And every year I create one or two new ornament ideas. And so my site is full of ornaments and I have just found that they make the best gift. So I'm going to just give you a couple more ideas. I'm not going to be showcasing these in today's project, but here's some other ideas that you can find on my site that also make great gifts. So PJ pants. Who doesn't love to get a pair of warm, cozy PJ pants? There's a free pattern on Life So Savory for sizes, ages about 4 through adult extra large. And so you can create PJs for almost everybody in your family and in your life. So check that out. I just sewed these up this morning for my daughter. They are cozy and warm, and they take about 30 minutes. So a great, easy gift. We're going to toss those off to the side. Another gift, which is super fun for your own family or family members that maybe you're close to, is stockings. This year I used my embroidery machine using Artspira to design the letters, sending it to the SE2000, and then easily creating these personalized stocking. This is also a free pattern available on Life So Savory that you can check out and sew up really fun and easy stockings. Of course, the embroidery is optional, but I think it makes it. And when we have all 5 hanging above our fireplace, they are warm, cozy, and so cute. So I'm loving these as well. And if your family, or maybe your brother, sister, their family needs a new set of stockings, that could be an amazing gift that you could create for them as well. Very easy, and all the details can be found on the site. All right, today we are talking about Christmas ornaments that you should be giving as gifts. We're going to look at several different ones. I'm going to hopefully inspire you to sew some ornaments. Ornaments can be made, of course, of all different mediums, but sewing and embroidering ornaments is one of my very favorite things to do. So let's talk about some ornaments that I have previously made. And this was the one that we're actually not going to be looking at today, but I just wanted to inspire you to think about it. So if you have the Brother Stellar machine, it's going to be a little bit hard to see, maybe if I hang it in front of the window. Okay, there are built-in designs that make these sort of lace patterns, and using water wash away stabilizer, you can stitch out. I used some fun variegated Christmas thread for this one. You can stitch out these designs. I think there's 4 or 5 different designs, and you can go ahead and create these sort of lace crochet like ornaments. They look like maybe my grandma might have crocheted this, or my great grandma actually, but this is done on the machine. Now, if you don't have a Stellar, that's awesome. 1, you should get one. But 2, I have found some other just embroidery designs that look like this, or you can just search up some lace-like embroidery designs, and you can create the same thing. But if you do happen to have the Stellar, these designs are built in. If you don't, there's workarounds for sure. But take a look and be inspired to make some crochet-like ornaments. All right, this one we are going to be making today, and this is a new ornament for 2024 that I created, and it's a scrappy fabric ornament. We're going to make version 2, which is a little bit different than this one, just based on our fabric, but it's fabric scraps that I pieced together on some sticky stabilizer. I actually did a quilt design, some stippling in the middle, then I used an embroidery file from outside, sew a back on, and you have a beautiful ornament that doesn't have, you can't see any of the stitching on the back because you sewed a piece on the back, and a really cute fabric ornament. You can make these in tree shapes, or there's also a circle template on Artspira, but you're going to want to check that out as well. Today we're also going to be making these cute little mini hoop ornaments using the new text features on Artspira, where you can curve the text. I just threw that one across the room. How cute is that? So I curved the Merry Christmas. You can put the 2024 in the middle. Found this little holly design, all designed in Artspira, and I'm going to show you how to do that in a minute. You pick up the one I just tossed. All right, so we're going to make at least one of these, maybe 2. We'll see how much time we have. And then the last thing we're going to make is a poinsettia flower ornament. And I don't know if we're going to do it last, but I just want to show you. This was one of my Christmas crafts this year, and it's a mash between crafting and embroidery, but I actually used my embroidery machine to create these poinsettia flowers. Okay, they're all separate pieces of felt. Also the leaves. There's embroidery in gold right on there, and then I sewed these little bells in the middle to finish it off. Okay, so I love the wreath, but I was thinking, what else can I do with these flowers? We're going to make a poinsettia ornament, and I think it's going to be beautiful. Okay, so that is what we're going to do. We're going to try and make one single flower that's maybe front and back. So you could hang it on a tree and enjoy it from there. All right, so that's kind of an overview of what we're going to be doing in the next 45 or 50 minutes, and I hope you'll join me. I do have my computer open, so if you have questions, please go ahead and ask. I will try to check those out and answer as we go, but I hope you'll enjoy the show. So I am excited to be here. All right, so let's get started with looking at designing some of these embroidery things that I've used in the Artspira app. Okay, so we're gonna click over to Artspira, and I'm just gonna tell you right now, for some reason, my camera number 2, when I try to transfer over there, there's like a 3-second delay and a 1-second black screen, but don't worry, I'm still here. The screen just might turn black for 1 second, but you're gonna be just fine. And I'm actually still here. So don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm right back. And okay, so weird. I don't know, maybe it was longer than 1 second. All right, so you can see here, I have my iPad open. I have an embroidery machine. Today we're gonna use both the SE2000, which is here, and the Stellaire to create some fun things. We're actually gonna try to get them both going at the same time so we can make more embroidery fun all at once. So I've got the embroidery selected. We're gonna go to the design editor, and I'm gonna select the 5x7 hoop because that is what I'm gonna use in my machine today. All right, so you can see the 5x7 template is laid out, and now I wanna type in that Merry Christmas. So let's type it in. Putting font is so easy on here. I don't know if you've used font editors right on your embroidery machine, but you know you're adding often each letter or looking at each one separate. So we see Merry Christmas. Now if we touch on it, we can change the font. And you can see here there are a variety of fonts that we might want to use. Let's try that one. And then we can transform. And this is a new feature, okay? So I am loving it, but you can arc, circle, spiral, so many different things you can do with the text. And in the circle one, we can adjust, one, how the circle looks and which direction the circle goes. Okay, so that is really fun. Okay, so we have Merry Christmas right there. I'm gonna make this just a bit smaller, and you can just do it right with your fingers. Again, I want that to fit in my embroidery hoop, so I'm gonna be trying to make sure, but I will resize once we get to our embroidery machine as well. Now I'm gonna add a little design. I just actually wanna search, so I'm gonna go to celebrations, but then I'm gonna go to filter, and I'm gonna type in Holly. Now I pre-found this Holly design that I wanna use, but just looking through and testing things out is the best way to find the design that you want. Okay, sometimes it's hard to get it. Maybe this one won't go as small. No. All right, so we're gonna change that out because this other Holly one, I believe, is smaller. Okay, so again, it's a bit of testing, figuring out what you want, waiting for it to filter the results. Nothing yet. Did I spell Holly wrong? Nope, I did not. Maybe I was in Disney or something. No Holly results in the Disney category. Let's try this one. Oh no, that's even bigger. Nope. All right, well, we're gonna go back and get that smaller one again. See these ornaments right here? I favorited those. I should have favorited the Holly. These are the ones I used to create the fabric, the scrappy fabric ornaments, and so we'll do those later. Actually, I want to get out of favorites. Celebrations, filter. Let's do Holly again. Can I spell? Okay. So I can't make this as small enough as I think I need it, because I really want it to fit in that crack right there. What I can go ahead and do is make this bigger. Now the holly will fit in there. And then when I send it over to the machine, if I still think it's too big, I can go ahead and reduce it smaller. I could also, maybe if I wanted, put the holly in the middle, then I could keep it a little bit smaller. Maybe I'll do that on this one, okay? And then when I transfer it to my machine, it will tell me exactly what the width is, and then I'll know, okay, if this is gonna be the right size for my little hoops, which I'll show you in a minute. Okay, we're gonna hit done. I don't need to save this. Okay, then it says right here what it's transferring to. It's set up to go to the SE2000. We're gonna transfer. Transfer is complete. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to prepping for our embroidery and the actual embroidery of this. Once we get this started, then we will move to another project, because I'm just gonna try and keep cranking these out one after another to be able to demonstrate lots of fun things for you today. Okay, so I have here the 5x7 hoop that we're going to use, and hopefully we have the fabric pre-cut. Okay, I have a piece of stabilizer, a couple pieces of stabilizer actually. These are just scraps that I'm using up. So we're going to put that, make sure you have the right side up, put that on. I think this is actually fusible stabilizer, but we're not going to fuse it. It's very light fabric that I'm using. This is white fabric. It actually has some little holly leaves on it. It's probably hard to see. And then we're going to put it in the hoop. And I might need to loosen this up. We'll see. Okay. Going to just make it a little bit looser. I can't clamp it quite down. There we go. And my fabric isn't pulled completely tight, so I'm just going to gently tug. If you're using a stretch fabric, be very careful not to ever stretch out your fabric in the hoop. But this is just quilting cotton, so I'm not quite as concerned about doing that. Okay, so there we have the fabric in the hoop. You can see it actually doesn't even go to the sides, but that's fine. We're just going to do it. 2 circles fit in there. These are the little mini hoops that I'm using. And the way that to best determine your size that you need your pattern to be is to take the small hoop out and measure from side to side. This is the maximum width of your design. So it's about 3.2. And because my machine is in millimeters, we're going to want it to be 8 millimeters or less. Okay, actually about 7.8 is best. Okay, so we'll see that on the screen. But you can just go ahead and measure the size of a little mini hoop or whatever it is you're using to make your design. All right, so we have thread in the bobbin. We have red thread, which I'm hoping will stitch out nicely on top of this white. And I'm going to go ahead and attach the hoop, okay, right on there. And then we're going to find that design, okay? So it was transferred to our machine. Oh. And we want to cancel. All right, now I turned this machine on because this one takes a few minutes to connect to Wi-Fi, and but apparently I didn't connect soon enough, okay? So we're going to wait here a second till that light turns blue, meaning it's connected. Now, I'll just do this because I want to actually show you what happens. So sometimes when I do this, if the machine hasn't been on long enough, it will say, just like this, your machine is not connected to the internet. And then I say, well, actually it is, because look, the blue thing is lit up. If I touch that, it's going to tell me my wireless status is active. Everything is normal, but it just seems to take a minute, especially on this machine, to connect. So just keep trying, And it's not really a setting. It's literally just, it needs a minute to connect. And because the machine was sleeping while I was doing all the other talking, it didn't get a chance to seemingly connect. So there it is. Okay, so we're gonna set that. Now we can see our size. So from side to side, it's 58 millimeters. And what did I say it could be? I said it could be 78 or 70, yeah, 78, 75 millimeters. I'm looking at, I don't know those off the top of my head. I'm looking at the back side of my measuring tape. So I'm going to make it just a little bit bigger, okay, because I do really want it to try and fill that. So let's go at least 70. That looks pretty good. That will give us a little border around. Okay, so we're going to select that. Looks good. We're going to hit end. At this point, I'm going to move it. If you wanted to create more than one in the hoop, there's room for 2 in the 5x7 of these little guys. So you could move this one up, embroider one. You can actually duplicate and just put them right on here, but we're just going to do one. So we'll go to embroidery. Okay. Now on this one, it's going to do 4 minutes of the black and 1 minute of the red, and I'll have to come back. This one, you can't set it to keep embroidering all the colors, or maybe you could, but I missed that screen. Anyway, I'll just come back when it stops after the black embroidery. So we're going to get this set, and then while that one is working, okay, so there is embroidery. All right, so while that one is working, we're going to move on to our next project, which is the scrappy ornament. And I'm excited to try this out, and hopefully it will be a fun project. So we're going to move away from some of these other pieces. And I have the 5x7 hoop for this machine. Okay, so we're going to grab this other, this is the 5x7 hoop for the still layer because we're going to just make it in that one for now. I'm going to take a piece of sticky stabilizer, which is perfect for making this kind of embroidery, this kind of ornament. I just want to make sure you can, I see that text on the screen is a little bit in the way of what I'm doing, so I'm going to try to lower that so you can see my hoop. Sorry, my head's cut off. Sometimes we can't have everything. So I'll sacrifice my head so you can see. All right, so I'm hooping just the sticky stabilizer. And of course, it has that paper on the top, so it's not sticky at the moment. It's a little bit stiff because it's kind of stiff paper to get in. Okay, but here's a 5x7 hoop with the sticky stabilizer in it. So now I like to take a seam ripper. We're going to cut that top paper, and we're going to tear it away to reveal the sticky. And we're going to create some fun, scrappy fabric. And I love projects that you don't need to be exact, that you can just sort of play with designs, textures, different fabrics. And this is a great one to be able to do that with. So I have pre-cut some fabric scraps here, but I also have lots of other fabric scraps that we can cut up. So if you have, so these are little pieces from other Christmas projects, and this fabric, there's not enough of it to really do anything. So all that I was doing yesterday was just sort of creating different size pieces of scraps. Then we're going to create some fun fabric with that. Okay, so just cut it up. If you wanted to use a rotary cutter and make like more uniform pieces, but you could maybe do several layers at one time, that would be an easy way to do it. I have these green scraps, I have some red scraps, I have some white from actually the same fabric that we're using in the hoop project. And we don't need to make a huge piece of this. So when I did it before, I did 2 ornaments in the 5x7 hoop, And then in the 9x9 hoop, I made 6 ornaments. So if you want to mass produce, you definitely can. Today, we're just sort of giving you one idea. And then the fun thing is, this is a great way you just kind of make your own fabric, is you literally just stick it onto the sticky stabilizer. I love this stuff so much. I don't have a sticky stabilizer company I'm promoting, but I probably should, because I literally use it for almost every single project. Anyone that I can possibly make it work for, I'm like, sticky stabilizer, gotta use it. All right, and so you're just putting it over. Now what we want to do is, because we want to create a fabric, we literally want to not see any stabilizer underneath. So I want to cover the stabilizer. And if there's just a little scrap and it barely sticks, that's okay. We're going to quilt this all together with a built-in stippling. We'll find something. Okay, so cover and stick every bit of the sticky stabilizer that you can. And I'm trying to layer, so sometimes the red is on top, sometimes the white's on top, sometimes this more cream fabric is on top. And I'm really trying to make it look like it's not an intentional pattern, but yet it is, right? It's exactly what we want, even though we're just kind of throwing it together. Okay, I think that's good enough. Enough covered. Again, I'm only going to do one ornament on one side, so I feel like we don't need to do both. My other machine just stopped right over here, so I'm just going to hit start, so it'll do that holly in the middle. The fun thing is we'll be able to come back and put that together while this one is embroidering. Okay. So I just want to show you up close. Okay, so sticky stabilizer. I've seen someone saying they would never have wanted to, or never thought to use it. Okay, you can use it for everything. Felt, I embroider, I use sticky stabilizer. Something that doesn't really fit in the hoop very well, I use sticky stabilizer. Okay, really, you can use it for everything. And especially when you're trying to get into some of these crafty projects, it is so amazing. And if it's hard to hoop, this stuff makes it so much better. Okay, so it comes on a roll. It's great. All right, so I'm gonna just bring this camera a little bit closer. All right, so that we can see here what we're doing over on this still layer. Okay, I'm going to move these. My large hoop is, I kind of keep them really nice and close, but I'm noticing that that is in the way. All right, so on the still layer, we're going to create a design. We just want to do a quilting design that we can fill in this hole. All right, so those are just too much of a design. So actually, the ones I used before, I found in the Art Spirit app. So let's do that, because now I know exactly where it is, and they were so easy to use. So we're finished with this. We're going to cancel out. Okay, so we're going to go still to embroidery, design editor. We have the 5x7, which is what we want. And trying to think, actually, we're going to cancel out of this. So if you go to home, there's lots of ways to do this, okay? And you probably are like, I know exactly where it is on my machine. What is she doing? Okay, this is, you guys can totally do it just for this. Okay, so here, I don't know if you can see, but there are 10 free sort of quilting stippling designs that you can use. So we're just going to take the basic one. Trying to catch the light just right. You can see that in there, okay? We're going to create that. So let's see if it'll fit in my 5x7. Okay, so you can see that design is bigger than the hoop, but we're just going to shrink it down. And we'll see if it will go. It's too big. Last time I did this, I really did do it in a bigger hoop. So we'll see if it will take it. Some things in Artspira, it doesn't like it if it's outside of the borders, and some things it doesn't mind. Some objects are outside the frame. Yeah, I know. Okay. So maybe I can't do this one. Discard. It says it's 7 by 11, so maybe that is why I think all of these are bigger. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. We're going to go to new design 5 by 7. I think if I go to the shapes maybe, and we'll go for, I'm going to type in stippling. We'll see what comes up. I just really want a basic design. Ooh, that's cool. Ooh, maybe we'll do that one. Ooh, look at that. Okay. So, and we're just going to move it to the top half of our hoop, because remember, we only put fabric on part of it. Okay. So that's fun. Now we're done. Don't save. Remember, we're sending to the SE2000, but the amazing thing about Artspira is you can just toggle between your machines. So let's hit different and see if it pops up my other one. Okay, the Stellaire, which I named Emily Stell. And now it says that there, and we're going to hit transfer. Transferring, it sort of has like progress down here. And okay, now the transfer is complete. Okay, so now moving over here, we'll get this started and then we'll go back to the other one. We are going to find that design on here. So anything that you send on from Artspira is going to be in the cloud pocket, no matter what. That's the same thing that I got out of the other machine. Doesn't matter which machine, you're looking for the little cloud pocket thing. And again, it's telling me I'm not connected. Download the update program. Oh, great. Wow, that's fun. Okay, so surprise, didn't know I need that. Let's go back to the other machine and check it out on there, and then maybe we'll transfer this and go ahead and do the embroidery on the other one, okay? Because we can. So let me turn this. Oh boy. Who knew I needed an update? Who knew? All right, so this one is finished embroidering. We're gonna hit the okay. All right, and then we can remove this hoop and we'll just transfer this into the other one, and we're gonna go ahead and, sorry, didn't mean to put my back to you. Here it is, okay? How cute, it just stitched out beautifully, okay? Love it. Now, here's the true test. Does it fit? Oh yeah, it fits perfectly. Okay. Yes. Well, thankfully I had both machines set up and ready to use, but I just can't believe that that needed an update. I just used that machine. Maybe I didn't embroider on it yesterday. Maybe I was just sewing on it. I definitely haven't transferred from Artspira in a couple days. So apparently it's time. So I'm going to kind of carefully remove this. Remember, we kind of made this scrappy fabric. These hoops are not interchangeable, which is why I have to switch it out. The SE2000 has the button type and the Stellaire has the slide. So just of note that you do have, I can't just take the one hoop from the other, but we can use the same stabilizer and we can transfer that same file from Artspira to the new one. Okay, so it will be easy. We just have to do a little, I'm seeing just a little hint of the stabilizer. So I want to make sure it's covered up. Okay, so there it is on there. All right, I'll walk around so I don't have to put my back right to you. All right, we're gonna slide this in. I'm gonna connect that in there. Okay, then we're gonna go ahead and pull up our Xpira again and transfer to the other machine. All right, so here is the design that we had pulled up. Oh, goodness, that's hard to see, huh? But you have to really lower the exposure when I'm showing the computer screen. I wonder if I darken the screen. All right, so you can see here it says Emily Stellaire. We're gonna go back to the SE2000. Okay, done. Now it says SE2000 and we're gonna hit transfer. Transfer is complete. Yay. All right, so now let's let the sunlight in again. And start on that. So we're going to go back to the home screen. Okay, so now we're just hitting that pocket and the cloud pocket. All right, and it's hard to see, but it is on there. Okay, when I touch it, it highlights a little bit more. We're going to hit set. Okay, and then I'm actually going to move it all the way to the top because remember that is where my fabric is. And I'm probably actually going to duplicate it. Can I duplicate it on here? I don't know. If I can add it again. Let's just add it one more time. Because what I want to do is I want to stitch it once this way and I want to stitch it once this way so I get as much of that fabric tacked down as possible. Okay, so we're going to set it. This time we're going to rotate it 90. Okay, and then we're going to move it up to the top. So now we should have two different, it's like really hard for even me to see on there. So we're just going to trust that it's what we want. It says 1 minute each, so that can't be too bad, right? Okay, so let's get that started and see what it does. We have the same red thread, which will be cute on there, and it'll just kind of tack down those loose pieces of fabric that we did. But now while that is working, we can go ahead and make the ornament here, okay? So we're going to make our ornament, and the first thing you want to do is tear off the stabilizer. This was tearaway, so that's easy. You're not going to see the back, so you don't have to do any fussing with the back at all. Okay, remember I put some felt on the back, so we don't see any of that, so you don't have to worry about it. I think, unfortunately, we're going to run out of time before this Stellaire does its update, but that's okay. We can do these two, and we can work on this one, and I can finish this one on this machine. So we'll do that. Okay, so you're going to take your hoop, and you're going to center your design, and sometimes this takes me a couple of tries. You're going to center it over that bottom of the hoop, and then you're going to sort of test it. Is this where I want it? No, I want to pull it a little bit more this way. Now remember, this is the top, so I also have to rotate and think, where do I want the top to be hanging? Okay, so once you put that on there, then it looks super cute in there. Oh, let's see if it can focus on there. All right, how cute does that look in that hoop? I love it. And then you're going to tighten it down a little bit. Okay, so the machine did one of the passes, so we're gonna just push start again and do the second pass, hopefully going the other way and just tacking down that fabric a little bit more. I'll give you the up close of what the hoop looks like in a minute. Okay, then I think the holly in the middle, actually, I love it. I think I like it almost better than the holly squished in on the bottom like that one. You're gonna cut around, actually, I'm gonna pause and plug in my glue gun so that I can have glue. Okay, so just pause on that one. Because it takes a minute for that to heat up. So I want to give a minute. Okay, so you're going to take and you're going to cut around, leaving a 1/2 inch or a little bit more of the fabric. I did not glue my hoop. I know sometimes people put glue in between the layers here. I did not on the other ones. I just glued the fabric over the back, and then I used the hoop. So I put this on a sheet of felt, and then I just traced around to create the backs. Okay, so that's easy. Then the ribbon that I'm using is actually this fat ribbon, and I cut it in half, and it still has a piece of wire on the half. So I still think it like looks really cute, and it's kind of a stiff little ribbon bow on there. So we'll do that too. Oh, looks like we broke the thread, got a little too aggressive on its embroidering. So let's fix that. Okay, so just gonna do a quick rethread of the machine. My needle might be getting dull. It's funny, I don't usually thread it from this side, so it feels really awkward here. And okay, threaded through and ready to go. It's almost finished. There it goes. Okay, back in action. It had like 10 seconds left. Awesome. Okay, so now we have this back. It really did have 10 seconds. We probably could have just left that. Let's see if there's any glue coming out of here yet. Not yet, but it is getting warm. Okay, so let me show you that. I should have just stayed over there. So I'm just going to show you this, and then I'm going to put it back on so we can start from over there. So this really did a good job of tacking down our fabric. Look at how cute it looks. A couple pieces are a little bit loose, but I love that scrappy look. And the stippling over there, you can use many different patterns, but I really just wanted something to hold it down and in place. Okay? So we're going to put this back in our machine. Then I'm going to grab the ornament pattern from Art Spira, which is super easy. Now, I will say this is a little bit easier on the Stellaire, and I'll tell you why when we get to this next step, but here we go. Okay, so good. We're gonna go back, we're gonna cancel out. Okay, we're gonna discard this. We're gonna start again with our design editor, and then we're gonna add, and we're gonna go to my favorites, where was that before? Maybe I'll just go to celebrations. Oh, favorites. Okay, and I'm gonna grab this little circle ornament. Okay, it's cute. Actually, I really wanna make it just as is because I think it looks like super whimsical and sort of, I don't know. It's really cute ornament. But all I want is this outline and this hanger, okay? And that's what I did on these. So I literally just grabbed the outline and that circle on top, and that's all I stitched. Now on the Stellaire, you can use the no stitch function to literally delete all the other parts, and it's really easy. But I'm gonna show you on the SE2000 how you can kind of get around that. And so even if you don't have the Stellaire, that you can use this outline to create what you want. Okay, so this is 5x7. We need to probably reduce this. Remember, we just put fabric on the top. So we'll go like that. And I think that's going to be a pretty good size on the ornament. Okay, so then we're going to go, okay, done. Don't save. We're leaving it on the SE2000. We're going to transfer that over. Okay, So let me just pull this a little bit closer so you can see what we got going on the screen. Okay, and we're gonna go back to the home screen. And we're gonna get it out of the pocket again. And we're hoping that new ornament shows up. Yep, it does. And it's all rotated how I wanted it to. I'm just actually gonna pull this off, this camera, and get you a close-up, okay, of what I'm doing, because I want you to see. This part is interesting and a little bit tricky, like I said, without the Stellar, but the Stellar is seriously still downloading the updates. So it's out of commission, and I am so sorry because I was excited to show you, but this is gonna be great. Okay, so now we can, so we're just gonna go here, we're gonna go to embroider. But what you can do is we're gonna skip. So I can see that these first several things are not what I want to embroider. So we're gonna go here and we're just gonna go plus, 2, 3, there's 15 different stitches on there. So I'm gonna go ahead 5, no, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6. We're just skipping ahead until we see that. Nope, that's not right either. Okay, so this is a yellow outline, but I really want the red outline. Okay, so there it is, but what did I miss? I missed the top. So let me go back a couple. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm just gonna do these last two. So it's the last two parts of the embroidery, and you can just use the skip forward and back to delete what you don't want and just do the part that you do want. Now, again, on the Stellar, you can easily just like touch the parts and hit no sew on those. But I just want to let you know, you can do it on this machine too. It's not actually that hard. You just have to do a little workaround and you can do it. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and lower the presser foot. Although I'm seeing that it put it in the middle, shoot, and I want to go back, but now I know where it is, or maybe it'll say, I want to move it all the way up to the top because that is where my fabric pieces are. Okay, so now I have to go ahead again, but now I know it's just numbers 14 and 15. The numbers are up here. It's telling me thread number 10 out of 15, now 14 out of 15. Perfect. So once you do it once or twice, you'll totally get the hang of it and definitely make it easier. Okay, so let's get that started. Hopefully we can finish these two ornaments that we've started. Goodness, I actually prepared the poinsettias too, but it looks like we're not even gonna have time for those. Okay, so now let's glue this down. Okay, so I just, yesterday I did burn myself a little bit. Oh, there it comes. A little bit of a jam in the glue gun. Okay, so I spread it around. Then you're going to tuck this fabric over into the glue. Okay, because that's what we're trying to do is just glue the extra fabric back to make it easy to put the felt on there. Okay, and then to put the felt backing on, first I double check that it's the right size. And I did end up trimming down the other ones just a little bit. I used air disappearing ink on these when I traced them, but I want them just a little bit smaller, right? We don't want to see this felt sticking up from the back. But we do want the back to be covered, okay? So now you can either put a circle of glue on here, or you can put a circle of glue on here, okay? Also the machine finished embroidering. Oh, it just did the one. Nice, okay, so we're gonna go to embroider again. I wonder why it reset. Okay, so this time we're gonna go to 15 of 15. Okay, and then we'll start it. It just did the like the hanger part. It didn't do the hoop, so I don't know why. Okay, so on here, though, I'm gonna just put the glue all the way around. And then we're gonna just stick it right on there. I like to put it down and press it. I cut it on this fabric so it doesn't make a mess on my cutting mat, but there you go. Okay, let it cool, let it dry. And there is your little hoop ornament that looks so cute and awesome. And then we're gonna tie a bow on it and then grab that one off. And then my time will be up. Crazy, that went so fast. Okay, but I just want to show you. So these poinsettias are so fun to embroider on the stellaire. And the reason I say the stellaire is because I have included on my website a template for these, but it's not an embroidery design. It's just a template that you can open up in Design Center and then trace it to create the embroidery file. Okay, so you can create your own embroidery file and then do it with different colors of reds and greens. And then my idea for the ornament was to sew these back to back like this with a hanger, ribbon hanger in the middle. And then I just use these cute little bells for the center. So let's give you one more close up of the finished poinsettia. But you can see, so multiple different colors of red look really good. And then the little bells hand sewn in the center. And I did use gold thread for the embroidery. So those are what I wanted to make an ornament with, but I just ran out of time. And the stellaire just finished its update. So that wasn't my best planning on that one. Okay, so let's tie the bow on this one. And then we'll be able to pull that off and see the final of that. So for the bow, I just make 2 little bunny ears. And I'm not the best. I feel like some people can make such better bows than I can. But pull it through and then straighten it out, fluff those parts. It does still have a wire, even though it's only half a ribbon. So it looks really cute still. And then get the tails down. And if I need a little tree hook, but you can hang it up. And then there is your cute Merry Christmas ornament that you can put on your tree. Okay, so those are fun. I've also cut vinyl or glitter felt or something like that from Scan and Cut and then glued it in these hoops. These mini hoops are so fun. And if you search mini hoop on Life So Savory, you're going to get lots of ideas. But I was just playing around with the new circular text from Artspira and coming up with these and loving how they're looking. Okay, so fun. All right, so we're going to just watch the last 10 seconds of this stitch out so we can grab that off and I can show you what it looks like before it's time for me to turn you back over to the rest of the fun things going on today on Sewing Machine Plus. But this turned out, I'm going to pull this off real quick, cut it off. But again, I did stitch a backing on it so that we won't see any of this mess, which you're going to see here in a minute that it is a bit of a mess. Okay. But it's so cute. Just going to pop off the hoop. All right. So here it is. Okay. Still looks like a little bit of a mess. The back is kind of nonsense, but this makes such a fun ornament. So what I did was after I cut this, I traced a plain piece of fabric. So grab your Christmas white, one of these fabrics, and then on your sewing machine, you can just go ahead and stitch
along this outside, right, on the embroidery to attach the backing, okay? And then you have a double-sided ornament, one side with the scrappy fabric and the other side with just the plain backing, kind of like a quilt, but it's cute and easy. And what I was thinking is when we go to my family's for Christmas, on their gifts, I'm going to write their name, like it would say, like for me, to the Thompsons from Emily. And then I would write that on that plain black backing fabric. But there's the one we just made today. Go ahead and punch out. You got to cut out that top so you can put a hook on it, put it back on. You could glue felt or sew fabric like I did. I just stitched around really quickly. But there's a fun scrappy ornament idea. So, okay, took longer than I wanted, but we made 2 fun ornaments. And Jane, back to you.
Yes, take a breather, Emily. Take a breather. That was amazing.
Yeah.
You said it went fast. I was hanging on your every word, like so super cute. At the very end, you just use your scissors to cut around the stitching. You gotta be very careful though, so you don't cut the stitching.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably scan this in and do the scan and cut.
Yeah.
There's so many ways you could do it, but I just, of course, for the sake of time right now, was just trying to get it cut out and show you the general idea.
Yeah, I mean, multitasking, 2 ornaments at one time. You're like, you need 8 arms. I love the last minute IT update that you had no idea about, but
no, I know. Whoops.
Hey, listen, you're a trooper. You didn't sweat. You did everything. It was so great to see you in action, and those are really great demos and ideas. Great inspiration, Emily. The hoop. I mean, I'm literally like, I want to go do that right now.
Maybe you have some time to fit it in.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. I may not show back up, and when Blaine comes back, let me ask you this.
Jane.
I know. Where is Jane? We just see this blank set. Emily, the poinsettia design is on your blog. Life So Savory. LIFESCW. SAVO, right? Okay. LifeSoSavory.com. And all of these designs are on there, along with the pajama pants and the Christmas stockings you showed at the top.
Yes. So the templates for like these aren't on my site, but the ideas and like where I found on Artspira, these designs are all on there. But these were all completely Artspira designs. So I'm not sharing those actual designs, but I'm sharing where to find them and how to use them to create the project.
And great work with Artspira. So much fun. I love that app. It's just so fun to play around with.
Amazing.
And the stippling and all of it. I love my fabric scraps just are screaming for this. So that is what I'm going to be doing. You're the best.
Fun.
Everybody, huge thank you to Emily Thompson for an amazing demo and great inspiration. You're a great teacher, very inspiring, very creative. Emily, it's great to see you. Happy holidays.
Thanks so much.
Enjoy
Thanks
the
so
family.
much for having me. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks, Emily. Okay. Oh, wow, everybody. That's so amazing. I am so inspired. She's such a great teacher. But let's keep the party going. And by the way, before we introduce our next guest from Arrow Furniture, I want to remind you, like Blaine said, if you have any photos of your Christmas decorations, of your neighbor's decorations, of your Christmas tree, of the things that you're making for Christmas, or maybe your dog that's dressed up for Christmas or your kitty, send it to CEO@sewingmachinesplus.com. They'll download all of those photos. We'll look at them tomorrow. Okay, let's keep things moving. And we have our next session with our friends from Arrow Furniture. I'm excited to welcome to the show Harley Thomas and Scott A. Hart. Let's talk about Harley, because we always love to talk about Harley. And I know he's listening, so it's not like talking about him behind his back. He started his career in quilting and sewing in 2018. He at Arrow Sewing Furniture, he is their vice president of sales. He focuses on the retailer's needs and serving you, the customer. He is known for bringing innovative, fun, and time-saving products to you. And in his personal life, he's known for just having too many tools, which he says is kind of like a fabric stash. So we think that's okay, Harley. And Scott is the director of sales for Arrow Sewing, and he is armed with a sales team of 4 crafting, quilting, and garment making ladies. Scott manages the day-to-day sales operations, helping to spread sewing and comfort to sew longer. to every sewist out there. He has completed quilts. He's got more in the process. And when he's not looking around for bolts of fabric to create another UFO, he spends his time in the backyard with his wife and 4 children in his dog poncho and a flock of chickens. Not a flock of seagulls, a flock of chickens. And of course, he's working on that honey-do list that never seems to end. I think he needs to borrow tools from Harley to work on the honey-do list. Welcome to the show, Harley and Scott. Hey, guys.
Good afternoon, Jane.
Good afternoon. Good
How are
afternoon.
you?
I'm so good. Harley, how are you?
You know what? Without what's her name here today, I'm going to be naughty.
Naughty and nice. Oh, I wish I had my coffee mug. It said, "Be naughty, save Santa the trip."
You know, you would fit right in here at Arrow.
It would be it'd be a party.
Wouldn't it be a party with
It would be
Jane
a
here?
party.
We'd have so much fun with Jane here today.
It would be so much fun. By the way, Scott, I heard that you are like, you like to jump on the tables like they do in Buffalo and break the tables. They said you like to jump on the tables and see what happens.
What about Buffalo?
I don't know.
You know,
what
the
happens
team,
in Buffalo
the-
stays in Buffalo.
They're tailgating. They jump on the tables.
Bills Mafia.
The Bills Mafia.
Oh,
Bills
yes.
Mafia.
Scott, they were saying yesterday that you're the guy that's going to jump and lay on the tables.
I'm sure. Let's keep it interesting.
Yeah, let's do that.
I mean,
Listen, I'm
we
just
have small
reporting what I'm
cabinets.
hearing.
Yeah, we have small cabinets today, but I'll be on the rest of the week. We can Jerry and I can do that tomorrow.
Well,
We
yeah,
got the
and,
big cabinets tomorrow.
and Jane, you know, he is an accomplished quilter. He made his own stocking. Have you seen his stocking
yes.
before?
No, can we get a close up of the stocking?
We can
talking
get a
about,
close up of the stocking. It's
Christmas
lovely.
stuff. Where's our camera, Ethan?
You're right there, central camera, 2
Hey,
shot.
there we go.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
Wow.
this is a Riley Blake I put together, and then I've got a Riley Blake. I can't really kind of see it. Liner as well. But yeah, I took her.
He went overboard.
It was a
Liner.
competition that we did in the office last year, and it was make your own stocking. So I quilted mine. And
That's
yeah,
amazing. Make you
it's
look
lovely.
at you. You're like,
And
forget
Scott
the
declared
honey-do
himself
list.
the winner.
I'm the unofficial winner of the unofficial Christmas stocking contest.
Yes, you are.
well, and the
It's great.
reason why is because you have so much comfort when you're sewing that you could sew longer and you beat everybody and make multiple things.
Exactly.
That is true.
Now
Okay.
apply that to all the ones that still need binding that are in my closet. I'm
Wow.
sure.
Those are your UFOs. Hey, listen, guys, I want you to sell your cabinets. I could talk
We're
to you
gonna
all
do it.
day. We could goof around, but these are really cool cabinets that you're going to show us.
Yes.
Cool
and
cabinets. We're going to do it right now, Jane. Thank
I like
you.
it. I'll be right here.
All right. We'll be here.
Okay, good
All
luck.
right. Thanks. We'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
All right.
Well, Jane will be back.
Jane will be
We'll
back in a bit.
here.
We'll be here.
We'll be here.
We're going to
And-
talk about cabinets now.
And it is the last day of our Black Friday promotion. So everything we're going to show today is
It's
on
the
Black
last day.
Friday promotional pricing.
So buy today.
Yes, you want to call in to SMP today.
Today.
Yes, today's the day.
Today is the day. Otherwise, they'll be gone.
Oh, look
So-
at that. We got some great stocking comments.
We
Thanks,
are
y'all.
getting some great stocking
Appreciate
comments.
that.
Yeah. And you do need to make a stocking. There's still time to make a stocking.
And to start making a stocking, we're going to start with our intro
This
Judy
is Judy.
cabinet. Judy is our this is the intro to sewing cabinets.
It can go anywhere in your house. It can go in
Yes.
your apartment. It can go in a multi-purpose room. It can go in a guest
Anywhere.
room.
She's tiny and yet she still opens up.
She's tiny but large.
Tiny but large. That's what I say about
It's got
about
storage.
my belly, and from morning to afternoon it
Oh,
goes from
boy.
tiny to large. So Judy,
There's an elf in here.
she
Or a gnome.
opens up. We do have a gnome in there.
Yeah.
And you open up the leaf, and Harley, you've got the cards to give us some dimensions. What you'll notice about our sewing cabinets is the dual rail hydraulic lift. So we have Judy here, who's an arrow cabinet, and then following, we're gonna have a kangaroo cabinet. They both have the exact same lift mechanism in it. And the lift mechanism is this dual rail hydraulic assisted lift. So the weight of your machine is doing all of the work. What's our dimensions
It's
here?
20 3/4 inches wide, Scott.
This way. That's this way. No,
No, that way.
this way.
That way.
When she's closed.
And 11 inches. Oh, I'm talking about the opening.
Oh, we're doing the
The
opening.
actual opening for the machine.
Ah, I
Oh,
got you.
the cabinet itself,
Yes.
when it's open, is about 4 feet by 1.5 feet.
So all the way up. This
So-
is where you are going to live for all of your garment making.
All your
this
garment
is your
making. That's
free
right.
arm position. So that pant leg, that shirt sleeve, that Christmas stocking, that's where you're going to live. Position 2, and Harley's got the fun part for position 2. This is flatbed sewing, and that
You will want to buy one of these too when you talk to an operator if you call S&P.
Yes.
You will want to also get an insert. They will ask you if you want an insert. And you will want to say, yes, I want an insert, please.
Harley.
What?
It's backwards.
You know what? It helps if the logo's right side up.
There we go.
There you go. Oh, that's so much better.
Perfect.
Helps if the machine's in the right spot. There you go.
And so what that does, everyone, is what you've now done is you've brought your machine now level with the cabinet itself. So you're not having to fight your project coming over the cabinet, coming over the machine. You've got one completely flush surface, and this acrylic insert, can we get a shot there? Oh, there, you can kind of see it. What it does is it fills all this space around your machine to give you a completely flush surface. So that way you're going to have those ergonomics. We're going to have the happy wrists. We're going to have the happy elbows. Our shoulders are going to relax. So just like Jane said, we can sew in comfort.
And you do a good shoulder like thing that you show later, like where you hunch your shoulders up, because that's what happens. You like that.
Yeah. So with having ergonomics, we don't hunch.
We don't hunch. You
We don't
sit,
hunch.
you're comfortable.
Yes. And so Judy cabinet is part of our Aero line. And Aero line has a warranty of 10 years.
10 years. It's a 10-year warranty.
Are you
trying to quiz me?
Testing you.
You are as bad as Valerie.
No, someone's got to.
If you're going to try to quiz me, tell me you're going to quiz me and stop and you're asking me. Ethan's over here laughing. He just thinks this is a riot. So it's a 10-year warranty.
Yes.
And if you have any questions putting it together, it goes together really easily. I don't know how many of these together. I don't have enough fingers anymore.
Well, it's because you got all those tools.
I've got a lot of tools. This one doesn't take many tools. It goes together so quickly.
This one's
pretty
very
easy.
Simple.
And the manual's really nice on it. There are videos to show you how to put this together. The lift goes into here really nicely.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the most important thing is to make sure your sewing machine fits. You want to measure the sewing machine, this is going to apply to all the cabinets we talk about today, is measuring your sewing machine to make sure that it's actually going to fit in this opening with your knobs.
Those
you want to make sure
knobs.
Your knobs and any cords that you have actually fit in this opening space. So this one is 20 3/4 inches wide and 11 inches deep.
So that is our A10 opening, and that will do about 85% of the machines on the market that this cabinet's going to do. And so we've seen the 3 different positions that it goes into, and the beauty about having that dedicated space for your sewing machine is you're up and sewing in under a minute. So if we close this up, let's show them how quickly they can be up and sewing. So you do have a nice.
I'm going to challenge your minute.
Well, with this one, we'll be up and sewing in under 30 seconds.
And your other option is you've got to take stuff out of your closet. Well, first you clean off your table.
Yeah.
Might be your kitchen table.
That's our biggest competitor.
That is the biggest competitor, is the kitchen table. Will the Juki TL 2010Q fit?
That is a great question, Tammy. And the great thing is SMP, they've got all of the machine measurements, so they can absolutely look that up for you.
Valerie Tribble says, no, it won't fit. We're in trouble now. Valerie's watching us. Scott, oh, boy. Ethan is terrified now that Valerie is watching and making sure we do this correctly. This product comes in white and teak color. So it comes in 2 colors. The teak color is like this kiwi off to the right
Let's
side.
see that in just a
the side of
moment.
Scott.
Yeah.
So this is the Judy cabinet.
And
wonderful cabinet.
That was super slow, and we were still about 30 seconds to be up and sewing in flatbed position.
There you go.
It's 1, 2, 3. It's a dedicated space. You've got your machine, and you're working on your projects.
So that is Miss Judy. Awesome cabinet. Very versatile. Holds 85% of the machines on the market. You've got storage,
and she's
got a great place to put her.
Black Friday price for. Dun, dun, dun.
We don't. S&P might have even a better deal than what the Black Friday
I will
national
I will
prices.
let y'all
They might
call
have even a
in
better price.
and see what else that what Jane's got in store.
Jane might
for
have a
us.
call-in special. We never know with Santa Blaine. Santa Blaine has call-in specials.
Wow, fancy.
You never know.
You never know. Okay, it's like life is like a box of chocolates.
It is.
You never
The
know what
next
you're gonna
cabinet
get.
we're going to talk about is Miss Bandicoot. If you were here yesterday, I think it was yesterday, we showed you Bandicoot.
There we
And
go.
Bandicoot,
She's front and center.
she comes in 3 colors, this lovely gray color, the white color like the Jude you saw just before,
And in the
teak
back
color.
corner, you can actually see the teeth.
Yes, the teak color. This is part of our kangaroo line, like Scott was saying before. So it comes with a lifetime warranty. So it's a little different than the previous cabinet, the Judy.
Same lift mechanism.
Same lift mechanism, same size opening.
Same size opening. A little more features when we open this one up. So
It does. And I'm going to challenge the 30 seconds to get it open on this one.
1, 2,
Okay.
3.
We could start a clock. Bad mics. Uh-oh.
Who's
Ethan, do we have bad mics going?
Is it Scott's mic or Harley's mic? We shall figure it out.
Ethan's going to verify our mics. Gravelly audio. Static. Need to adjust mics. Valerie says, yes, we have bad mics.
Mr.
Horrible.
Roboto. Oh, I could do the dance.
They said fixed.
All right, fixed.
We might have bad internet.
It's a solar flare.
Thank you, SMP. Solar flares. All right, someone loves their stuffed kangaroo. Hey, you were up in like no time flat. Good thing we weren't saying anything important when our mics were bad. Excellent.
Better now, better. Love it. Perfect.
All
Thanks,
right,
y'all.
thank you everyone
Appreciate
for letting
it.
us know.
So Bandicoot, like Harley was saying, is going to be that same opening size. that
20
we
and
just saw
3/4
with the
by
Judy.
11.
And so that's 85% of the machines on the market. Difference being with the cabinets, this has the lifetime warranty. The Judy has the 10-year warranty. The lift is a 5-year warranty on both of those cabinets. And an extra little, one of those little unseen benefits with the Bandicoot, the heavy-duty casters.
Oh,
It's got
yes.
heavy-duty locking casters on the main body of the cabinet. And you know, I so fast. And if you saw my stocking up close, you could see that.
We're going to show that, aren't we? But before we do that, we should talk about these J hooks on the end.
Ooh.
That lock the cabinet. They lock the doors in place. They're these neat little things. These J hooks go in the corner. They go in the side. Because Scott's going to probably show you these heavy-duty casters. I've seen him do this before.
We can do that on.
You want to do it on something smaller?
Well, we can tip this one
You
over.
like
in
to
a
tip
little
this
bit.
one. I
Yeah,
know
we
you like
tip
to do
it
that.
over.
I've seen you do it.
Hi, Kathy Gruber. Good to meet you. I see pockets. Yes. So our Bandicoot cabinet, as you can see, comes with lots of thread storage, as well as 2 pockets, one on each side of the doors, and pockets is in the pocket.
Pocket is in the pocket. That's right. And this one's full of features in it. So it's got enough thread storage for you to keep some of your thread. We know everyone has more thread than this. So it's got 20 thread spools on it. Some place to keep your starch savvy. You can keep pockets there and some of your scraps.
Oh, yeah.
Are you reading comments and laughing? Is that what you're doing?
I just like the people lurking and listening.
Oh, that's great.
That is so me.
That is you. So
That is me.
Again, in 3 colors, lifetime warranty on this. It does come ready to assemble. If you order it today, it will likely ship tomorrow. And if it doesn't ship tomorrow, it will ship on Friday.
Yes. And Bandicoot, like Harley said, is available in all 3 colors. The insert, I don't know if I grabbed the right one. I just grabbed a insert.
That is the correct insert, yeah.
Again, inserts really make the entire experience of the sewing cabinet. You know, having that dedicated space to have your machine, have some notions, have your project up and sewing under a minute, but having that flat, flush work surface. Mics are better now. Perfect. Thank you. It just completes the entire experience of having a sewing cabinet.
It's a must-have.
Yes, absolute must-have.
It's a must-have.
So we've got Black Friday promotions.
Ending
We've got
today.
all 3 colors. Promotions ending today. I love the pockets and spool holders.
Okay.
Thanks, Joan. That's what we're looking for. And Samantha's adding to her Christmas wish list.
Let's see. Any other questions out there on this one? I don't see any more questions on this one. We have 2 more things to talk about and chairs. We have 3 more items to talk about in the next
time.
We have 7 minutes to talk about 3 more items.
Golly, I talk too dang much.
I was trying to tell you that without telling you that.
No, you just got to tell me
know.
that. So for everyone out there, Scott's the chatty Kathy in the office. That would be me.
Valerie, please feel free to put a comment in.
Valerie,
the chat section.
chime in. Yes, he does talk too much. Okay, so our little Kiwi caddy. This is, one of my favorite cabinets because I personally own a Kiwi caddy. I dropped mine down the stairs and it's still. She's a champ. She functions.
Down the stairs. Oh boy.
Lifetime warranty with the Kiwi caddy soft closing drawers, and it comes with accessories because we all love our accessories. Got to have our accessories. So it comes with cutting mat, comes with the pressing pad, and then we have not 1, but actually 2 sets of removable thread storage. And what I tell everyone when I'm at the quilt shows with the Kiwi caddy, go to Home Depot, go to Lowe's, get a little L bracket, and make a floating shelf out of your thread storage, because then we've got our drawers back because we need drawer storage. You can never have enough drawer storage. So all 3 drawers, soft closing drawers, and then my favorite, the bottom drawer, super deep. So you can see this, Ethan's got this pulled up, and we've got an iron in there. Scraps, more scraps.
Which will turn into something at some point.
Maybe
not.
Maybe.
You'll buy more.
We'll show the casters really quick, and then we'll move on to chairs. So when you order the Kiwi, you're getting all the accessories that you saw with it, the soft closing drawers, and the great thing about that Kangaroo line is the heavy-duty casters. So let me tip this over so we can see those. Ethan, can we see those?
That one doesn't have the heavy-duty casters.
Oh, we've got an old Kiwi.
We've got an old Kiwi. We've upgraded it to heavy-duty casters.
I promise everyone, there's heavy-duty casters.
We have to get a new Kiwi in here.
Jill Sweet.
What did Jill
woman
say?
of my heart.
Jill. Beer storage. Yeah, all right. That is a good Wisconsin joke.
Beer and cheese.
Bump. You know what? Here, Scott, we're gonna do this because
Are we just gonna bring all the chairs out?
No, we're bringing this one back.
Oh, here, yeah, we can do Bandicoot.
Here, you're gonna have to show the Bandicoot. You have to flip it upside down now.
Bum. Can we see that?
There we go.
There we go. So now we can see those casters. So the heavy duty locking casters on the bottom of the cabinets. And again, those just take all of that vibration. When you're sewing fast, if you've got your serger, it just takes all that vibration. The casters do lock, so the cabinet's not going to go anywhere on you, and it just takes all that vibration and puts it right in the ground.
They roll really nicely. Shag carpet. You have shag carpet, right, in your house? And we still have Millie to talk about before
Millie.
Chairs.
I do not have shag carpet. My house is
Don't you have shag carpet like on the walls and stuff too? No?
1933. The entire house is hardwood floors, which makes great for chair races.
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay, moving quickly. This is our Millie cutting table. Harley, give us the dimensions closed to open while I'm opening
Millie
this
closed
up.
is 14 inches wide by 37.
So 14 by 37, and then she opens up big.
She opens up big. 59 inches.
Golly.
By 63.
That is almost as tall as I am.
I find that hard to believe.
Well, when you flip this ironing board up.
Crazy.
Can everyone see that?
So the ironing board is 12 inches wide and 27 inches long.
Yeah.
So when you add the 27 inches to the 37 inches, that's how
you're asking me to do math.
No,
see,
that's how you get to 59.
I'm a measure once and cut 4 times when it comes to math. Just throwing that out there.
That is not how you get to 59.
Hazel, yes, it is big, and she does have a cutting mat that comes with it as well. And this is on locking casters as well. Fantastically priced. Is that a word? Fantastically?
Yes.
It's a word
today. Black Friday specials. We have shipped so many of these out over Black Friday. It kind of scares me. Poor Noah in the warehouse. Scott was in the warehouse earlier today. That's why he is he's dressed like he is. He was heaving and hoeing
On my way
50-pound
here.
boxes and
Yeah.
40-pound boxes all day today.
Oh, Ginny, yes. Measure twice, cut, swear, repeat.
It does not come in gray. It comes in white.
Yeah, white and white and white.
It's the most popular color that there is.
Especially at the price point. Yeah, you have to call in for the price point on this one. It is unbeatable to have such an expansive space when she's open to down to nothing when she's closed.
And it also has its very own cutting mat with rounded
Do
corners.
we have it here?
It's right there behind you, Scott.
Golly.
It's even better. It can't get any better than this.
Well, it could. You could have a host that does his research and knows what he's showing.
You know.
It's funner. We keep it interesting. And so this is the cutting mat that we have specially made for the Millie. And one of the benefits with Arrow Sewing is, you know, we at Arrow Sewing, we're quilters, we're garment makers, we're crafters ourselves. So those little details of, again, locking casters, of having rounded corners on the table and on the cutting mat. There we go. We can see that corner. You know, you're not going to snag your projects. You're not going to snag your fabric.
Or your hip.
Or your hip. Daggone hips.
Yeah, right. I'm telling you, it'll catch you every
my,
time.
My hips, they don't lie. They get in the way. I think that's a Shakira
It is
song.
that time of the year. It is a Shakira song.
All right, what do we have left?
Well, now I think, you know, in our last, we've got
minutes?
6 minutes, but we don't really have 6 minutes because Jane wants to tell people how to buy these things.
Yes.
Jane loves us to talk about chairs, and everyone in the audience wants to talk about chairs. So
Chairs
I think
are
we
fun.
should ask the audience, who owns an Arrow chair and who wants to own an Arrow chair? I think we want to hear own and want in the chat box.
Okay. Let's see it.
Let's see the word own and the word want.
And want.
And want could be Santa. That's what Santa, they want Santa to bring it.
I
You can
like
put
it.
the word want or the word Santa.
Yeah.
That's a good one too. We can put Santa.
Own or Santa.
Own or Santa. That's even better than
but
want.
I
Own and Santa.
Brenda-
See, a lot of wants.
Yeah.
I thought of
want a
Santa
purple
too
one.
late.
We have a purple one. That's
I
the
thought of
best
Santa
parts.
too late, sadly. Okay, we're going to roll this up. Get this out of the way.
I'll take this.
I'll
Come
break
over
this
here,
down,
Millie
sir.
Matt.
I'm so nervous now knowing that we're being
timed and
by-
watched.
Yes.
Own and want another one. Nana 31331. I have 2 of these at home. I have actually this guy, gal, chair
Chair.
right here, our buttons. And we're so wow, she's hiding.
She's hiding. I'll get her.
All right, so we've got 11 total.
Do you know the names of all the chairs, Scott? Because Valerie wants to quiz us on these.
Oh, of course I do. I don't know the SKU numbers, but I know the names. Don't ask me the SKUs. That gets a little too complicated.
That's the next thing she's going to start quizzing me on. What are the SKU numbers?
She's seen my order form.
Don't get
She
any
knows
ideas, Valerie.
I
Start
don't know
asking
the
me for
SKUs.
SKU numbers.
I love. I can't see the name. It's gone, but has the cosplay chair with the skull and crossbones on it. I am petitioning to get a comeback on our wicked cosplay chair. Santa,
All right.
please. Yes, definitely.
So let's see here.
So where do we want to start?
We got Baroness Black.
Dun dun dun. Yep, keep going. Madam Scarlet.
Madam Scarlet.
Duchess Blue.
Lady Gray.
There it is.
Purple.
Purple.
It's got some fancy name.
Purple's
I always
good.
forget. Hazel.
Hazel. Miss Princess Hazel.
Princess Hazel.
And what you can't actually see, believe it or not, Princess Hazel is my favorite solid because it's the most underrated.
It is underrated.
It is super underrated because of photography. You can't see in between the actual stitches of the tweed. There's reds and blues and purples. It is absolutely the best solid color chair. That is completely my own opinion.
It does. It has all these great colors in it. So, and Ethan will put some color swatches up in a second.
Yeah.
Then we have Sewing Notions.
There we go. Sewing Notions.
Bright Buttons.
Miss Buttons.
Cat's Meow.
Cat's Meow. Can you all see the kitty cats on there? Next.
Got our dog chair.
Our dog's Woof. And here she is. This is our Alexander Henry print, the So Wow, So Now. So you've got 11 different choices to pick and choose from. About the chairs, what makes the chairs so special? Where's center? Here, we'll hop in the center here.
Okay.
So they are height adjustable from 18 to 22 inches. And the magic happens right here, this just lumbar support. And the trick to this is you want your knees to be at 90 degrees, and that seats our hips correctly, putting them all the way to the back. So you scoot your dupa all the way to the back. That puts your spine in the correct S position, and this is just going to hit.
It looks so comfortable, Scott.
It's amazing. And this is all the way down. You know, if I put this chair...
That's because you have short little legs.
I do. If I put it all the way up, my feet don't touch the ground.
That'd be a bad chair race.
I would not win that one.
And it has a 300-pound weight limit. So it's 300 pounds. You would have no more pain. There is storage in the seat.
I was just going to say, we didn't show
one
the
last
best
trivia
part.
question, because I know we only have a minute, but we have to throw back to Jane. We won't do a trivia question today. How's that? I mean, you guys can write in the chat, which chair do you think has Blaine's Mountain Dew in it?
Ooh, I might have taken those with the last live stream. There were some new Reese's in there too.
Oh, yeah, those were really old Reese's. Guess which chair has the Mountain Dew in it? Jane, we're going to go back to you to talk about chairs. #1 selling chair in America, sewing chair.
Those right there.
Genuine chair.
Hey, listen, I think that the Madame Scarlet is the one that has Blaine's Mountain Dew in it.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh.
What?
Take a second guess.
We're calling that one Santa Blaine. Why would you not put it in there?
You know, it's not in the Santa chair.
You forgot. Let's see. Is that?
I
can't see which one that is. That's the buttons. That one is called
Right Buttons.
Right Buttons.
That's the great
I
part.
wrote them all down, guys.
You did.
There we go. Oh,
Yeah, look at
see,
that.
There's fresh candy in here.
There's fresh candy in there.
Fresh candy.
Oh, I love
The Mountain Dew is really old. I wouldn't
It's
drink
left
it.
over from last Halloween, not this Halloween. Hey guys, to quote Valerie, because she's not here, the best present is the one you buy yourself. So I say buy 2 chairs for yourself, buy 1 for a friend, because these are great prices.
That's right.
Yes.
They are. They're great.
The best prices of the year.
Best price of the year.
Yeah.
Best prices of the
$297
year.
or better.
I like it. I like it a lot. So we're going to call in for information. Scott and Harley, way to slay it. You slay all day when you guys are out there presenting. It was a great show. I want to tell everybody how they can get their hands on these amazing cabinets and these chairs. I know we could be on all day together. It's so much fun, but I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
We'll be
Thanks,
here.
Jane.
Thanks, fellas. Okay, everybody. Those are our friends from Arrow Sewing Furniture, Scott and Harley. So let's talk about it. We've got some cabinets to show you that you can see and we'll review, and then you can buy them. There you go. Okay, this is the Bandicoot 2, and you've got your lifetime limited warranty on that. You've got your heavy duty casters. You've got those J hooks to lock the doors. You got the thread storage. You got all the pockets down there with pockets. You've got your insert that comes in 3 colors. I mean, white, gray, teak. Look at the pricing on that. $599, but you got to call for more information. Remember, they said these are the best specials of the year. What do we have next? Oh, let's talk about it. That is your Kiwi sewing and rolling caddy ironing station. We love the Kiwi. Again, lifetime limited warranty. Comes with that cutting mat. You see it right there, the pressing mat. And you've got the 2 removable thread storage. I like the DIY tip from Scott to put those on the side so you can continue to use the drawers. Soft closing drawers, heavy duty casters. I think they flipped it over and showed you how great. $399. This is one where Valerie said the other day, you could put it next to where you're sewing. You could turn, you could cut, press, go back to your sewing machine. Love this machine. It comes in teak and gray. We're moving on to the Millie. I didn't get to tell the guys, but I think the Millie might be my new favorite. Every time I have a new favorite. Love the Millie cutting table. When it's closed, it's really small, 14 inches by 37. Open, a whopping 59 inches by 63 inches. Love that. Plus, it's got that ironing board and the rounded cornered cutting mat that fits the full table. It is on locking casters. I love this too. $499 Christmas pricing. Call in special. Best pricing that they have all year. 800-401-8151. And last but not least, we have the chairs. Or did I miss one of the cabinets? Oh, we're here. I did miss a cabinet. Judy. How could I forget Judy? Judy's Sewing and Craft Table. It's tiny, but it's roomy. And you've got that opening leaf. It's got that hydraulic lift. It is about 4 feet by 1.5 feet wide. It is a great 3-position lift adjustable table with storage. It opens right up. It's great for starter. It's great for advanced. Christmas pricing, $399. Call in special 800-401-8151. And of course, everyone's favorite, the chairs. I see you all talking about the chairs there. Again, best present is the one you buy yourself. You've got those amazing chairs. Great price on those chairs. Harley just told you $297 is your Christmas pricing, but there is a call-in special, and you have so many colors to choose from. Which color will you get? Which is why I tell you to buy 2, put one upstairs, one downstairs, and then buy a third one because you might lose one. 800-401-8151, all call-in special from our friends at Arrow Sewing Furniture. Again, this not just good for your sewing tables, but can be great for a desk. It can be great in any situation where you need a table like that. Ergonomic when you're sitting in it. It's got that storage where you can hide all of your chocolate too. Blaine, we've missed you for the last 90 minutes.
Hey, you disturbed me from my nap.
I'm so sorry.
Just kidding. We've been on the phone working more deals, so we're ready to go.
I like
some
it.
Great stuff coming up, and we're going to let you take a little break now, Jane. And we're going to go and talk to Stacy Lewey from Sew Steady.
Bye, guys.
We'll see you back here in a little bit. All right, everybody, we are going to talk all about Sew Steady products today. We've got Stacy Lewey coming up. And now Stacy, she's the marketing and product manager, as well as one of the owners of Sew Steady and Westerly Designs. She has become an expert in all things Sew Steady for the last 10 years and Westerly Designs in the last 5 years. She coordinates over 20 educators worldwide on sharing Westerly Designs with the world. And we've worked with her many times. Y'all make a big old welcome to Stacy Lewey.
Hi, it's Stacy with Sew Steady. Thank you so much for letting us come back again today and share with you more of our amazing Sew Steady and Westerly Design tools that we are super excited to tell you that are on sale right now. So as you know, we have some amazing educators. So today we're going to be having Donnell McAdams share with you one of her favorite projects for the holidays, and she's going to be showing you some of our amazing tools along the way. So I'm going to let her take it away. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi everyone, I'm Donnell McAdams, and I'd like to invite you into my sewing studio. Welcome to my studio. Today, I'm going to share with you some of my favorite tools that go with my Sew Steady table. So come on over, have a look. So first off, I would like to show you my wish table. This is the 22.5 by 25.5 table, and it is the one that has that nice big blue drawer. And you're going to be able to store just about anything in that drawer that has to do with your sewing machine. And of course, you could put some candy in there too if you wanted. But I like to have my needles, and as you even saw, I even have a bag here that says bad. Those are my bad needles, so that I know the difference in those. So I have all of that. That table will, or that drawer will slide out completely. But as you can see, I haven't even gotten down to the front of the table yet. As I pan down here, you can see we've got that nice ruler that is on the table. And that's actually on the bottom of the table so that it's not, raised or interfering or anything like that. All of our tables, no matter what table you have, this being the wish table, are custom cut so that the size is just right for your machine. And all you have to do is tell them what make and model of machine that you are going to be using that table on. And I will tell you, they're game changers. You're going to absolutely love having a table. And of course, I love the wish table. I didn't mention, but the legs that you see over there, they just, as I say, wobble on and wobble off. You don't have to use any screwdriver or anything. And they're also leveling. So if the table underneath your table here is not so level, you'll still be able to get that level. And another great feature that I absolutely love is the fact that all of the edges are beveled. So you can see that they are going to be rounded so that your quilt will just slide right off of there. And the cord that you see there, I'm going to pull this out. The cord that you see there is my light stick. And that light stick is only about a 1/2 inch thick. It's an LED light that just has a touch button. And so what can you use that for? Well, it's great for paper piecing. It's great for transferring designs. So if you wanted to transfer a design to one of your stabilizers, you can see that you can see right through that to do that. So I know many people are having a go at paper piecing, and that's been one of the latest, greatest uses for the light stick. And of course, that light stick can be put under any of our acrylic tables so that you can make the end of your table a light table. And another thing that I absolutely love and don't sew hardly anything without is our glider. And this happens to be the grid glider. You can see I'm kind of taking it slow because I'm lining up with my center left to right of my needle. There's a line right over here that I'm lining up with, and I'm lining up front to back. Now I'm off just a little bit front to back, so I'm going to pull that over. And when this quits clinging, you're going to be able to just wipe it with a baby wipe and it will cling again. And this just makes everything so easy to slide and glide, and it just makes your work much easier to do. So that is our glider. And I'm going to show you a couple of other things that we have in our So Steady product line. And one of those is my centering ruler. And this ruler is sold and made by So Steady. And it is, as you can see, numbered one way on one side and numbered from the center out on the other side. So we call it our 12.5 inch centering ruler. And there's so many uses for that. You've obviously got your 1/8 inch line and your 1/4 inch line. If you were using this to work with your templates and your rulers and you wanted to do like cross hatching, you've got your 1/4 inch or 1/2. All of those can be used by just putting a piece of staple tape on the back so it will grab your fabric, and then you can do your longer lines. So that again is one of those things that I was making the ruler work this way and decided I might as well actually have that manufactured by So Steady so that we can sell it. So useful. It's 2 inches wide. There's a lot of times when you need to measure 1 inch and you can just put that edge there and measure it. And so this is a very useful tool, again, sold by So Steady. And another you can see this is a template that is made by So Steady that you can get, and this goes with the pattern. The pattern is also available from So Steady, and this is the fan blade. Now the reason for that is this pattern is very, very I guess the best way to say it is you want every piece cut exactly the same. And so I only cut 2 or 4 layers at a time. And you're going to be able to stack your fabric, find your shaded grain. I can tell you when you're cutting this bottom, these are just hints because I know you're going to want to make this pattern. It's so much fun. The bottom and the top, you're not going to be able to use your 45 millimeter rotary cutter. Whenever you're doing a curve, you're going to have to go down to that 28 millimeter or that 18 millimeter rotary cutter, because that's the only way you're going to get exact around that. So just show the ins and outs so we can also show in something else that is a part of our lineup. that is the fan template. But again, that is from So. They're going to look like this. Of them, and depending on how many fabrics, you could pick 12. For today's pattern, I only picked 2. So I have stitched together on this side with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and you can see those are going to be my 2 fabrics. Now, just to save time so that you would be able to see all of the fun parts. So this is one that is all stitched together. It's ready to go. You can see my curves around the edge here. That is done because of the fact that each of these pieces have that curve. And when I put it on my backing, because this is the backing that I use, I stitched a 1/4 inch away, and then I came back, and at every one of these seams, I clipped it right up to my stitching so I would get this nice curve here. So I've got it all ready to do the next step, and the next step is to use our circles and straights tool. So right there is my magic point, because that's where I'm going to put that circles and straights tool to do my perfect circle. So I'm going to go ahead and take this off, although I wouldn't have to. I could just put it on top of that. And this is our circles and straights tool here. It says universal because it works on all machines. Now, it does work better when you have a flat surface, such as our extension table here, because obviously we're working with flat. I'm going to peel the back of this off, and this is the same kind of a mat as my glider. And so if this gets to the point where it doesn't cling, I simply use a baby wipe. And you can see it's clinging. You can hear it when I pick it up. So I don't need to worry about that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here, and I have got this piece that has, well, it's basically just like a tack that's attached to it. I want to save those 3 little pieces because when I'm done, I put them back on there. And I'm going to guess, well, actually, let's just put it up here so we can kind of see and use our ruler to see what size of a circle we want to do. It looks to me like what we should do is about a 5-inch circle. So what I'm going to do is pull this back, and I have on this tool etchings. Those etchings right there, I am going to line up with the number 5, and I need to make sure I have it straight across and right up and down there. So I'm going to kind of sneak behind the camera here so I can see that. And I want to make sure that that holds in place. Now there's my pin, and I'm going to go ahead and pull this in. And I want to get it right on that X, because we don't want a lopsided fan blade here. So now that I've got that right on that X, I've also got another piece of my fusible fleece, because what I like to do is pad this circle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to put this pin on the top. And because I want it smaller than my other circle, I'm going to go ahead and I am going to move my needle to the left. Now, sure, I could move the whole tool, but it's just pretty much easy, much easier to be able to just move your needle and get that same effect. So I'm just going to go ahead now and put that foot down, and I'm going to let this just go around. And you can see I really don't have to do much of anything. I'm just kind of splitting my fingers there on that to make sure I hold that flat. And this is why you would want a flat surface. I don't know what I would do without my Sew Steady table, because it makes everything you do so much easier to have this about 12 inches in front of your needle here that's flat. So we're going to get right around. And I left that gold thread in there because I wanted you to be able to see what we were doing. I got right back to where I started. I've just overlapped a little bit. And now I'm just going to cut that thread. And I'm going to cut up next to my stitching. Now I don't need to take it off of there. I'm using my flat kindergarten scissors because I don't want them to get caught in that fleece as it goes around, and it'll just make it so much easier. We're just cutting right up to that. Now remember, I'm going to make my circle bigger when I actually stitch it. And I think I'm actually going to move it out because I want it a little bit bigger than just the 3/8 inch difference. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to put my foot back in center and I'm going to move this out. I'll peel this back so you can see that. I'm going to move it out to 5.5. Now, when you put that on there, you want to make sure it's sealed good, but don't put it on so tight that you can't get it back off. All right. So now you can see the difference of where we're at. And I unthreaded my needle, but that's okay because it's so easy to thread again. And remember, I'm not doing decorative stitching yet. I'm still just getting my fabric ready. And so to save time, I'm just going to kind of find where my center is. And I could have taken the time to actually put a flower right in the center, which is what we call fussy cut. So right there's my center, and I'm just going to place that on top, put my pin in place, and then I need to check to see, do I have enough fabric all the way around? I might have put it in too far. So let's get that foot up out of the way. Looks like we're good there. So we're just going to turn it. Looks good. Everything's nice and flat. So now all I do is put that foot down. I always like to put my needle down first, and then we're just going to let this go around. How easy is that? Just making that nice, perfect circle. Oh, I guess we're already around. So now all I have to do is cut that thread. And this time I'm going to use a little pair of embroidery scissors to get in there and get right up against. If you have the little pair of what are called duckling scissors, they're like applique scissors, only they're real small. That works too. But it's best not to take it off of the pen because you run the risk of not getting it back in the exact spot, and then your circles don't line up, meaning your decorative stitch is not going to be exactly on top. So just like on, and now I'm going to switch to a decorative thread on the top. I just had a regular 40 weight thread, and so I want to put a decorative thread on there. I don't know if I want to use gold or I want to use green. So let me get my threads here and see which one I want to use. I've also used metallic before, and that's really pretty too. So I think I'm going to use the green this time. The fun part of this is if I get it done and I don't like it, or I'm not taking it out, I'll just put another color on, go over it, and make it a 2-layered stitch. So it's a lot of fun to play with your stitches on this, just simply because of the fact that most of you have a bunch of stitches on machines that you've never used before. Now make sure if you're using some sort of a specialty thread that you've got that specialty needle in there. Well, I must not have threaded it right. It's dark, and I mean the thread's dark and I'm not seeing it. There we go. All right, we're gonna put that foot up, put that thread back behind there. Make sure you're using the foot that allow you to go over thicker surfaces, because what you're going to be doing is putting thread up on thread possibly. And the other thing I will tell you, you can use any of your decorative feet. If you had a candle wicking foot, or you have like a 7-hole cording foot or anything like that, you're going to be able to do that. So let me get in here into our decorative stitches. We've got many stitches and see exactly what we're going to do here. So just kind of took a little fast peruse through there. And I think what we're going to do first is this stitch right here. It's kind of a scroll looking stitch. And you don't have to worry about stitches moving side to side or front to back. It will do all that just fine for you. And as you can see, I'm just basically doing nothing. You can rub this back. You don't have to. I'm just holding the outer edge here, which is off camera. It'd be like just supporting that outer edge. It's a pretty stitch. You can see it coming out there. You can see it as it's coming around. And I've had times when my stitches will kind of mush up a little bit if it's a real heavy stitch and it shows really bad. And what I do with that is I make sure the next time around, actually I do the same stitch again with a different color of thread, but possibly change the foot so that the foot will go over that much easier. Now you might call this raw edge applique because it's cut right up close there, but honestly, it's going to be very, very hard for that to unravel because of the fact that you're putting stitching over the top of it. Now, if you wanted to, on the back of that centerpiece there, you could have put a lightweight fusible, like a lightweight tearaway, or So Steady has a product I really like because it doesn't get stiff or anything, and it's called Temply Fuse, and that would work perfect there too. You can see I really didn't have any problem with that laying flat. We're about halfway around now. This is one of those tools that we call it a tool, but it's actually a toy to me, and that allows you to do so many different things. I have done a circle up to 22 inches in diameter. The tool will allow you to go up to 29 inches in diameter, and the tool itself is marked with the numbers that determine the diameter, not the radius. So when I put this down on 5, you're looking at 2.5 inches from there to there. I actually moved it to 6, so that's more like 3 inches. But I just want you to realize that you don't have to calculate or think, okay, what's the radius, what's the diameter? It's already pretty much built in for you. If you're doing something that needs to meet up and you know you're not going to have a good chance of it meeting up, always start in the busier fabric. I should have started in my reds, not that gold there. But I'm going to do a gold stitch on top of that, so we should be fine. You could actually just set it to your zigzag and zigzag around there so that it looked like you basically have appliqued it. Now, once we're getting close, I usually use my bullseye because that will complete the stitch pattern and stop and knot off. And before I do anything drastic, I'm going to look to see, did I cover it? Actually, I need one more. So I'm going to touch the bullseye again and do one more. So I'm going to touch. And then I'm going to cut that. So now, just because of the fact that I want you to see that you can really be creative with this, I'm going to take that gold thread. Actually, I'm going to use red. I think I'll use this red thread. So we're going to just thread it with the red, and I'm going to do that stitch again. Put that underneath the foot there, and I never start anywhere near where I did the time before. So we're going to start right here, foot down, needle down, and oh wow, it looks like I picked another stitch. Let's get back to what I intended. There we go. Always check that because in the process of threading, and this just kind of makes it look like a heathered stitch as it comes around because you've got 2 threads, same stitch, but different colors, and it just kind of blends them in together. And when I get around, I'm going to do another one out here with a different stitch. But you can always move out and in, whatever you want to do. And then I can decide, because this is a fusible fleece that I used, and it is not necessary to do any more stitches. You can always use a bag. If I use a bag, I had to put some more stitches in this, whether it was stitching all the sides or doing some quilting or whatever. So it is not something else. I'm going to leave my thread, the red thread in there. Here we are. Back to the beginning. Again, it looks like I need one more. All right, let's see what stitch you want to do now. This is a pretty stitch here. I think what I'll do is that stitch. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually move this out just a little bit. Not a whole lot, just a little bit. A little more than that. There we go. All right, let's see what we can do with this. This is kind of a little scallop stitch that has like a little open eyelet. It makes it so much fun to be able to add all the pretty stitches without having to try and keep them in that perfect circle. So this is telling me that I am out of thread. So I think what I'm going to do is say, we are finished with this part of it. And I'm just going to take this so you can see it by raising that foot and bringing it around so that you can see that. So I'll just take this off and bring this up close so that you can see that decorative stitch there. You can see how that looks, that little eyelet stitch. So thank you for joining me to show you some of my favorites, and especially accessories that go with the Sew Steady tools. And I'm going to back this out just a little bit so you can see more of that as it's finished there. So have a great time with using our extra accessories as you experience your Sew Steady table.
Wow, thank you so much, Donnell. That was such a cool project. I'm sorry, I did have to speed you up a little bit just to make sure we made it through the live today in time, because we need to head back over to Blaine and have him tell everybody how to take advantage of those amazing tools you shared today. So I know that everybody's going to want one of those circles and straights tools, or better yet, get that amazing wish table that comes with the circles and straights tool. We've got more amazing tools to share the rest of the week. So I'm going to let Blaine take it away, and we'll look forward to having you join us in the next couple of days. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, Stacy. All right, everybody. Great job, Donnell. And again, got to remind you, all the things that you saw, if you like the wish table, you like all the things that you're seeing from Sew Steady, we have 20% off all the Sew Steady products right now. So get on the website, up at the search bar at the top of the page, type in Sew Steady. It's going to take you to a product pages where you can see all the different products we have. And again, it's 20% off anything that you see that you like. You can also go to smplive.tv. There's a link there. You can go to it. But make sure you go check all that stuff out. If you have any questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151. They can take your order. Or if you're on the website looking at some of the Sew Steady products and you need some help, we have live chat agents on there standing by as well that can help you and answer questions and take your order. All right, so we're going to continue on. Hey, and we are going to go to the world of Juki. And we had a little bit of skip. Oh, is it Jane's time? Oh, that's right. It's CutterPillar. Man, I was getting all antsy. Jane, we have a schedule change a little bit with Juki.
Oh,
man, do I have a good deal going right now for a machine that we hadn't planned on putting on the show.
Mm-hmm.
So we made a little switcheroo, and I'm really anxious. So y'all stand by, because it's awesome.
It's going to be right after this 30-minute segment. So that's coming up next from our friends.
Well, yeah, we gotta go see Melody at CutterPillar, because they have so many awesome tools. And I'm telling you what, when we had them on SewFest, if you remember, they were a huge, huge hit.
Yeah.
When we sold so many of those I Want It All packages.
I mean, I love everything that they have. I want all of it. I want the big bundle. But by the way, what you just did in TV world is you promoted, you went, make ahead programming, like stay tuned because we've got this. I'm so excited for this. But first, from our friends at CutterPillar, see, you're it. You're doing it.
Yeah, they, the products they have are pretty awesome. And we, last time we had them on, we actually sold out a lot of their products because we weren't expecting it to be such a hit as it was. And there's a reason for that. It's just such great products. And I know your relationship with them go way back, even farther than mine.
I know. I again, like I was introduced to them when they first came out with their very first like CutterPillar product that was cutting paper back in like 2015, and they had just started the company in 2012. And so I was actually selling their product on a shopping channel called Create and Craft, and that is how I met CutterPillar. And I'm so ecstatic that of the innovations that they've had. They always had the LED light, but now they're into sewing and quilting and all of the tools you need to make the job easier. So let me introduce our guest.
Take it away.
Thanks, Blaine. Like I said, they make the tools to make your job easier. I always say you need the right tools to get the job done, and that is exactly what CutterPillar has for you. Our guest from CutterPillar is Melody Cloud. She joined CutterPillar in 2017, and she manages the Utah office for them. And she loves to meet up with craft enthusiasts and shop owners at trade shows across the country. We loved having her on the show this entire week. She is a ball of energy, and I love the fast and furious demonstration of all these great products. Hello, Melody.
Hello, Jane. How are you doing today?
I'm doing so great. It's great to have you back. This is your time slot. It's like when we have a TV guide, you are in this time slot every day.
Yes, like those old ones used to get in the newspaper that my mom used to like fold them up and keep them right next to her so she knew when her soap operas were all coming on, all that kind of stuff. Yes,
you got it.
This is my time.
The 4 o'clock time slot, Central Time, CutterPillar's half hour. It's better than a sitcom. It's better than a drama. It's better than a Hallmark movie. You've got everything we need because you're talking about the tools that we want.
We are talking about the tools that you want that'll make your project so much easier to complete. That's for sure.
I like it. So I'm going to turn it over to you so you can take the next 25 and talk about it.
Sounds great. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Jane. Thank you, everybody, for joining us again today. We are very excited to be back here for the countdown to Christmas for Sewing Machines Plus. If you guys missed us yesterday, we showed our all-in bundle. Make sure you go check that out. That was available for the presentation yesterday. I think you can still watch the video, but that was the bundle for all of the products that you could deck out your studio with. Now, today we're talking about a different bundle. Some of the same products are included in it, but it's what we've done this week for Sewing Machines Plus is we put together bundles that are a little more focused on the projects that you might be working on. So today is our applique bundle. So this is so fantastic, you guys. This will change how you do your applique projects. Now, our stuff is not just for applique, but this stuff, if you do applique, will help you so much with your project. So this bundle includes our Glow Premium LED light board. So we make several Glow light boards, and all of them come with translucent cutting mats, and all of them are super thin and lightweight. They're really nice and easy to use, but our Glow Premium might be my favorite one, and I'll show you why. So first of all, like I said, they're all nice and flat and super easy to use. You don't have to drag out the old Crayola light box or the old one that the husband made. I got one that was passed down that my grandfather had made for my grandmother, made out of oak with plexi on the top and lights everywhere in it. Super big and heavy. So these are a lot easier to pull out and use when you're doing your projects. They all have multiple levels of light, so you can adjust that light setting as well. There's 3 different levels of light on the Glow Premium. So right on top of here is where you can do all of your crafting. So not just sewing and quilting, you can do sketching, you can do coloring, you can do weeding vinyl, you can do stamping, you can do all that kinds of stuff. One of my favorite things to do on top of the LED light boards, this is kind of a newer thing in the crafting world, but this is my favorite thing to do. So this is diamond painting. So it's kind of like paint by number. You have the little key here that tells you what color of these little gems to pick up and to set onto the sticky base right here. And you can do it like this. You can do your diamond art right like this on top of your table. But when you've got your light shining through, you can see your letters and your numbers and your symbols so much easier. You can get through your project so much faster. I like to tell my husband that I use this so that I can get done faster so I can get more projects. So that's the goal that we're trying to do, is finish quicker and more efficiently so we can buy more projects to do. So we have lots of diamond art and paint by number at my house, and I use the light board every single time. But let me tell you why this Glow Premium is even better than the rest of our glows. This is, the board itself is 13 by 19 inches. The lighted area is approximately 11 by 17, a little bit bigger than that. And the best thing about the Glow Premium, that is the only one of our glow light boards that does this is it has an internal rechargeable battery. So this one you can take off of your power cord. You do not have to have it plugged in, and you can use the light for 3 to 4 hours without the power cord. So this is so great for you to go to classes, for you to go to retreats, for you to go to your friend's house. I used it to do my diamond art during the Super Bowl this year. I was able to sit in the living room and pretend I cared about the Super Bowl game and watch all the commercials, but I was able to do my crafting on the light board with it on through the whole entire Super Bowl and not really pay that much attention to the game. So you can take it and you can sit in front of the TV with it. You can sit in bed with it. My best friend broke her foot and was stuck in bed for a while and did all of her crafting on her lap in her bed when she couldn't get up and walk around. I also like to take it when I go traveling on road trips with my family, campers, things like that. All of that kind of stuff you can take with you because it does not have to be plugged in. 3 to 4 hours on high. If you use the lower settings, it'll last even longer than that. Plus the cord that comes with it is a USB-C with a USB outlet on the other end. So you get the wall block so you can plug it into the wall or you can plug it into a USB port. So this one is our fully portable version of our glow LED light board. So the other thing that is so great about all of our glow light boards is they come with these translucent self-healing cutting mats. So the cutting mat is textured on the back, so it doesn't slide around when you're using it. And now when you set it on top of the board, it will not slip when you're doing your cutting. So I like to square all of my pieces when I'm quilting right on top of here. The other thing that I like to do is if you're doing anything with your little hexies, if you're doing your projects, you can do your little paper piecing, your applique pieces, your foundation paper piecing. You can put your pattern underneath your fabric. So you can see where that flower is going to line up on your little hexies or your other pattern pieces or your template. So you can make sure that it's lined up how you want it to be before you go to sew stuff together. So all of your designs can be focused in the same direction, or you can make sure you're aiming it the right way. You can make sure the colors are going the right way. So you can do that right on here, and then you can cut your pieces out right on top. Now, sometimes you're not going to be able to see through your fabric. Sometimes the fabric is too dark. Sometimes it's too thick. When you're cutting multiple layers, you're not always able to see, but that's okay. I still like to use this light board in order to do that, because when you take your ruler out and you're lining it up on top of your light with that light shining through your mat and the light shining through your ruler, you can tell if you're off your mark by the tiniest little bit. So you can get super accurate in your piece cutting. You can get super accurate before you sew things together, instead of waiting until you've sewn all of your pieces together and you realize that your lines went like this when you wanted them to be straight and you realize maybe you were cutting crooked along the way. You can square everything up right on top of the light and you can make sure that you're entirely accurate. So those are some of the base things that you can do with the light board. Now I want to show you a little bit more what you can do with it, because we are calling this our applique bundle, even though there's many more things you can do with it. You can do your applique project right on top of here. So with this light that shines through, you can obviously use it to trace, right? So you can use it to trace on here. And with the adjustable light, this is a pattern that I got that has a pattern on both sides, right? Super cute from Sassafras Lane. It's got a cow and it's got a hedgehog. And when you have this all the way bright, sometimes it's hard to see the lines because you're seeing both of your patterns at the same time. So that's one of the reasons that the fact that you can dim this is so great, because you can lower that light setting and you can see a little bit better. So you don't have as much of a conflicting pattern with both of the images, and you can do your tracing right on top of here. So you don't need the cutting mat on it if you're doing your tracing. You can just go straight on top of the acrylic here. You can trace your pieces out right here. You don't have to use your washi tape and stick it to the sliding glass door. Or how many of you have used like a glass coffee table and stuck a flashlight underneath it to try to do your tracing, to try to get it done really quick? You can do it just like this right on top of here. So this is fantastic. Now, the other piece that comes with this that makes this part of your project even easier is we have these super strong magnets and these little sticky metallic plates. So you can turn your glow light board into a magnetic board. So these little plates right here, there's little self-adhesive on the back. So you can take that off and you can stick it wherever you want to turn your light board into being magnetic. So if you can see on the back of this, we've already got some of these pieces stuck on here. So now everywhere these will be magnetic. So you can use it to hold your project down. And so it's not going to slide around when you have to stop working on it and you have to go make dinner, or you have to run an errand, or you have to pick up the kids, or you want to go do something else, and you're always resetting your project because it blows away with the vents or whatever in the house, you can use the magnets to hold this down, and you can make sure that the piece stays exactly where it is. So that way, when you're tracing, you don't have to keep adjusting. You don't have to keep moving. You can do your tracing right on top of here, just like that. Now, what do we do next after we do our tracing, right? We cut out with our fusible, we cut it out of our fabric, we do all of that stuff, but then we have to fuse it together. So when you've got your little piece and you're stacking it up, so you can use your pattern and you can stack everything up right on there. So you make sure that you're centered how you want it to be. You can make sure that everything's lined up the way you want it to be. But the other cool piece of this applique bundle that is probably my favorite part of it is our tempered glass board. So you can swap your cutting mat out. You can put your tempered glass board right on top of here. You can lay out your applique. You can make sure that you're square. You can make sure that you're lined up. And the glass mat, the thing that is so cool about the glass mat is it will take the heat of an iron. So you can iron your fusible right on top of your light. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds like you shouldn't be able to do that because that's heat and you've got a light board and it's electronics and it's all these things, but we do it all the time and it's the best thing to do. You can iron it right on top of here. You don't have to pick it up and move it. You don't have to move it to an ironing board. You don't have to move it onto a wool mat. You can line everything up right on top of here. This tempered glass mat is also really great for all kinds of other crafts. So the tempered glass mat you can use for paint and ink and glue and all that stuff because it's treated and it's scratch resistant. It's like a glass stovetop. So if you get excess fusible on here or you get excess paint or glue or anything like that, you can just scrape off that excess and it is not going to hurt the glass. So you can do all of that right on top of here. And you can iron your pattern out. You can iron your pieces. I like to do the hems and things like that on here because I can use the grid and make sure that I'm at my 1/4 of an inch or anything like that. And you make sure that you can do it right on there. So the glass will dissipate the heat through it. Now, I'm going to warn you, you don't want to like iron your prom dress on here and you don't want to leave the iron setting on there for too long, but you can definitely spot iron. The glass will get a little bit warm sometimes if you leave it on there for too long, but you can iron right on top of here. Now, one of the questions, another question I always get about the glass mat, because everyone seems really scared to do that, which I understand because it feels a little odd to be able to do that. Can you use an iron with steam? I get that question at shows all of the time. And yes, you can, but you also need to know that the steam might pool water on top of the glass. So you want to be a little bit careful with that because you don't want to get your project wet, but you can use steam on top of here as well. Just so you can iron right on top of here. And then you can go to your sewing machine and you can sew your applique piece right on there. Super great. So applique bundle today includes the Glow Premium, which is our portable one that has an internal rechargeable battery. It includes the glass mat with it, and it also includes the magnets and plates. So this is a fantastic value that we are doing for Sewing Machines Plus this week, and they'll come back on and tell you how to order all this stuff. But this is amazing. Oh, I almost forgot. The cutting mat also comes with it. So the cutting mats come with all of our light boards. So you can cut all of your pieces out right on top of here. The other question that I always get a lot is like, how big and bulky and how heavy is this? The glass mat does have a little bit of weight to it. It's about 3 pounds, 3.5 pounds. So that has a little bit of weight to it. But your Glow light board is only about 1.5 pounds. So this you can take with you. You can take it around the house. You can pick it up and use it. It is also made out of acrylic, so it is super, super durable. So you can let the kids play on it. You can let the husbands play on it. We like to build Legos with my grandson on it because it helps my poor, sad eyes be able to see the pieces a lot better. And now he thinks he needs to take it home with him so he can do Legos at his own house. But we have to say, no, that's not allowed. You have to keep it at my house. He still tries to steal it all the time, though. I'm sure you guys feel that for those of you that have kids and grandkids around all the time. But the magnetic plates, remember, you can stick anywhere you want on the back of your Glow Premium, and then you can make it magnetic to hold your pieces down. So you'll get 2 of the magnets and you'll get 6 of the magnetic plates that are self-adhesive and they can stick on the back of your light board. So when you are cutting, I also want to let you know that cutting on top of your light board, you can use any rotary cutter. So it doesn't have to be a special one. It can be whatever your favorite one is. You can go ahead and cut right on top of there. I really like to, like I mentioned, I really like to square everything up on top of the light because I can see exactly what I'm doing. So if I needed to just cut one more tiny little piece off of there, you can do it. And like I said, any rotary cutter is totally fine. We're cutting double here. And even if you can't see through, you can make sure that you're square because you can see through that ruler. You can see the lines. You can make sure that you can be exactly accurate because they are super, super fantastic. CutterPillar has been around since about 2011. And Jane mentioned at the beginning of this that we started making paper cutters to start with. And on our paper cutters, there's an LED light bar that lights up your cut line. So you can see exactly where it is that you're trying to make your cut for paper crafting. And that is what sort of morphed us into making these. So these light boards are so, so fantastic. So you can see exactly what you're doing. You can make sure that all of our eyes are getting tired these days, right? Our eyes are getting super tired and it's hard to see everything anymore. We like to pretend they're not. I don't want to bring my reading glasses out all the time every time I'm crafting. So when I do it on top of the light, I can see exactly what I'm doing. The other thing that it does for you when you're working on this instead of on a regular table, even if you have super great light in your studio or your craft room, you are the one that are making shadows on your projects all the time. I always found myself trying to look around my hands or my head to try to get accurate cutting or projects that I was working on. And I was always having such a hard time with that. But when that light is shining from below, you don't have any of those overhead shadows in the way. So you can see so much better. We're super excited to be here for the Christmas, thank you, for the Christmas countdown for Sewing Machines Plus this week. I'm going to go over this bundle. If you guys came and saw us yesterday, the bundle yesterday was our all-in bundle. It's the big bundle that includes so very many of our products. Make sure you go and check that out as well because that's still available. But this is what we call our applique bundle. You don't only have to do applique, but you can do all kinds of other crafts, but this is called our applique bundle. So that's what you want to look for when you do it. So the applique bundle, so you know, includes your Glow Premium. The Glow Premium is portable. So this one has an internal rechargeable battery, so it will last for about 4 hours off of the power cord. The light is adjustable, so you have 3 different light levels on that. So you can change the intensity depending on what you're working on or what time of day it is. If you're trying to sneak downstairs in the middle of the night and do some crafting because you can't sleep and you don't want to wake anybody up, you can do it on the low setting because you can take it with you. You don't have to have it plugged in. Plug it in at night like your cell phone and it'll charge up. And the little light, the little red light right here, if you can see that right there, will switch to green. And then you'll know that you are fully charged and that you'll have about 3 to 4 hours on high to get your crafting done in the middle of the night when you're supposed to be asleep. It comes with the translucent self-healing cutting mat. The cutting mat is textured on the back, remember, so it's not going to slide around when you're doing your cutting. It will stay in place, so you don't have to worry about it slipping. It's going to stay right there so you can do your cutting right on top. You can use any rotary cutter, anything like that right on top of there. The other thing that you can do on here is you can do all of your pattern tracing on here. So you do your applique patterns, you can do sketching, you can do coloring, you can do diamond art, you can do all that stuff right on top of here. And because the other thing that's included in this applique bundle for SMP this week is you get your little magnets and your magnetic plates. So you can stick your magnetic plates anywhere you want on the back of your board, and then the magnets will hold your project down. Now, they are super strong. They're called, I always say this wrong, but they're called neodymium. Close to that is the word. Rare earth magnets. So they're super strong. And the way they're made is to go straight through. So it's super strong and it's not going to, it'll go through your projects and it's not going to fall off. So you don't have to worry about it slipping around. It will actually also go through the cutting mat as well. So it'll go through all of this product and it'll all keep everything in place. So it's not going to slip around while you're working on it. If you have to leave and you have to go work on something, you come back to it, it's going to be in the exact same spot that you left it, which is super, super great. The other thing that's included with the applique bundle that I mentioned is my very favorite thing to work on is our tempered glass mat. So our tempered glass mat is a treated glass mat, scratch resistant, heat resistant mat. So you could do all kinds of things on it. I like to do my acrylic painting on here because if I miss, I can just scrape it off super easily. I like to do anything with hot glue. I've been making Christmas ornaments. I've been making Christmas wreaths. I've been doing all those kinds of crafts the last couple of months. And I spilled that glue. You set that on here and the glue is going to get on here, but it's not going to have any issues. It's not going to melt anything. It cleans right off. If it gets stuck, if your fusible or your hot glue gets stuck on there, you can just take a razor blade, and scratch it right off. You can put it right in the sink and clean it off if you need to. You can throw it in the dishwasher if you need to. The printing is on the back. So if you do have to, scratch any of that extra paint or glue off, you're not going to lose your grid. so you can keep your measurements on there. You can make sure you use that to line everything up. So fantastic. The other thing that this glass mat does that blows everybody's mind every time we show this at a show or anywhere else, because it's treated, it's just like your glass stovetop. It will take the heat of an iron. So when you are ironing your applique pieces and you're ironing your fusibles, you can do that all right on top of here. I like to set down my my piece and make sure that it's square, because then I can use the grid lines and I can see where the pieces are going. I can make sure that I'm centered how I want that to be before I do all of my fusing. But I don't have to pick it up and move it to the ironing board. I can stay right here and I can iron right on top of here. And this is the best thing. This is so fantastic. This applique bundle, we have special here for Sewing Machines Plus this week for the countdown to Christmas. So go there, take a look for the applique bundle. Even though you can use it for all kinds of stuff, it doesn't have to be just for applique projects. But make sure that you do that there. You get the, sorry, I got a little distracted. You get the Glow Premium, which is the portable one. You get the tempered glass mat. You get the cutting mat. You get the magnets, and you get the magnetic plates. You get 6 plates. You get 2 magnets. So what is that? 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pieces for this applique bundle that you get all together. So make sure that you tell all of your friends, your kids, your grandkids, your husbands, send them to Sewing Machines Plus to get what you want for Christmas, and we'll ship it right to you. We're very excited. We really enjoy this. Jane, are you still around? This is the applique bundle. This is my favorite bundle with this Glow Premium in it. This is the best. This is one of the best ones with that portability of the light board.
I love the applique bundle. And the thing that I love so much when you were talking about, I mean, there's so many things I love, but the mat, the tempered glass mat, dishwasher safe. If you get your acrylic paint on it, you can scrape it off, or any glue, easy. The writing's on the back. So a lot of times, we're sewing, we're using soft fabrics, but we do sometimes have to put a little hot glue. We saw our education sessions today. She glued in her project into that hoop. So I love that, I'm cutting mats and oops, I got glue on it. I can't get it off.
You can't get it off. Yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing I really love is the light on everything. You talked about, do I want to bring my readers out every time, or where are my readers? They're not on my head. They're not on the table. It does really help you see.
It does. Yeah. It's made me, my husband started getting readers before me, and he's older than me. So I like to tease him about it. And now I bring the light everywhere I go, so I don't have to bring them out, because I don't want to get teased, because I teased him when he started using them. So it's really nice that way.
That's funny. I did the same thing to my husband years ago when we first started dating. I'm like, oh, it's so cute. He's squinting. And now I'm like, where are my readers? I can't.
Where are my readers? Yes.
Yeah. And he doesn't even wear the readers. I do.
Right.
So again, this is the applique bundle.
Yes.
Yesterday was the all-in bundle.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so this is day 2. Day before on Cyber Monday was a bunch of products.
Yes. Yeah. On Cyber Monday, we showed our newest flip and fold cutting mat,
right?
Which is also included in the all-in bundle. And we showed our Glow Mini, which is about half the size of this, which is super cute. That is also included in the all-in bundle, but they were available for Cyber Monday as well.
I love that. And again, the magnets, I know you can't pronounce it, but I'm going to make you do it again.
So neodymium, I think.
Okay.
I might be saying that wrong, but it's neo.
That's okay.
I can't say. I know, for the longest time when we were first working on them, when we were first making them, and they were telling me what it was, I called them neo dinosaur. I could never think of it. But they're super, super strong. They will, they'll go through all of the projects and the board and everything that you're using to work on. So they'll hold everything in place. But neodymium or neodymium, something like that.
Neodymium. I can't say magnetic, so I can't say that fast. So you
same.
That, and I love that overhead shot that they just did for you. So let's look at that really quick, and maybe you can put that on full screen. Just show us again the magnet. And you've got the pads and you got the magnets. So maybe take me off the screen, and I'll come back in a second because we have a few minutes. I want people to really see this.
So this is the thing. So the back of this board doesn't come magnetic on its own. So the back of the board has the magnetic plates that are stuck on the back for when you're working on your stuff. You can choose where you want those to go. So you can stick the magnetic plates on the back. And then when you're cutting or you're working on your tracing or anything like that, the magnets will hold down your project. So that will go through the board. It will go through the mat. It will go through your paper and your patterns. You can see that this will not, whoops, I moved the magnet in the wrong place, but it will go through all of these things. I dropped my magnet.
Yeah, it's great that it
you
goes
have to make
all the way
sure
through.
that you have to make sure that you put the magnets where the little plates are. If you miss that part, it won't be magnetic.
Right.
But you can, so it'll, when you're holding down your tracing pattern, you can do that right on the board. You don't need the cutting mat, and that'll hold everything right in place. And then if you want to hold stuff down through the cutting mat as well, you can. If you're doing your fabric and you've got a pattern that you're cutting through, you just want to keep it in place, you can do that way as well. But just make sure you stick it where you put those little plates. The thing about the magnetic plates that I didn't mention that's really cool is they are self-adhesive. So if you want to stick them on the back wherever you want to stick them, you can. But I haven't stuck mine yet on my board because I haven't decided exactly where I want it.
Right.
So you can just set them there. Say you want it on the side or in the middle because you're working on something over there. That will hold in place. That will hold that plate in place. So you don't have to stick them until you're ready to stick them. And you kind of tend to work in the same place when you have tools like this all the time. So eventually you'll figure out where you want to stick it, but then you don't have to stick it right away. So it's really nice to be able to do that with them too.
I love it. Totally non-committal. That's my
Yes.
favorite place to be.
Yes.
What size is that board?
So the light board itself is 13 inches by 19 inches. The lighted area is about 12 by 17, 16 and a half.
And they turn the light on and off again for us.
So it's right over here. It's just a little touch button right by the power cord. You've got 3 different light levels. So you can change that. And then the little red light that's right here will switch to, if you can see that little red light, it'll switch to green when you know that you're fully charged, so that then you know you've got about 3 to 4 hours to work without being plugged in.
Yeah. I mean, if you haven't experienced using a light board or a LED light underneath, it is like, it will change the way that you're creating and cutting and crafting. It's just
for sure.
It is a game changer, really and truly. Okay, so Melody Cloud from CutterPillar, great bundle. That's your applique bundle. Dear Santa, let's go. It's always good to see you. I will see you tomorrow. Same time.
We'll see you tomorrow then. Same time.
Same channel.
Yes.
Okay,
Thanks
sounds
so
good.
much, Jane.
Everybody say
Appreciate
thanks
it.
to Melody.
See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Let me get this in your cart. Okay, here we go. From our friends at CutterPillar. This is the applique bundle. There you go. Calling it the applique package. You're seeing all the things. You got the Glow Premium right there. You're getting the tempered glass mat. Don't forget, that is dishwasher safe. That hot glue, your acrylic paint, that cleans right off. It is amazing. And then you're getting the light board mounting magnets and the plates that go with it. That is your applique bundle. Christmas, look at that pricing. $269.99. Oh my goodness. It's a call-in special, by the way. So call in 800-401-8151 for this applique bundle. By the way, call in for the all-in package. Call in for your fold and flip. All of the things from our friends at CutterPillar are really, really great. If you haven't tried it yet, at least get one thing this week so you could see how amazing their products are. I still have my cutting paper cutter from 2015. I think I got it at a trade show, and I still use it, and my LED light still works, Blaine. It really, really are great, innovative products. So 800-401-8151, everybody, for that call-in special, or you can chat live right there at smplive.tv. Blaine, I think when we look at our TV schedule right now, this is what you promoted.
This is, and we're getting down to the wire again, but hey, we've got a great deal on a Juki and a serger that we threw in at the last minute. It's got a great price on it. So we're gonna go do that, and we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. All right, everybody, we are gonna go and talk to Kelly Latreille. Kelly is the National Training Manager for Juki America. She's been on our show many times, and she's coming back today. We're gonna talk all about the MO 2800 serger. And so let's bring Kelly on. Hey, Kelly.
Hey. Hi, Blaine. How you doing today?
Doing fantastic. And I know, this, we've got a special price on this, and everybody's going to be pretty excited about this. Under $1,000 is crazy pricing on this. So I'm going to let you take it away, and then we'll come back and tell everybody how they can get it in 30 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Blaine, because I'm so excited today. The MO2800 Juki serger is my favorite machine in my sewing studio. Why? Because sergers are fast, fun, and easy to use. In fact, if somebody said to me, you're going to an island, you can pick one machine, it would be the MO2800, my serger. I love sergers. So get ready, take lots of notes. We have lots to go through here, folks. This is a 4-3 2-thread serger, which means, what does it mean for you? You can seam, you can do decorative stitching, you can do rolled hems, you can do flat locks, all kinds, all those stitches you see that folks are talking about when they're using sergers. This serger has tension, and I like to tweak my thread, so I'm for that. I love it. And the theory behind our tension is you set it at 4 and fine tune from there. So it's very easy to use. I have a stitch length on the side. This machine is equipped with differential feed. And differential feed for me is a game changer, because what it enables me to do is work on more fabrics with different techniques. And we'll hit on those techniques later in the demonstration. So get excited about differential feed. If you're shopping for a serger right now and you don't know what to put on your list, differential feed is a must. In front, we have the stitch width dial. This dial actually brings the stitch finger and the knives in and out to accommodate different fabrics and techniques. I love it because Juki has the smallest area between the needle and the knives. So you can really do curves well on this machine. In fact, so well, we added this curved foot for you so you can get into those tight curved areas. This does come with a machine. The other thing up here, this gray lever is to take out the stitch finger and put it back in. You remove the stitch finger for narrow seaming and for rolled edge. But right now I'm going to put it back in, because when I'm chaining, that finger actually supports the stitch on a serger, which is great stuff. I have a knife that I can lower and raise right here. And it's just like feed dogs on a sewing machine. It's mechanical. So that knife is going to come up once you take a stitch. If I take my little waist tray off here, I usually don't have a quilt under my serger. So it's snug with that waist collector. But let's talk about this quilt, because my friend Joyce has finally taught me that quilting on a serger is awesome. I made this quilt and did the 1/4 inch seams. Love it. It presses out great. It's easy to square. I may be doing some more quilting on my serger. Let's open up this door. One thing I love is all the tools are right here for you. I have a tweezer, a lint brush, and my hexagon screwdriver for removing needles. So it's all right there for me. By the way, a fabulous safety feature on the Juki MO2800 is when I have the doors open or the presser foot up, the machine will not run. And that is a safety feature you're going to love. So I'm going to close the left door. And are you excited about air threading? Yes, the MO2800 is equipped with air threading. What does that mean for you as a sewer? What it means is you can thread this serger in any order. When I first got a serger in the early 80s, you had to thread it in a specific order. And if a thread broke, you had to rethread all that. So air threading made this whole operation much, much easier. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my upper looper thread, because it's the exciting one to see. And I'm going to remove it completely from the machine, okay? So that I can air thread that through again. So there's a lever here that I'm going to push up. What that lever does is when I move the hand wheel, the loopers are locked into place with metal tubes, and that's what carries the thread through the air, through the machine with air. So, and I'm going to start up here because people are always curious about threading. This one's easy to thread. I'm going to lay it into the tension. I'm going to put it in this thread guide. Then I'm going to put it into my air threader. Okay, a little bit too much thread here, maybe. There we go. Okay, so get ready, folks. It's already through that upper looper. How cool is that? It's so nice. If you don't have an air thread serger, it's worth the investment, just in time savings alone. I love sergers because I can make a t-shirt and a sweatshirt probably in less than an hour. My pants, I love making pants on this machine. Get a really nice ponte knit, sew them together, and then you can finish them on your cover stitch. So now I have that threaded. I'm going to unlock this so that we can run the machine. Now remember, unlike a sewing machine, my serger stitch is going to be formed on that finger. So I'm going to just start sewing. And there's my chain. So I've got a chain. I know I'm doing well. I'm going to test the stitch. Please always test your stitch first before you start on a project. So we're just going to start with a lightweight cotton, just a regular cotton, and put it through the machine. Now, this is when I also test my tension. And for you viewers out there, I did 4 threads with different colors so you can see what's going on with the serger. So let's put this through. I'm just lifting my presser foot in front so that I can run this through. All right, so what I do is I check the stitch first. Now, let's talk about the serger stitch. The loopers, upper looper, lower looper, have gold and green. So when you look back here, you can see that the lower looper is green, the upper looper is yellow, and they should meet right on top. The needles are straight stitches in front. You can kind of see that red and that white. And then in the back should look like little dots. That's it. It's very easy to discern a good serger stitch, okay? So let's try it on different fabrics. I'm going to try it on a knit. All right. I love sewing on knits. All right, let's take a look at this stitch. Do I have to change it? It looks fantastic. We went from a cotton to a knit, no changes whatsoever. Now I'm going to try this. It's a little bit stretchier. It's actually that wonderful scuba fabric. And I'm just going to start sewing and again, test my stitch. Okay, so this one, the stitch formation looks fantastic. However, notice it kind of stretched out a little bit. That's where differential feed comes in. How differential feed works is this. You have 2 feed dogs on a serger, 2 separate ones. When you move that differential feed to a higher number, that front feed dog takes a bigger step, feeding in more fabric, and that will alleviate that stretch. If you take it down, it's actually going to stretch your fabric for lettuce leaf edges, things like that. So it's a real versatile and enables you to sew on any fabric. So let's take this up to about 1.5. All right. Now you can see it. You can see the difference. It is much more compact. And I went to 1.5. So I could go all the way up to 2 if I wanted. So there's room to play depending on how stretchy that knit is. I also love differential feed for setting in sleeves. That is a game changer. So when you get to that notch, you can feed in more fabric so that sleeve goes in beautifully. And then when you get to the other notch, you just go back to neutral and you have your sleeve in. Beautiful. So the MO2 2800 for me is a fantastic machine. This lever right here is for rolled hemming. So if I want to do a rolled hem, I just flip that up. I don't have to mess with tension at all. So let's do a rolled hem. I'm going to start by just getting my needle hexagon screwdriver out of my tools, and I'm going to remove the left thread and the left needle. So I'm going to cut that thread, and I do like to pull them out. And then I'm going to remove this needle. And the great thing is these screws are set in so you're not going to lose them. They're not going to come out, which is great. I have a magnetic strip up here just for your needles. I love that. So now we have it on 3-thread right needle. So why would you use a 3-thread right needle? I love it for overcasting. All right, let's take a look at what's happening. It's funny because I had that differential feed up and it started gathering, but let's check the stitch. Oh, I need to rethread my needle. Okay, so for the needle threaders, they work great on this machine. I'm going to line up the lines on my hand wheel. That takes the needles down to the space where the needle threader can engage. I'm going to take it to the right. It works both on the right and left needles. And I'm just going to, let's see, let's try that again. I'm going to go straight on so I can see what I'm doing. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, today I'm just going to thread this needle. It's not cooperating. That's okay. So give me a second to thread this needle. Boom. Almost there we go. Nope. Let's get this needle threaded so we can do some rolled hems. All right. I'm cutting that thread, putting it in. Boom, we got it. All right, so let's get this going again. And I'm just going to start running the machine. There we go. All right, what's going on here? Okay, our lower looper got short. This is a good lesson for what happens when you lose a thread when you're air threading, because now I can go back and rethread that lower looper. All right, let's do it. I have it locked. I'm going to put the thread right in there. There we go. Come on, girl. All right, let's do this. I'm going to cut off that little. There we go. All right. let me check that we have, it looks clear. So let me just try that again. All right, there we go. And I'm going to lock it back into place. Okay, now both loopers are out. Hello. Let's do this again, folks. All right. So all my threads out. Gonna try this air threading. Get this going. There we go. One is through. Yay, we got the upper looper. Now we're going with the lower looper. There we go. Done. Okay, so let's start this chain. I'm going to unlock the machine and we're going to start a chain. There we go. Yay! All right. We're back in action. Why would you use a 3-thread right needle? It's perfect for overcasting and seaming fine knits. It's a great stitch. So now let's switch the machine to narrow rolled hem. I simply flip this lever up so I don't have to change my tensions to do a rolled hem, okay? The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my stitch finger out. I'm going to just go boop. Take it out, okay? And I'm going to go to a smaller stitch length, probably about 1. All right, this is my favorite stitch of all. All right, beautiful. Look at that. It is absolutely beautiful. If you ever work with fabrics that tend to have a hard time rolling or it's just not substantial enough, what I love to do is I like to bring my width up. And I'm going to run this through again. By the way, that chain for the rolled edge is great for belt loops and button loops. Now I have a more substantial rolled edge. It's thicker because what happened when I widened that stitch width is it brought more fabric over, giving you a really nice substantial rolled edge. So if you're thinking about last minute gifts, napkins are great. They're easy to make. You can focus on finding beautiful fabrics and decorative threads to make holiday napkins. This is my tree skirt that I made, and you can see that I've used a 2-thread left needle to do a decorative stitch here. And then on my ruffle, I actually gathered it with a differential feed and then used the rolled edge to finish that ruffle. So fun and easy to do. Now, you can use decorative threads in this serger. If they're fine, like a glide thread, you can just air it right through. It's no big deal. But if I want to go to like a pearl crown rayon, something like that, something like this, a little heavier, I have a tool that comes with the machine that I can use to get that in the looper if I want to. This is a little looper threader. And it's just a fine wire that comes with a machine. And what I'm going to do is, again, cut that upper looper thread so we can put some decorative in. So I'm pulling out the thread completely. It's important when you're working with those ports to just pull out the thread complete. I'm going to take my gold thread off, and I'm going to replace it with this beautiful thread by YLA. So I'm going to take off my cone holder, and put this on. And again, I'm laying it into the tension. I'm going to run it through here. Okay. So now I'm going to lock that. And then this part will go all the way through the looper. Okay. So now I am putting this through. Oops. That was the air threading. So this wire, I'm sorry, there it goes. It's right through that upper looper. So now I can put this thread through the little hole and take it right on through there. All right. So I'm just literally pulling this fine looper threader through. There we go. Beautiful. All right, so let's get this going. We're going to do now a decorative rolled hem. So I'm going to unlock my machine, close the door. I'm going to make the stitch length just a hair longer. We'll see if we really need to or not. Okay, and let's see what we lost. We've got that upper looper. We got the lower looper. Oh, it's a needle. Let me grab this needle. Serging is fun, and when you have air threading, you have more time to get projects done. There we go. All right, we got it. Okay, so there we go. So now I'm just going to take a couple stitches. There we go. There, beautiful. So now I'm going to do another rolled hem with the decorative thread. So it's easy to use the MO2800 for decorative sewing, for doing flat locking, all different things. So what does the 2800 come with? It comes with nets for doing decorative. If you've got silk threads or something that falls off the roll, these are great to have. It comes with spool holders so that you can put different threads through. Okay. It comes with needles. It also comes with a darning needle with a wide eye so you can pull your chains in when you're done. So know that if you're not a serger person, you have to secure those chains when you're done with your garment. You're either going to secure them in the hem or sometimes tie a knot. You can also pull them through the seam with this. So that is a great thing to have. Also, we make a lot of accessories for our machines. And there is a 6-pack. This is an optional thing. But there's a 6-pack of feet you can get with this. An elastic foot, a piping foot, a ruffling foot, and a blind hem foot. So everything is available through Sewing Machines Plus. So let's take a look what's going on here, because I think I got to change my needle. I'm going to rethread it again so we can get that beautiful decorative rolled edge. Oh, beautiful. Come on. So I'm going to remove the fabric so I can make sure I have a good stitch. I love a Juki serger. We've been making sergers for years. We obviously make the industrial sergers, but we also make many home sergers. And we've been in the business of serging for many years. Oh, come on. I'm all thumbs today. All right, let's get that tweezer out. In the presser foot, I want to let you know that the presser foot has a tape sewing guide built in. So if you secure your shoulder seams, all right, so I'm going to loosen that a little bit. Yay! We've got a beautiful stitch. Thank you for your patience. Okay. So we're going to run this cotton through. All right. I do think I have to change my needle because it's not cooperating. So what I'm going to do is I am going to, it's starting to look like my sewing studio, messy. All right, let's take out this needle because it's probably not a good needle and put in the other one. All right. Okay, so we've got that tightened and we're going. So if you're thinking about an air thread serger and you haven't had one yet, this is a great opportunity because this machine is under $1,000 right now. It is a 4-thread, 3-thread, 2-thread serger that can do anything the market has to show you in serging. So let me get this baby threaded. There we go. And this is what I do at home. If I have something going wrong, I'm just going to change what's happening. Change the needle, delint the machine. Make sure you're getting a good result. All right, so now we're back. And I'm just going to start a few stitches. All right. Okay, we're going to try that in a bit. But the MO2800 is a fabulous machine. It does a 4-thread, a 3-thread, a 2-thread sewing. It comes with a dust cover. It comes with needles. It comes with everything you need to be successful on a serger. And while I have you here, just a couple of things. I'm a big fan of flat locking. And this is a good example of a flat lock stitch that I fed the ribbon in while making the stitch, pulled the stitch apart, and you have this beautiful effect. So don't be afraid of flat locking. And I am going to show you how flat locking works. All right. There is a device built into the machine that when I bring the upper looper, I'm going to just pull this thread out here. And I'm going to bring it down. I push that over to the left. What that mechanism does is it blocks that hole. And the machine really thinks there's thread in there when it's not. So the lower looper and the needles are working to form that stitch. That's how a flat lock works. It's fantastic. So should we talk about threading? Because threading is easy. And I should have tightened my needle better. But let's look at threading because that's the next thing everyone wants to know is how easy to thread it. So number one, I'm going to tell you this. You can thread in any order. You can start with the needles. You can start with the upper looper. Whatever you want to do. So we're going to start there. And I'm going to start at the needles because I can show you how easy they are. They go down. This is the right needle. So I'm just going to go through the tension over this piece. A guide right here. and then a guide over here. And the same, a very similar path for the left needle. Okay, so I'm going to go around, up and down, and then bring those through the needle. Okay, and I'm taking my foot off so I can, let's see, get in here. All right, we're going to ignore that. Oh, got it. We got it. Awesome. So let's do the lower looper and the upper looper. They just lay into the tensions right on top. Okay. There's a thread guide right above the ports for both of them. And where's my gold thread? There it is. So I'm putting this back in place. Again, laying that right there. And then going through this thread guide up here. So the first thing I'm going to do is lock my machine in place. Put a little thread in that threader. Okay. And voila, we've got the upper looper threaded already. We're going to go to the lower looper. Oops, it threads in easy and it threads in minutes. So you can get more done. All right, let's put this through here. Voila. Both upper loopers are threaded. All we have to do is thread the eyes of the needle. But remember, the MO2800 is well equipped, 4-3 2-thread serging. It has differential feed and adjustable length, easy to use. And did I mention it's heavy duty? Yes, this serger can go from very fine to really heavy fleece, denim, all kinds of things. That's why I love a Juki, because the strength is second to none. Thank you so much for joining me.
Well, hey, Kelly, thank you so much for showing us that. Great demonstration. We'll see you tomorrow. And
Awesome.
we're going to tell them how they can get this.
Thank you so much, Blaine.
All righty. Okay, everybody, this is the Juki MO2800. And we have got this on sale right now for $999. That's right, under $1,000 for this. And we do have some special financing available if you need it. And we're going to ship this nationwide absolutely free. 2 needle, it's a 2-3-4 thread overlock machine. And again, this thing is just loaded up with features. It has that tall throat area, 2.7 inches high, so you can get a lot of fabric under that. Automatic needle threaders, easy roll hemming, magnet needle tray. There's so many things, differential feed that you can do on this. And it is a Juki, which you know that they put the industrial technology into a residential machine. So get on the phone right now and give us a call, 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, just type in Juki MO2800 in the search bar. It'll take you to that product page. And we have live chat agents can answer your questions and help you out right there as well. All right, let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine. Hey, everybody. How you doing?
I am good. Jane, guess what? This is our last demonstration of the day.
I can't believe it.
I know. It just goes by so fast, doesn't it? But hey, we've got a great one coming up, and we're going to let you take it away, and then I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Sounds great. Thanks, Blaine. Okay, everybody, get ready because Butler Robotics are in the house, and we're going to welcome to the show Aubrey Hartman. And you know that she has a long history with thread fabric and a sewing needle. She's been sewing since she was 5, and she got hooked when she learned about making a quilt when she took a job at a local quilt shop, and she found herself a new hobby and a new career. She has a degree in design and garment design. She loves making Halloween costumes, and she's loving her job at Butler Robotics. So she is back again today, same time, same channel. Put your hands together to Countdown to Christmas and Aubrey Hartman. Hey, Aubrey.
Hey, Jane. Hey, SMP Nation.
I am so happy you're back because we always love it when you're here. So I'm going to let you take it away because I want you to just close out the day with a great session.
Thanks, Jane. Well, hey, everybody. Thanks for joining me for day 2 of Countdown to Christmas. We are back again with our Butler Robotics system for our long arm quilting machines. Like yesterday, you are seeing me on my beautiful King Quilter 2 long arm. This is the 16-inch one. I just love it because it is compatible with my Butler Robotics system. But what's really great about the Butler Robotics system is that they are universally compatible. So it doesn't matter whether you got a King Quilter 2, an APQS, a Gamma, or any other long arm out there in the market, you can use a Butler Robotics system. So whether you've got one at home right now or you are shopping this week for your long arm, you can get you a Butler Robotics system so you can have automation too. We have got 3 different systems available, and you will see those at the end of the show. So you've got choices. Our basic model with Sewing Machines Plus comes with an 8-inch display screen. You've got 160 preloaded patterns and all of the features you need to do edge-to-edge quilting and block quilting and editing your designs and having a lot of fun with automated quilting. If you want a little bit more and you want to try some custom quilting and some fancier editing features, you can move up to the deluxe model. That one comes with a 10-inch display screen, 260 patterns already loaded into a library for you, and lots of editing features, including crop and record. You can work with mirror imaging and all kinds of goodies. My favorite is the built-in channel locks. And then if you're like me and you want to have every bell and whistle the company makes, you'll go for the professional model. This one comes with a 12-inch display screen, and I love it because you guys can see that I am wearing glasses, so the bigger the display, the better. It comes with over 500 loaded patterns for you, and I don't think I've even looked at all of them, let alone used all of them yet. You get every bell and whistle that comes on the system. You can use every editing feature that's available. We've got point-to-point channel locks. We've got every cropping feature you can think of. You can record around an applique and crop that out. So if you've done some beautiful applique work or embroidery on a quilt, you can crop that out and just quilt around that so you don't disturb all the beautiful work you've done. Really wonderful things are available to you in automation. So if you've been thinking about it, this week is definitely the week to buy because Blaine's got some wonderful specials on this system. So today we are going to work on our inner border on the quilt, which is going to be this pretty red fabric that's got snowflakes on it. And when we're done, I'm going to take the camera down so you guys can see what we worked on yesterday when we put our cornerstones in and filled in our top border. That way you can see everything we've been working on. Today, we're going to use one of my favorite features. It's called point to point. So you can pick points on your quilt top and drop in designs, and it's going to space them where you've put those points. I use this all the time in my custom work, whether it's inside a quilt top, on sashings and borders like we're going to do today. It doesn't matter where you use it. It's a lot of fun, and I hope you guys enjoy seeing how it works. Now, this is something a little bit different than we used yesterday. I'm going to get y'all a little bit closer to my screen. So I'm going to try not to make anybody sick here so you can see it a little bit better. So I've got my general area here, which is my safe space, represents my whole tabletop here. And yesterday we added a layout for our cornerstones and the area that we put our design in. But today we're not going to do that. We're just picking points on our quilt top. So we're skipping layout and we're going directly to our editing feature. That's where we're going to find our point-to-point feature. So I'm going to touch edit here on the left-hand side of my display, and I get all of my editing features over here on the right. Get you centered a little bit better. And my point-to-point feature is down here. Looks like 2 little spot points with a little arrow connecting the 2. When I hit that, I get a few new things across the bottom here. And this is where I'm going to set everything up and start dropping my points on my quilt top. First thing we have to do though is we're going to choose our pattern. And just like we've got a little file folder up here to choose our pattern, we have a matching file folder down here to choose our pattern. So I'm going to open my file folder up, and it brings up the same display of all of the patterns available to us. But we need to choose something that is a point-to-point pattern so we know it's going to work with what we're doing. I've already chosen what I want, and I did test it out to make sure it's going to work. And I have that stored in my recents because it's something I recently used. So if you're working on a quilt for multiple days, you don't have to keep finding your designs. It's going to always end up here in your recents. So the one I want to use is over here. It just looks like a little curve with a point in the center. I'm going to highlight that, and I'm going to hit my check mark. When I do that, my design's just stored up here in the little corner. That's not where it's going to stay. It's going to move around where we decide to put it. But the next thing we need to do is work with our pattern height. It has a height already put in there because that's what it was designed with. But we need to put a height in there that's going to work with the space that we're working with. So I'm going to go ahead and move this back a little bit and tilt you guys down so that you can see what we're looking at. So the height that we need to work with is going to be the height of our little red border here. So I've got my ruler and I'm going to measure that. And from the top of my red border to the bottom of my red border, it's 2 inches. So I know my design needs to fit within 2 inches. What I'm going to do is change my pattern height here by opening up this box, just touching on it. And let me tilt you up so you can see the whole thing. I get a keypad. Now I want to make sure that my design is kind of centered in there. So I'm going to take it down from 2.225 inches. Just shrink it. I'm going to bring it down to 1.75 inches. So when I type that in there, I can hit my check mark. And now it knows as it's placing the design, it's going to make it just a little bit smaller. That could be so wide. The other thing that I did on my quilt top is I decided where I wanted my points to be. So if you can see the little stars that are on my quilt in the pattern here, I kind of measured out from corner to the center of my stars. So I've got the center of my stars here. It's 4.5 inches. So I measured every 4.5 inches across my border. And I marked a point within the center of my border because my design is going to be in the center so that it fills the whole space. So I'm going to mark a point every 4.5 inches down the center of my border. And what's really cool about this is I can also go on the right and left side. So we're going to wrap our design up the left side, all the way across, and then down the right side with this. So I'm going to back you guys up just a little bit. There is a plus sign here at the bottom of our display. And every time I hit a point, I'm going to be hitting that plus sign. So I'm going to come all the way down here, get my ruler out of the way so I don't hit it. My first point in the border that I'm going to touch is right here. So I'm going to line my needle up so it hovers right above my point. I'm in the middle of my border and it lines up with the middle of this star over here. The sides of the stars are little flying geese. So I'm lined up here and I'm going to hit my plus sign. And my design screen says select the next point in my chain. So it's going to be chaining all of these designs together. So I'm going to move my machine away from me up to the next point, which is 4.5 inches away because I measured that out. And it's at the top corner right here where the side and the top of my border meet. I'm going to hit my plus sign here. And I'll show you in a minute, but it's now moved my design out of the corner all the way down to where it would be placed here on my quilt. I'm now going to move to my next point by simply touching one button here on the screen. And hit my plus sign. going to slide to the next point and hit my plus sign. And the fussiest part about this whole thing is just making sure you're on your points so they get evenly spaced. Now, as I go along, it's adding the designs on the screen for me. As soon as I get around the corner, I'll show you guys what it looks like. All right, let's see. So can y'all see that? I've now chained together all those little designs right there, one by one, so that it fills in all the way across my red border and creates a cute little design one by one, just by stringing together that little curve with a little peak in it. So we can go ahead and stitch that out. It's that easy to use the point to point. And you can do this with all kinds of designs. I've got a point to point design on a quilt on my wall that's got little stars and circles in it that I filled in half square triangles. And I'm pretty sure I will end up using this feature to fill in the stars on my quilt, because I love using it for half square triangles. So I'm going to go ahead and, like we did yesterday, when you're ready to stitch out, you hit the home button at the top left-hand corner of your display. You make sure your needle's engaged, otherwise, you're just going to trace, and we want to actually stitch out. You hit the green button at the top of your display, and you double check that that needle's not down in your fabric. We don't want to tear anything. And then you're going to hit your check mark. Your Butler Robotics system's going to think for a second, and then it should move into place. I think I had mine on a little too long. I might have to reset. Hold on. I'm going to reset because I had mine on all day. And I think I might need to just turn it off and turn it back on. So you guys might end up seeing me do that a second time. The other thing I wanted to show you. So Monday, you guys saw me with my cute little red friend on my home sewing machine. So this was done on our home sewing automation. This is the Butler Essential. This is just for home sewing automation. I had this on a Q-Zone hoop frame with a Sure Stitch Elite stitch regulator and my Juki TL18. And the Essential robot did, I want to make sure I have it right side up so my Christmas trees are right side up. This was my cute little, I think it's going to end up being a table topper. I think this would be really nice in the middle of a dining room table if I put a little kind of candle or something in the middle of this, because it's not very big, but I think it turned out sweet. And let me get this close enough so you guys can see the Christmas tree pattern in here. It's in white thread. I just realized there's a little thread hanging off the side here. It's in white thread, so you can see the design. This is one of the built-in designs on the Butler Robotics system. It's great for holiday season, or if you're doing a quilt with a camping theme or a hunting theme, or even some people like baby quilts with kind of like bears and woodland animals. This is a really great design to use for that. So this is one of my favorites. It's on the systems. You can use it on a lot of different things. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to get this point to point back on there so you guys can see it. I'm sorry that I didn't even think to reset my robot after it sat so long, because you know what, y'all? I stitched out those trees from yesterday this morning because after the show last night, I left and had dinner. I'm in North Carolina, if y'all can't tell from my accent. So it was like 6:30 when I finished and I was starving. I hope y'all didn't hear my belly grumbling when I was on the show yesterday. We're going to go back into point to point. Let me get you guys on camera so you can see this. I'm going to do this quick. Back into point to point. We're going into our pattern, into our recents. We're going to choose our design again, highlight it, change our pattern height. 1.75 is what we decided we were going to put in there. And I'm going to start dropping my points. Remember, I pre-measured those out so they're centered in my little red border. Every time I get to a place where I want to point, I'm just going to highlight it.
Hey, Aubrey.
Yes, Lindsay.
Is there any like help videos that come with it or anything like that?
Okay, so Lindsay asked if we have help videos or anything that come with the robotic system. And the answer is yes. So your biggest helper that is immediately in front of you, and I'm going to come around the corner here and then I can show you. Ooh. Give me 1 second. Let me put the last one in here. Okay, I can get close enough. This little button right here is an I for information. And if you touch this button and anything else on the screen, you can see that I got a little pop-up box that tells you what it was that you touched. And then this little thing here is a film strip. So if when you get your robotic system, you connect to your Wi-Fi, you can actually download videos of what each little button does or how it works. And then once it's downloaded one time, you actually have the video there for always. So you don't have to stay connected to your Wi-Fi. So when I got my Butler Robotics system for the first time, I downloaded all of my videos and that way they were there. So anytime I needed help as I was learning, I had them available to me. So help is right there. We've also done some training videos. So if you need those, Sewing Machines Plus can provide you with the link for them. They're long, but they're very comprehensive. So if you're someone who needs to watch through a full video, you've got that. But you can always stop it, work on something, and go back. Okay, I think we need to go ahead and stitch this out. Let me take that one out of there. All right, let's go to home and stitch that out. And Lindsay, are there any other questions while this gets set into place?
Is point-to-point available on all options or just certain ones?
Point-to-point is available on your deluxe and your professional models. It's not on the basic model. So if that's something that is interesting to you, you definitely want to make sure that you look into that, make your decisions between the different models. And if it's something you want, go ahead and go for the deluxe or the professional. I definitely think it's something worth it. And I would go up a model from the basic just to make sure I had that feature because it is one of my favorites. I also really love using the channel locks that are built in instead of having to put gadgets onto the wheels of my carriage to have channel locks. You have electronic channel locks right here on your screen. Let me just show you where those are. They are on your home screen and you've got little buttons right here. And when you press those, it will lock your motors into place where you can only go horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. So that way you can do that at the touch of a button. You've got that available to you without having to do anything mechanically. And for me, I cannot do ruler work. My hands are too shaky. I can't hold that ruler into place. So I can't do straight lines with rulers. So having the built-in channel locks is really great too. I love having those. So I would go up in model to have my channel locks and have this point-to-point feature. All right, let me get started. And I promise I'll show you, well, I guess you really want to see what I did yesterday. So I'll stitch this out overnight and then that way you can see it tomorrow because I will be back on tomorrow, but I really want you to see. So here in the corner, we've got the stellar snowflake that we stitched out. And then the little pine trees that we added into the border. So we've got those all the way across the top. And then we've got our other stellar snowflake. So we've got our whole top border done. So tonight I will get our point-to-point stitched out. And then we will start filling in our stars tomorrow.
Can you add more patterns?
We had a question, could you add more patterns? And the answer is yes, you can. All three models, the basic, the deluxe, and the professional, come with a built-in library of quite a few patterns. But if you need to purchase a pattern because you need something extra special for the quilt you're working on, like me, I purchased the snowflake and those particular trees just for this quilt. You can do that and add it onto your Butler Robotics system. You are not limited to what's already on there. Our files are QLI. You can use DXF and QCC, but I tend to make sure I always have the QLI file available. That tends to work the best. And I think we are out of time. So we are going to go back to Jane, and she can tell you how to get your own Butler Robotics at home.
And everybody should get their own Butler Robotics at home.
Well, I think so.
I know you do. So let me ask you this, Aubrey. You're so good at what you do. Do you ever find yourself back to garment sewing?
I do, and I actually wish I had more time to do it. I have a dress over, if you could see my sewing room, over on my shelf that I have been trying to get finished for like a year because I just don't have the time.
I mean, you're so good. You're such a great teacher. And then I'm like thinking of your background and your history and everything. And I was like, oh, I wonder if she ever gets time to garment sew. And I get it. Like it just, there's never any time. And people go, how do you not have any time? Because it takes time, right?
Yeah. I wish I could do more garment sewing than I do.
But I want everyone to do quilting with their Butler Robotics.
Me too. It's a lot of fun. And for someone who's not good at free motion quilting, I love having my robotic system.
Amazing. Okay, Aubrey, we will see you tomorrow. Have a great night. We did not hear your stomach growling, but go get something to eat.
Thank you, Jane.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Say thanks to Aubrey. Okay, everybody. Aubrey Hartman, we love her. So fantastic. Such a great teacher. Really fun and interesting to watch. Let's talk about your Butler Robotics. You can see it all right there. Different sizes. And then you got that essential. And you see your Christmas pricing right there. That $16.99 starts off that essential with your Butler. And that turns your home sewing machine into a robotic sewing machine. But there is a call-in special. It's 800-401-8151. And Aubrey does a fantastic job of explaining all the differences here and what you're getting with each different model. And so does Blaine. He always explains it very well. But again, this is your call-in special, 800-401-8151, because there's a variety in your Butler Robotics systems that you can get today. If you have questions, call 800-401-8151. They're waiting for you, or chat. They can ask and answer. You can ask, they can answer all of the pricing, or we could just ask Blaine right now.
Good. You're right, Jane. Hey, and you know what? Got a great price on all the Butlers right now. And just to try to explain it to everybody, there's 3 models that are made for the long arms, Jane. It's the basic, the deluxe, and the professional. And then that new essentials one, that's designed strictly for home machines that either you can put a stitch regulator on or already has a stitch regulator. And then you can mount those on a frame, like a Cutie frame, Cutie Breeze, or the Hoop Zone frame, things like that. And it'll fit right on there and make it robotic. So
cool.
4 great robotics from Butler. And I've got specials on all of them starting at $16.99.
You did such a good job explaining it. It's so hard for me, but thank you. That's why I get to you right away, Blaine.
Well, it is, robotics can be a little intimidating, but I tell you what, Butler makes it extremely easy and takes the complication out of it and the intimidation. And I tell you, once you get them set up, it is just a, breeze to use them, and it makes quilting, I can be a good quilter with robotics.
Wait, I'm not laughing at you. I'm sorry. No, what you're saying is I could be a good quilter with robotics.
Exactly. I mean, you can do anything with them. And you know what's great about it? The professional model has that record feature on it. So if you have a friend that just makes some sort of free motion design that's awesome, or makes feather that, and then digitize the file and then have it forever. And you can just, do it edge to edge with that design.
That's so cool. I love the record
really
feature.
neat.
Yeah, and I like the idea that has a friend that does feathers really well.
Yeah.
You just use what they did.
You know what, Jane?
What, Blaine?
We completed day number 2 of Countdown to Christmas.
I mean, so much fun. It went so fast.
Well, you know what, Jane? All the people that have stuck around all day, we got to reward them with some giveaways. And I want to remind everybody out there, I've been checking my email, and I'm getting a lot of emails with pictures. Keep them coming, everybody. If you have any Christmas pictures of anything, like something you made, your Christmas tree, the outside decorations, your dog dressed up like, a deer, whatever it is, take a picture, send them to CEO@sewingmachinesplus.com. And because we want, in tomorrow morning, we want to show some. We'll show some Friday morning.
Yeah.
So keep them coming.
Great.
All right. So we're ready to draw the wheel. We're going to, first off, we're going to give a $25 gift card away to Sewing Machines Plus. You see it right there. All right. Andrew, spin that wheel.
Let's see how good he's spinning by the end of the day.
See if his arm's gotten tired.
I know it. Must be. He's running the board all day.
Nancy.
Hey, you know what? Nancy, she emailed us some pictures.
Oh, amazing. Then
So we
she's
do have
a
some pictures from
deserving
Nancy for
winner.
Christmas. So congratulations, Nancy. You just won a $25 gift card from Sewing Machines Plus. And how you're going to claim that prize is you're going to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information. And then what we'll do is we're going to email you a gift card code back. And all you have to do is put that code in at checkout, and it'll knock $25 off your purchase. That's simple.
Awesome.
All right, next up, we are going to give away a set of our event bags, Jane. These come in 8 different colors, all unique sayings on each one of the bags. On one side has SMP information, on the other side. And we sell these for $49.99 for the pack of 8 on our website, or you can get them individually for $9.99. You see them right there on the screen, 8 different colors. So, Andrew, spin that wheel.
Let's go, Andrew. I like it. I want to get my own bag. Justine Van Meter. Congratulations, Justine. You're the winner of the SMP event bags. The whole set right there. You get that bag bundle. It's really fun to tote around your fabric scraps and all of your other things in there. Hanging with us on YouTube today. We're really happy you're here. Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. You'll scroll to the bottom, fill out all the information, and the guys will get, or the crew, excuse me, will get that event bag bundle out to you. Congrats. Thanks, Justine.
There we go. Next up, we're going to give one away. One of our world famous sew mats, Jane. And this is going to be the blueberry color in the extra large size. So, Andrew, spin that wheel.
Spin it, Andrew. Let's go. We love the blueberry. It's the theme, really. Jeanette Ali, congratulations. You're the winner of the extra large blueberry sew mat, and you're hanging with us on YouTube today. So much fun. Jeanette, just head over to smplive.tv to claim your mat. Put all your information in there, and we know we're giving you the extra large blueberry mat, but go ahead and write that in there anyway, in case we forget. And you have 30 days to redeem your prize. What's next?
All right, next up, we are going to give away 2 of our Brother P-Touch label makers with the tape cartridges. A whole bundle of tape cartridges will be in there. So we're going to give 2 of these away. So Andrew, spin that wheel.
This is like, if you win this, you can keep it or you can give it as a gift. Diane
Guy.
Guy. Watching us on YouTube. Congratulations, Diane. You're the winner of the P-Touch label maker. You know what to do. Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. You have 30 days to redeem that prize, and you don't want to wait that long. Just get over there right now, Diane.
That is correct. All right, we're going to give one more of these away. So, Andrew, spin that wheel.
We should change the scroll so it says SMP Live so I know where to go. Oh, Reen almost won. How about that? Sandra Kelly watching us on YouTube. Hey, Sandra. I see you. Thanks for joining us today. Just head on over to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. You have won that P-Touch label maker. It says Embellish Elite, but I like to say label maker. Go ahead and fill out all the information, and the crew will get that out to you. You have 30 days to redeem your prize. Sandra Kelly, you're the winner.
Very good, Jane.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. That concludes day 2 of Countdown to Christmas. We'll be here again tomorrow, the same time. We're going to start the stream off at about 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central, and that's Jane's time, is Central time. And we're going to have a ton of products again tomorrow, Jane. Lots of great deals. And you know what? A lot of the deals are going to be over on the 5th, which is tomorrow. And some of them are going to be all the way through the 8th, and they change. And then some are going to go all the way through the 24th. So just kind of pay attention. We got a lot of deals going on. And if you don't see the product you're looking for on the show, that doesn't mean it's not on sale. Go ahead and jump on there, give us a call, and ask us, hey, is this part of the Countdown to Christmas special? And they'll let you know, because we have thousands of products that are on the Countdown to Christmas sale that are not on the show.
Love it. Love it. I got to ask you a question. When we were talking about that Floriani bundle earlier today, there were only 10 left.
That is correct.
I can't imagine that there's very many left after that.
There's probably not. We bought 20. So those are special. Just kind of let everybody know what that is. That's a special bundle that we put together with Jennifer. We have 2 left. So Kyle just looked. So that was the reason there was a number. We didn't really know how well they would sell. So it was a special bundle we put together.
Great.
We only put 25 of them. We have 2 left.
There it
so
is.
What I'll probably do, Jane, I'll probably give Jennifer a call tonight and say, hey, is there any way that we can put some more of these together so we can, have more bundles for everybody? I'll let everybody know in the morning if we have more bundles, because I'm sure it'll be sold out before we start the show in the morning.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking. And that's why I wanted to give the update. In case there were any left, we could get those in tonight, because they probably won't last until tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah, they'll definitely won't last till tomorrow morning. But I'll talk to Jennifer and we'll see if we can make that happen. And
you guys want
just
more.
Never know. They have to make sure they have all the components in stock to make the bundle. That was the big thing. So we'll check that out and let everybody know in the morning. And hopefully, cross your fingers that we'll get a bunch more of those bundles, because what a better Christmas present to give somebody that's in the sewing industry, something like that.
And they all come in that big tote bag. So my idea was take it out of the tote bag and give it to the people that would like each one of those. If you don't want to keep the whole set as a gift, or
keep the bag,
or keep the bag, or just hopefully you'll win some SMP bags.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, we're going to end the day, Jane, and I want to say a big thank you to all the presenters today. Everybody give Jane a huge thumbs up. Great job today, Jane. Thank you for sticking with us and helping us out here. And I want to thank everybody watching. Thank y'all so much for your support at SMP. Thank you for joining and sticking around. And hopefully that y'all will all stick around tomorrow. And if not, y'all have a great weekend.
See you tomorrow. Thanks, Blaine.
Bye.